from Google Cloud Next 19 in beautiful San Francisco, where tens of thousands are gathered to build a cloud for everyone. I'm Stephanie Wong.
And I'm Redo Meyer. We'll be with you throughout the next 2 days of Google Cloud Next 19, bringing you keynote recaps, interviews with Google experts, and some very cool product demos. If you miss anything along the way, fear not, you can catch up anytime at g.co/nextonair.
The Next On Air live stream experience is crafted to dive deeper into content that matters to you most. Beyond the next live show, we've got 5 other channels streaming simultaneously too, with some keys to the cloud universe. Build, run, analyze and learn, secure, and collaborate, all available to you on your preferred device at home.
In yesterday's keynote, we heard all about modernization with Google Cloud. Today's keynote took us a step further, focusing on infrastructure, insight, and innovation. Director of Cloud AI Strategy and Operations, Tracy Fay, is here with us to tell us more. Tracy, give us the highlights from today's keynote.
So I think one of the most exciting things is that we're really starting to see how customers are leveraging the cloud and building cloud strategy no matter where they're starting, whether that's starting from on-prem, hybrid, all of these things are now available. And we, as an overall cloud organization, have been working really hard to make it incredibly easy for customers to start where they are and leverage our products and services to really update their infrastructure and drive innovation for their companies. That was really clear to me today, and it was really exciting to see it all come together.
Now, AI is embedded in everything we do. What are you most excited for about AI and Google Cloud and other parts of Google?
You know, it's a little bit of a similar answer, to be honest. So over the last year and a half, I've spoken with hundreds of customers, and everybody is really excited about AI, but a lot of organizations don't know what that means, and they don't know how AI can impact their business and the business problems that they're facing today. And we've been working really hard to create a set of products and solutions and services that can help address some of those mission-critical problems very easily for customers. And so I'm really excited to see some of those examples really start to come to light. Things like Salesforce working with Hulu on our contact center, our natural language processes being a part of the Einstein bot. Things like what Baker Hughes GE is doing with our Cloud AI platform. It's really exciting to see these tactical examples of how AI can impact an enterprise.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of great demos showing Google Cloud products at work. How are these new products helping our customers manage data reliably and securely so they can modernize, scale, and really be successful?
Well, if you look at what we saw in the Smart Analytics demo, you could really see the end-to-end experience for customers. And that's a lot of where the pain has been. So, for example, in Cloud AI, we own Kaggle, which is the world's largest community of data scientists. And they often joke that data scientists will say that 90% of the pain in machine learning is cleaning the data, and 10% is complaining about cleaning the data. And that is an experience that I think anybody who has worked to extract insights from their data can relate to, because it can be extraordinarily painful. And when you see all of the products that are coming together across our Smart Analytics platform, everything from BigQuery and Data Fusion, all of those pieces, AutoML tables, you can start to see how easy it can be for customers to extract those insights at scale very quickly.
And speaking of these features that help our data analytics workflows, we saw some great demos highlighting some new features like Cloud Data Fusion, BigQuery BI Engine, and AutoML tables. How can developers, scientists, and analysts apply these to support their hybrid workloads?
So I can speak specifically to AutoML tables because that's the product that our team works on. And one of the things that I have really loved about the AutoML suite is that it really doesn't require machine learning expertise to use it, and at the same time, it's an extraordinarily helpful tool for people who are machine learning experts and builders. And it has the ability to stretch across those populations and make it really useful for anybody. We have heard over and over that structured data is a real challenge for customers. And so being able to leverage something like AutoML tables, where customers can start to piece together information from disparate data sets, build them all together, allow machine learning models to be created for you through the AutoML tool without having to write any code. It just is really exciting to see what that can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you give us some examples from today's keynote of how our viewers will be able to use machine learning and Google AI, especially those in companies just starting out who may not already have a lot of ML experience?
Yep, absolutely. So there are a couple problems that we've heard from customers that are really common across the landscape of enterprise customers. A top one is in contact centers and customer service. And this is a challenge that almost every organization I've spoken with faces in some form or fashion. Our AI has worked really hard to enhance the human agents who are working in contact centers, give them everything they need at their fingertips in a really efficient and beautiful way. And what we've done there is integrate our AI with the key players in the contact center space so that it doesn't require customers to do a full rip and replace on hardware they've already purchased. And so that's a very easy way to get started. We've also heard from almost every customer that another area that they really struggle with is dark data. And that exists in documents that are both physical documents, digital documents. The challenge, if you think about a paper that you read or a PDF where you have graphs and tables and all kinds of information, and the ability to actually be able to extract those pieces, those components using AI, make sense of them, and then pull insights out of that through our document understanding AI, we really believe is going to help customers gain efficiency and information much faster. And that's another way that I think would be great for customers to get started that we've seen today.
Now, many people may know that we build AI into a lot of our products like G Suite, Google Maps. How can our customers use those tools to build their innovative features into their own tools and products?
So we offer a range of products, everywhere from pre-trained APIs to AutoMLs where you can customize to meet your specific needs, through to our Cloud AI platform where you can very easily build your own machine learning models if you have that expertise. And so across that range, there's an opportunity for customers to really be able to leverage the power of Google AI in almost every business problem they face. And that can be very exciting, and it can be a little bit daunting if you don't know exactly where to get started. And so we are offering a number of solutions through things like our professional services organization for customers who aren't sure where to start. We can help them. And then we have a series of demos, of tools, all kinds of information that you can gather to really help you figure out where AI can help make your business better.
So as the Director of AI Strategy, is there anything you can tell us about what we can look forward to in the near future?
That's a great question. So I think, what's top of mind for me is all of the ways that we can make AI easier for companies to use, how we can help them scale their businesses. And so, we are spending a lot of time in really building that ease of use into everything we offer. Another area that you will likely start to see from us is continuing our efforts around explainability. So I really firmly believe that in order for AI to be successful, it really has to be trusted. And in order for it to be trusted, it has to be built and deployed and thought of responsibly. And part of that is about understanding what is in those machine learning models and how they're making decisions. And so we have a lot of exciting efforts around explainability and interpretability.
Yeah, awesome. And trust is such an important feature in all of the things that we do.
That's right.
Tracy, thank you so much for helping us understand the power of AI to improve our work.
You're so welcome. Glad to be here.
Now, if you've got a question or a comment on today's keynote or about our talk with Tracy, reach out to us on social media using the hashtag GoogleNext19.
And next, there are lots of opportunities to get one-on-one learning and hands-on time with our products in the Dev Zone.
We sent our reporter, Mark Merchandani, over to the Dev Zone to check it out. Mark, tell us what's happening over there.
Hey everyone, we're here at the Google Cloud Next Developer Zone. This is full of cool little showcases, hands-on labs, tutorials, and of course the Dev Zone stage, where people are able to come here and learn all about the cool things, but really get their hands on them and play around with them. Speaking of which, we're at the BQML station with Felipe Hoffa, who loves data and BigQuery. So Felipe, tell me a little bit more about what we're looking at here.
Hi Mark. So what we have here is a Stack Overflow predictor. How long will it take for people to answer your question?
So what does that mean specifically? So I can go into Stack Overflow, I can ask a question, but someone's not going to respond immediately.
Yeah, so I don't know if you ever ask a question on Stack Overflow. It takes some time, and you never know how long will it take. Well, with this tool, we can kind of predict how long will it take, looking at all the past data that we have from Stack Overflow.
Now, how do you do that? Because BigQuery, you can do a bunch of data analysis, but you can't build a machine learning model in BigQuery, right?
Well, you can now. So I love BigQuery, I love data analytics. Thanks to the public data program, we have a copy of Stack Overflow, the dump that they publish every quarter. So we loaded that in BigQuery, and then you can start running your own SQL queries over it. Anyone can come and run any query they want. They have a free terabyte every month. So the first step with data analytics is just to look at all your questions, look at all your answers, and get an average of how long did it take for people to answer questions on Stack Overflow.
So people can come here to the next showcase floor, play around with this interface here, change and see if they ask a question, and then based on the machine learning model, they'll see about how long they'd have to wait for someone to go in and answer it.
Exactly. So how did we go from the analytics of just average group by to a prediction? There's a lot of spaces in between. Like, for example, to get an answer for the Google BigQuery tag at 8 a.m. for a medium question that doesn't end with a question mark, that starts with a Y. For someone that created an account in 2017, we're predicting that it will take 53 minutes. Maybe they will not get an answer, but with an 85% of probability they will get one. And there is a chance of being downvoted of about a 7% for these statistics. Now, how did we build this? We created a linear regression using all of these features and the data that we had available.
So with all this different information, you can know when you ask a question, approximately, hopefully pretty relatively, when it's going to be answered, but you could also maybe even predict when's the best time to ask a question.
Exactly. If you want to go the opposite way, so let's say it takes 53 minutes on a Tuesday, on Sunday it takes more like an hour to get an answer, but there's a higher chance of getting an answer.
So lots of cool information to play around with here, but people can also come here and actually learn BQML hands-on, right?
Exactly. So there are two alternatives. For people that are not here, to see how I made this, they can go to my blog post on Medium, just search for Felipe Hoffa, when will Stack Overflow reply. And if you are here at Next, we have code labs ready for you to run that you can also find online. But there's many ways to learn and get your hands into these tools.
Perfect. So lots of cool stuff from BQML. Come down to the floor, get started, or check out the resources online.
Hi, I'm Nat.
Please welcome Principal Deloitte Consulting and SAP OnCloud Leader Pavan Shrivastava, Senior Manager Deloitte Consulting and SAP OnCloud Architect Praveen Mayalur, and Engineering Director Google Cloud Ray Murphy.
Good morning, everyone in the room, and maybe good morning, afternoon, or evening for everybody who's watching this live from here. What an exciting start here. I'm not sure about you guys, but I'm really excited about, after yesterday's keynotes, to hear about how much focus Google is giving on SAP and all the exciting news and innovation that is coming along with us, right? So thinking about 6 and 12 terabytes of HANA machine, talking about Anthos and live migration, all of those are really exciting news. And I'm sure I was here last year also, we talked about SAP a little bit, but this year the excitement has grown a lot. So we'll talk here a little bit about how we see the reaction in the market, what our clients are doing, and what Google and SAP and Deloitte are doing together. But before we start, maybe we start a little bit of introduction. So I'll start myself, Pavan Shrivastava. I focus on building our SAP and cloud practice. I've been doing SAP work for the last 20 years, and in the last 5 years focused around cloud. So we'll start with Ray Murphy first. So Ray, why don't you?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ray Murphy. I work at Google. Right now, I'm an engineering director in our corporate engineering. So we build the products that make Googlers more efficient in their job. We're focused on financial systems and accounting systems right now. And I've been doing financial systems and accounting work for about 25 years.
Thank you, Ray. Praveen?
Yep. Morning, everyone. Praveen Malur. I'm with Deloitte. I'm an SAP Cloud Architect. Been doing SAP for the last 19 years, designing, architecting, and deploying solutions on on-premise. For the last 5 years, I've been focused around helping migrate all the SAP workloads onto the cloud, design, deploy solutions on cloud as well.
Great, thanks. So I think we want to start talking a little bit about what's happening in this world around SAP. As you heard in yesterday's keynote as well, that SAP has come up with a new product line, S/4HANA, where SAP would like to see all of their customers who are currently on ECC to slowly migrate and move to S/4HANA by 2025. At the same time, cloud is also a very eminent topic in everybody's organization, and they are trying to look at ways of embracing cloud, adapting cloud, or using all the innovations on cloud at the same time. And we are seeing those two things coming together at the same time and looking at how organizations are leveraging the benefit of those. I know Google themselves are embarking upon a transformation journey and sort of eating your own dog food. So we would like to hear from Ray a little bit about what's your business challenges, how you are looking to adopt these technologies in your organization. But I'm sure Google is a big organization. You are one of the top, and your own data situation, your own volume and transaction is much larger and bigger. So talk to us a little bit about what's your situation here.
So we started, many years ago as a single business unit, single business model, single revenue stream. And in the past, 20 years, we became a very complicated company. We grew fast. We grew vertically, horizontally. But our systems really didn't grow in line with it. Our treasury systems in particular became very unwieldy. We got to the point where there was a lot of manual work, a lot of humans expected to do very, very basic sheets type work. And we felt that we needed to basically improve that in some way. We also had a lot of data. And Google is a data-first company. We make our decisions based on data. And we were still making our decisions based on data, but we found getting that data was becoming harder and harder for our accountants. We were asking them to go and do very, very basic work to extract that data and do something with it and make those right decisions. The other nuance that we had in Treasury in particular was that we were, kind of like one of the last lines of defense of closing the books. And our CFOs in previous years and currently have an expectation that we could close the books fast, that we've got little latency, and we can close them supremely accurately, really, really fast. And that was getting harder and harder in today's world, given the systems and the fragmentation of systems that we had in the Treasury ecosystem. So we felt that, to transform finance meant to transform Treasury first. It was our biggest kind of headache, and that's where we started and focused on.
Great. Praveen, you are also talking to a lot of clients in the market and looking at their challenges. And what do you see those clients are looking and asking to us about their challenges?
So there are multiple challenges, but if I have to classify them, I classify them into three. The first one, what our clients are facing as a challenge is building the business case and also roadmap and approach on how to migrate to the cloud. That's the first one. The second one is dealing with the massive amount of data. Data is there, but how they can better utilize it and have a data-driven insights. The third one is around the innovative technologies are popping up crazily with hyperscalers, and how they can leverage these innovative technologies to enhance and make their business process more efficient.
Great. So I think the common theme we are hearing is about intelligent enterprise, how you can leverage the latest and greatest of technology that Google Cloud Platform is offering, as well as SAP is bringing to the table. With that, I think would like to just play a video to just show you what the future looks like with the intelligent enterprise and why we are talking about the intelligent enterprise right now. So can you please play the video?
Humanity has long dreamt, imagined, and reimagined itself. How we live, how we connect, how we can grow. Prior generations have created a technology-driven world fueled by imagination. Now it's our turn. We are taking the first steps towards a future where humans and machines will become integrated. Our generation's momentum in bridging the human-machine divide is the achievement of a dream that crosses time and civilizations. Until now, machines and humans were structured as distinctive functions of knowledge and execution. Factory robotics, machine learning, predictive algorithms, blockchain adoption, and digital twins are only the beginning of our capabilities, designed to bridge this human-machine divide. Applying these new and evolving capabilities to improve our human capacity and productivity is the challenge of our generation. Today's reimagined platform delivers solutions for improving invoice accuracy, sensor-based supply chain visibility, and increased production from smart factories. At Deloitte, our search for new applications and better interactions drives us every day. From our innovation labs, we bring to life a better, more connected world with our leading-edge work, enabling digital twins. We face a critical juncture in balancing our time between the attributes that make us human, managing complex environments, and maintaining our ability to step back and dream. As our world becomes increasingly digital, our biggest advantage is what makes us uniquely human. Today we celebrate you, the idea architects of the future, who understand our unique human ability to imagine and reimagine outcomes every day.
Thank you. So with that, I think, Ray, if you can talk to us a little bit, tell us a little bit more about how you are using these technologies to make your enterprise more intelligent, and your plan of handling the data growth and stuff like that.
So we talked about the problems that we had in Treasury. And unfortunately, I don't have a really cool video to show. But what I do have is the power of SAP Treasury Management coming together on the Google Cloud Platform to solve our problems. So, what we got for joining forces was super strong identity access management that you could get with Google Cloud. Obviously, Treasury Management has got lots of dollars, lots of people with the authorized ability to move those dollars around the world, but also a concern about the wrong people being able to do that as well, and the risk that would have on our business. So we needed to have something that was very, very secure. We needed to be able to have end-to-end encryption, so no matter where we were moving data around, we were able to encrypt that very, very strongly, and we got that with Google Cloud. Also, by putting some of SAP's technologies like Business Warehouse together with Google's BigQuery, we wrote connectors to be able to get those to talk to each other, and that became a power center for our data needs and rapid, fast data access, etc. And then taking S4HANA and treating that and using that as a full-blown ERP, at least for our treasury management, meant we got rid of a very complicated ecosystem of treasury where we were using greater than 150 different products, tools, and manual processes. We were able to wrap that under one roof. And again, this was the first outing of SAP Financials on the Google Cloud Platform. We have other, for example, we've got IT asset management for SAP. We've been using Concur also for years, but this was the first outing for SAP Financials on Google Cloud Platform. And with that came a few gaps that we had to build. So we've got now accelerators around some of those as well. If you could go to the next slide. You know, we saw, if we take a slightly deeper look at what we built for Treasury, we were able to enjoy a bit of build versus buy coming together. So we've got internal tools that we built in Java that we can connect straight to the Swift payment systems. We built also connectors between SAP's BW and our own BQ. You know, we built those connectors and tools in Java as well. And you know, we were able to do that very, very seamlessly using the Google Cloud Platform. We got exceptional integration near real time. Not quite super real time, but near real time, given using Google Cloud Storage and PubSub, etc. We got great connectivity as well back into SAP using some of their out-of-the-box products like Cloud Connector and SAP Router, etc. And of course, one thing that I'm very, very proud of is the collaboration that SAP Engineering organization in Waldorf in Germany built with my engineering teams to co-innovate. So when we were looking at the treasury management system, we did see some of our own business requirements, particularly around hedge management, that weren't quite where we needed them to be in SAP. We thought, should we just build that ourselves and do a tag-on or a bolt-on to SAP? And again, given that we started in a fragmented world, we were trying to avoid that. We opened the conversation with Waldorf Engineering, and they were very, very open to taking what they called sensible use cases that they could scale. And we collaborated with them, both in Germany, co-located, and in our offices in Sunnyvale, co-located. And they built our requirements into their core product that everybody got to enjoy in the 1809 release. So I was very, very proud of being able to work with those really awesome teams in Germany to do that. If you go to the next slide. One other thing that we got to leverage then from the Google Cloud Platform side was the infrastructural elements. So for example, we were able to scale really, really fast. And we were able to have super high availability by having multi-zones baked in, etc. And of course, our failovers, we'd simplified our failovers because we had cloud load balancing playing in our favors. Also, in terms of management tools to do the deployments, we were able to connect our stack drivers integrated seamlessly with SAP Solman, so we were able to do end-to-end monitoring. We were also able to have our on-prem services integrated through Google Cloud Storage, because again, some of our ecosystem, a lot of our ecosystem around core financials, et cetera, are still sitting on other ERPs and fragmented products. So it was important to us that we were able to connect seamlessly into those on-prem products, and we could. In terms of durability of our data, no more bit rot. That was a thing of the past, so that was something we were very, very excited about as well. And of course, we were able to provide for the future. We were able to have our SAP certified Red Hat, which was very important to us, etc. And then we talked about the security piece. Again, this was finance, this was treasury, this was billions of dollars moving around the world with lots of authorized users and potentially lots of unauthorized users. So it was very, very important to us that we could encrypt, we could lock down who was able to access, who couldn't. We could have single sign-on, we could have token exchange for authentication, etc. And we got that with the GCP rollout.
Okay, and I know security is a big topic for everybody, and sounds like you feel comfortable running S/4HANA on GCP and the security around the entire stack.
Yeah, look, the reality is we are a go to launch this. We are on launch pattern right now. We go live on May 1st with on GCP, SAP Treasury Management System. So we are very, very happy. We have completed all our user acceptance testing. It's an exceptionally strong response. We have completed all our load and performance testing, very, very high speeds and accuracy. So we are a go, and we are going to cut over our entire treasury management onto SAP on Google Cloud on May 1st.
Perfect, perfect. And I'm assuming, given your data volume with the announcement of 6 terabyte or 12 terabyte, definitely you are set with on Google Cloud Platform to run your S/4HANA.
Absolutely. We're good with 3T right now. But in the future, it's good to know that we can extend where we need to.
Okay, perfect. So Praveen, back to you. Similar intelligent enterprise concept and leveraging the power of S/4HANA as well as Google Cloud Platform. I know we talked about clients are expecting us to innovate, automate, and speed up the business transformation process. Can you talk to us and tell us a little bit more about what are some of the innovative solutions that Deloitte is building?
Yep. So actually, the pace at which the hyperscalers like Google, they're releasing the innovative solutions, what our clients are expecting us to understand the technologies and as well as understand how these innovative technologies can be incorporated in the business processes so that they can be made more efficient and in a better way, and also help them with the building the blocks and as well as in coming up with these solutions, because right now they're expecting us to deliver the solutions where they can consume rather than building by themselves. So looking at this pattern, leveraging the power of SAP Cloud Platform and Google Cloud Platform, we developed a few innovative solutions which I wanted to showcase. That way you can realize using these technologies, you can make the processes better, technology better, so that you can automate, deliver in a much efficient way.
All right.
So one of the technology innovative solution which I want to talk about is most of you have done sizing. I think there must be most of you guys must be in existing SAP clients, and some of must be embarking on the SAP journey. But SAP sizing is a journey by itself. It's a very cumbersome. Have to work with the process teams to get all the inputs so that we size it in the right way. Even though you may need 2 app servers for your regular workloads, but you size it for your peak loads, like be it your month end, your quarter end, or your year end. So what that means is, traditionally in the on-premise world, we buy the entire hardware, right? And then the entire hardware is sitting idle, but it's only utilized maybe for 5 days or 2 days, in a month or in a year. That's where we're wasting most of the resources and the capital cost involved with it. Imagine you don't have to worry about SAP sizing. You just go with 2 app servers, let machine decide based on the workload and everything. It spins off an additional app servers, and whenever it is needed, there are additional capacities available, and when it is not needed, the whole app servers can be shut down and decommission the instances. So that way, you don't have to worry about the sizing. At the same time, don't have to worry about how much infrastructure do I need to plan for, and even have to tell our ITs, infrastructure teams, like, be ready with the provisioning the environment and everything. So that's the one which I'm going to showcase right now. So this is the high-level architecture. So we, leveraging the Google functions and as well as Google machine learning technology, we built this intelligence. Now, obviously, the SAP's workload is based on, obviously, when there is more work, it's not about the CPUs and the memory. The intelligence that we built in looks into the SAP's work processes, and based on that, there is a machine learning algorithm which kicks in, and based on that, it makes an intelligent decision to spin off. So the demo that you're seeing right now, here we have 1 app server, and we are in the back end, we ran some scripts to put lots of load, and as soon as there is enough load, that's when the system understands that, okay, now I only have 1 app server, but there is more and more load coming in. In the past, I have seen this kind of a behavior. So that means that's where the machine learning comes into rescue. It actually launches an instance. This instance was not available before. Now it spins up a actual Google instance, and deploys your SAP app server. And one of the biggest challenge was around adding this to SMLG. Obviously, SMLG is a Google, SAP's proprietary technology, but we were able to make this possible using the Google functions and everything. Once the app server is spin-off and SAP app server is installed, this app server is attached to SMLG, so that way SAP can see it as a load balancing under a load balancing group, and it can disperse or do the load balancing across the new app servers. So once this is spun off, you could see this in our SM51 transaction that the app server is available. And this is where it automatically goes and adds it. So you don't have to worry about, in traditional world, as soon as the app server is installed, we go to the basis team saying that, hey, there is an app server available. Can you add it to the logger and load balancing group? We don't have to do that. The system will automatically take care of it.
So Praveen, is it basically sensing the load itself, and at the right moment, it is spinning up a new app server?
Yes. And it gracefully offloads the load to the new app server. And once the load is all coming down, the other thing what it does is it doesn't go automatically shut down. What it does is it waits till the last background job or last long-running work processes is running, and it'll make sure that the new requests that are coming is not sent to this new app server. And that way, once the load is gracefully have come down on the new app server, it shuts down the SAP system and go decommissions the instance that's been provided.
Okay. So maybe for the benefit of everybody, if you want to do this on-prem, can we do this on-prem, or this is exactly why you should be going into cloud to use the machine learning and functions available there?
So anybody who has worked in infrastructure and bases, this has been a biggest pain for all these years, and we couldn't achieve this on-premise. And this was made possible because of the innovative technologies that our hyperscalers are providing, and especially the Google platform gives us that niche technologies with which we were able to design this.
Perfect. So can you talk a little bit what exactly it is doing at this point of time?
So it shuts down the app server, and then once it is shut down, it goes and then decommissions the instant that was created. So that way, there is no consumption from your infrastructure perspective. So that's how you go and save the cost from an infrastructure standpoint.
Perfect. And I'm sure this is not just for the normal days. In a lot of business scenarios, we heard yesterday a lot of retailers have this Black Friday situations where the workload goes up all of a sudden, and month-end processing. This could be one of those that can be quickly spin up or spin down, and you don't have to have the infrastructure always up and running, right?
No, absolutely right. I mean, the biggest cases were around, obviously, every Friday you have a timesheet. That's when you need more processing power, month-end processing. And I have one of my clients previously where in day-to-day workloads, all they need was 4 app servers. But for month-end, we used to spin up 20 app servers, which used to run for 15 days to close their month-end. And those extra 16 app servers were sitting idle, doing nothing for the rest of the days except for those 15 days.
Okay, perfect.
So the other one which I want to showcase here is around invoice processing solution. So one of the things what obviously most of you have worked on invoice processing as well. There are leading products as in terms of making sure that they bring all things together in the process. Obviously, the invoice processing starts off with receiving the invoices. Either it is a paper invoice or through an email or through a fax or through EDI transactions. So, but in reality, most of even what we have realized is 50% of the invoices that AP department receives is still paper-based. So what that means is somebody has to manually go enter, and then the time it takes to enter an invoice in approximately 20 minutes. right? I mean, that on an average. But if you can automate it, let's say you have an OCR, it does the OCR, then it goes to the processing, everything is good, finally invoice is paid. Ultimately, the goal is how soon the AP processing team can pay the vendors on time, and also the majority of the time, the month end, the time it takes is to validate the GRAR. So the solution that what we built is, it takes care of the OCR, reading the paper invoices, doing the overall invoice processing, going through all the validations, and also finally posting the invoice, followed by clearing the GRAR. How this is possible is through 3 technologies. So what we have used. So Google Cloud Platform provides us with Google Machine Learning Vision API. Through Vision API, we could achieve OCR. So you scan the invoice, and then it's digitized, and it retrieves the values, and followed by it posts the values into SAP. Then it goes to the processing. Then finally, if everything is good, the invoice is posted. So then the other technology what we used was around, you need to have these invoices stored somewhere. Where do you store it? Obviously, we need to have the document management solution. But all document management solution comes as a very expensive one. But with the Google Cloud Storage Bucket, it's a fraction of a cost with which you can store the documents. So all the invoices that you are receiving, you are digitizing. They are actually, once the OCR is done, the actual physical copy is stored in Google Cloud Storage Bucket, and the digitized values are passed onto the SAP system so that the processing can start. And we made this solution as a technology agnostic. When I say technology agnostic, anytime we talk about any add-on solution in SAP world, we think about deploying an add-on on an SAP system. Obviously, there are a lot of versions and everything, and if you have to put this thing, we have to go through a lot of change management, and which a lot of our SAP clients, it's a big pain point. This solution is deployed on SAP Cloud Platform, so that way we don't have to touch any of the SAP systems underlying, so that way it gives us an abstraction layer. All we do is a simple connection to either it is an ECC or S/4HANA system, where it pulls the values, processes it, pushes it, and whenever it needs a machine learning intelligence, it calls an API call to Google Cloud Storage Bucket or a Google Vision API, and it does the intelligent processing. So the intelligence is coming from the Google technologies, and the whole solution, since it is an SAP-based solution, all our clients wants to have an SAP look and feel, so that's why the UI is kept unique by making it as on SAP Cloud Platform. And on top of it, this is a subscription-based solution. So you can subscribe it. There's a one-time deployment, and afterwards, as the number of invoices you process it. So I'm going to quickly walk you through the demo. So this is exactly where we are processing the invoices. So this is the invoice that we picked.
And this could be from any mobile device, yes, any PDF or anything?
Yes. So even though we're talking about the paper invoices, but the another feature of this solution is, let's say there's a high-profile invoice that needs to be paid right away. So somebody is carrying it. You can place it on a desk, take a picture of it from your mobile device, and there is an app through which it starts this process. So it's as agile and mobile as possible. So once it is uploaded, this is the Google Cloud Storage Bucket where you see it, and it's successfully uploaded to the Google Cloud Storage Bucket. Now, this is an AP processor screen where all the invoices, the way typically it happens in any finance department is, in a day you get 100 invoices. So there will be an AP processor who goes, takes those invoices, puts it in a scanner, and then he or she scans it, and all these things would be staged. The another AP processor will go in and would start processing it. Here, so once the invoice is uploaded, now the machine learning algorithm kicks in. Now the Google Vision API is in process where it's actually retrieving the values, and presented in an editable format. If the invoice is known for the TensorFlow model, the confidence factor is 99%, right? So it just goes and posts it. But if it doesn't, then it waits for AP processor to go and make the corrections. Let's say if the printout, like the invoice that you have received, the scanning is not correct, it's not able to identify a value, it waits for the AP processor to correct it and post it. So now, once everything is all good, it goes and posts. So now, from SAP Cloud Platform, it's being posted to an on-premise in an S/4HANA solution, which is deployed on Google Cloud Platform. And this is the invoice that was posted. And as I was telling you, right, the physical copy has to be attached to all the invoice that's been posted because it's a compliance and audit requirement. Because at the end of the year, when the auditing happens, auditors come and say, give me the invoices that you have received. So that way, they are securely stored in Google Cloud Storage. And these are available from all your invoice processing transactions. And even if you go to FB02, FB03, you have this, you attach it once, it's available in any of the transactions where it is permissible. So that's exactly what we are showing here. I know everything is a Fiori-based transactions, but our functional team, some of the users still love the old SAP GUI. So if they're accessing the transactions through SAP GUI-based, they can access it through generic object services as well. So this is the same invoice that's been posted. And you go here. This is our generic object services. And you pull down the attachment list. And you have the attachment. So what is so uniqueness about this? Yeah, there are leading industry products out there, but this solution, because of the innovative technologies that's available on the cloud platform, enables us to provide or address the client business problem and offer this as a fraction of a price as compared to the leading products out there in the market.
Yeah, and I'm assuming this is also valid for any business document, not just the invoice.
Yes,
right?
I mean, it's shown in invoices, but
PO, it could be anything.
It could be HR documents or sales orders, anything it's applicable.
Yeah, and we have seen the use case into HR organization as well. When you hire people, you fill up a lot of forms and stuff like that, you can get those as well. When you say, Praveen, talk about a little bit about the fraction of cost, are we talking about 20% more cost-effective or 80% more cost-effective?
It's 75% from what we see in the market, reduction in the cost.
OK, perfect, perfect. All right, thank you. Thank you, Praveen. So going back to Ray, I think now we understand about how enterprises are leveraging these technologies to accelerate their adoption and implement the SAP solutions. Where do you see your organization at Google Treasury and Finance organization going, and what do you see their next steps are?
Sure. So now that we've got the foundation laid and we're implemented in the next coming weeks, I think the next obvious place to look is leveraging Cloud ML. So there's a few things we have in mind around that. So for example, being able to spot anomalies, right? So anomalies in our payments, either intentionally or unintentionally, etc., and getting ahead of that and training some models to help us get alerted to those patterns quickly and getting ahead of them. Another one is obviously using advanced forecasting parts of ML to predict our cash position better. So how are we using our cash? If it's sitting in the bank, can we be using it more smart? Can we predict how much is going to be sitting in the bank at any given time over a longer period of time to get some sort of insights about what we should have in our bank and when, and what we can do with that. So we could be a lot more efficient with our cash if we're able to do that. And then obviously trading patterns seems like an obvious one. I know a lot of people have tried to crack this before, but we would like to start somewhat simple, on what I think is simple, by understanding foreign exchange trading patterns. So at least internally within our own company. So using our in-house banks around the world, can we use Cloud AML to predict what some of the Forex needs will be in various different locations, and ensure that those in-house banks are sufficiently supplied with that currency for use when we need it. And I think we can do those rather easily. One other thing that we're trying to really think about is next generation business intelligence. So this is the whole concept of delivering the right insight at the right time to the right user within the right workflow. So I don't want people to have to exit SAP when they're in the process of doing an accrual for electricity, for example. I'm trying to understand, what should I accrue? They leave the workflow, they go find a dashboard, they change the filters, they do whatever, and 5 minutes later they've found out what the average expenditure on electricity is for the past 6 months. That's a great number. You write on a post-it note, you go back all the way to your SAP screen again. By then our authentication is so tight it might have logged you out. So you go back in again, you log back in, you start writing the accrual again. What I'd like to understand is there places where we could surface that insight within the workflow seamlessly, so that we don't have to create these gaps and exits and entries. And I think there's a lot of Cloud AML we could leverage to do that. So that's how we're thinking about some of our next steps.
Okay. And I just want to let you all know that SAP and Google and Deloitte, we are doing a lot of things together in the market for our clients, not only building the innovative solutions, but also looking at how clients can solve the big data problem. We also understand that every problem is not about just bringing a bigger HANA boxes, right? So looking at the business at the core and trying to solve the problem. We do have certain clients who are talking about 32 and 35 terabyte of data today, and moving them into cloud and continue to grow with 20% year over year is not the solution, right? So we're looking at all of those things. SAP and Google and Deloitte, we are also working to help our clients to innovate new things. Sometimes it may be just the beginning of starting to migrate, either running their pure SAP S/4HANA. We are also exploring options which may in future leverage Kubernetes and containers to sort of host and run an SAP solution, and how that can be portable across. We're also excited about Anthos and live migration, how we can live into a multi-cloud environment, which is, in my mind, was one of the great steps that Google has taken to bring our client environment and think about our client situation rather than our own situation. So those are pretty exciting stuff that we are all doing together. With that, and I know we have 10 minutes left, so I would like to open for questions. If anybody in the audience have any question, I think we have mics around in the back, please. Somebody right to you.
Can you expand more on Stackdriver monitoring and solution manager, on the requirements?
Yeah, so I could. It's actually it's pretty technical, and our infra guys have been working on that for a while. If you look at the cloud.google.com resources, it's actually a very, very useful resource center. Go in there. There are tutorials. There are a lot more, PDF material that you can access that will help you step through it. But certainly, it wasn't simple. It required a lot of very talented infra people to get it working. We're very proud that we got it working. But to step you through it right now would be a little more challenging. If you go onto the resource center, you should get what you need. And if you don't, reach out to me.
And Praveen, you want to share?
Actually, when you deploy an SAP solution on Google Cloud Platform, obviously, SAP client, the customers and clients here, we rely on SAP Solution Manager, but Stackdriver provides additional capabilities. All the things that are happening from a cloud perspective, like will be visible through the Stackdriver, and there is an integration between the Solution Manager and the Stackdriver. So where you can pull this information into the Solution Manager, you can have a single pane of glass where you could show the things that you could see when you go to console.googlecloud.com, the things that you see it over here can be seen on Solution Manager technical monitoring screen as well.
Yeah.
And
the fact that you get to see it on the same UI, the same dashboard, singular monitoring UI is actually very, very powerful.
Okay.
And the Solution Manager has to be Fiori?
No, so Solution Manager, obviously, right? SAP is also evolving. For many, many years, this has been one of the things where SAP was trying to bring a unified user experience. So you do have a provision for viewing these transactions on a Fiori-based and as well as an SAP GUI. But with Solution Manager 7.2 and latest support pack, they are moving towards the Fiori-based UI.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So I work for SAP, so thank you for everything you're saying. So very happy to hear what you guys are talking about. I had two questions specifically on the cloud vision example that you talked about.
Vision API.
Yeah, Vision API, yes. One is what kind of formats does it support today? If you could talk about that. And then secondly, what's the percentage of instance where a human there's human intervention required? And what's the breakout, if you have a breakout of where it's just automated processing and no human intervention required? And is it 5, 10, whatever percentage?
So right now, the solution is built for the English formats, but we are in the next version working on the same thing in the Google Translation, which can help with all the other formats as well, like either it is French or Asian languages or any other languages. So that's how we're making sure that it takes care of the language translation for the different formats from different languages. When it comes to when it can automatically process, that's where you put the threshold. Obviously, TensorFlow model, once you build it, the more you feed into it, it becomes more and more smarter, right? So even for the first time, you take a TensorFlow model, you haven't trained it at all, you get almost up to 75% accuracy, right? And the more invoices that you keep feeding over a period of time, it becomes so smart. Even though you onboard a new vendor and they have a different format, and the first time when you scan it, it almost takes you to the 90% accuracy. That's where you have these confidence levels. Then you can set the threshold, saying that if my confidence level is 90% and above, you automatically process. Don't wait for AP processor. That's first step. The second step where we want to make sure that it doesn't it passes through, and there are 14 sets of business validations where it goes through. If anything, it got missed over here, it gets caught over there and it gets processed over there.
Morning, guys. I am André Rocha. My question about this platform, okay? And you can give more details about the outscaling and the load balancing failover. It showed this slide, and how can SAP S/4HANA support this? And the outscaling and the failover and the load balancing. I can show the demo, and you can give more detail about this, about that, about the outscaling in the SAP.
Yeah, so I think if I understood your question correctly, you would like to see if, what all different versions or features that S/4HANA is supporting for auto scaling. I mean, short answer is the solution is supported by SAP. And it is also supported by Google and other hyperscalers. It is built by us. So you can deploy it on any version of S/4HANA, Business Suite on HANA. As long as you have HANA running behind it, you can deploy it on any of those flavors, whether it is scale out or scale up version of HANA, you should be able to use the solution.
Great.
Yeah.
Praveen here, Ravi. Congratulations, great presentation. I have a question around production environments in the cloud. And what are your next steps in especially focusing around automating system refreshes or any other regular monitoring and all that stuff for production purpose?
Yeah. So, so far the way, we obviously, right, one of the things why clients are moving to the cloud is around, the ease with which they can deploy it and also have these automation capabilities. So we have, what we call it as in one-click deployments. That's the solution that, we have built on our, Deloitte Open Cloud platform, where we exactly know the architecture for, any of the SAP and HANA solutions or non-SAP HANA solutions. The way we created this, Ansible scripts, and then based on which, it's a user-based, format where all we do is, we go put what's the SID name, what's the instance number, and what's the size, and that's it. It automatically spins up. So the one we've been able to achieve it is we were able to deploy S4HANA system in less than 45 minutes. And the way we are doing the refreshes is also like, previously it used to take us almost 5 days, 7 days in a reality. Now we have brought it down to less than a day. So with this, the technology that's available from the Google Cloud Platform plus, automation.
Thank you. One gentleman on this side. And somebody there too. So we'll take those 2 questions. We have 2 minutes left, so.
My question is, your automation, it looks great. I was just wondering, SAP have the Cloud Appliance Library, and whether that sort of automation, how long before that sort of automation would, by default, just exist in the deployments from SAP? I mean, how long have we got before that would be just standard service?
Well, very interesting question, and I think we are asking SAP that question, and how that will be possible. Our solution currently can operate into any hyperscaler platform. I'm assuming SAP would definitely look into it. At this point of time, I do not have an ETA or a plan in place, but wherever we see these innovations are coming, we are using and automated.
I'd add to that one. When you come up with a really solid kind of global requirement or a real living requirement, a product that works and it works well and it's pretty cool, the engineers in Waldorf are very open to engaging. Right? So it's just a matter of sitting down and getting onto their roadmaps, et cetera, if they see a scalable solution for it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you. Please.
Thank you. Great presentation and great demo, Praveen. Thank you. My name is Kailash. My basic question from the sizing perspective. So how do you see the future of sizing? And we used to traditionally do your existing sizing plus then you come up with your target sizing when you have to map all the instances and your cores, CPUs, RAMs, and based on SAPs and based on blah, blah, blah numbers. So how do you see the futures and with this innovations? Can you give some insight?
That's the future. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly which has been for many, many years. I mean, the pain points that we go through, right? But what we strongly believe is, this is the solution, and there are, as and when the new innovative solution comes in, the way we are trying to do is, make sure that we incorporate this, make it even more streamlined, seamless, so that it will be a much more efficient way. So the version what we have is a way based on the current technologies what we have received it. But I can give you a little bit of insider thing as well. So this we built it based on the ML and the cloud functions, right? But we're also trying based on the Kubernetes, right? So if we could achieve it through Kubernetes, then it could be a different way how we look at the sizing perspective. But it's still in labs perspective, so we can't say much more. But that's another way we are, angle that we are looking at it.
Sorry, I know we are out of time, but we will be at our booth at Deloitte, so I'll be more than happy to answer any more questions. Thank you for everybody coming down here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for coming. This concludes our session. Please exit the forum to your right as quickly as possible so that we may get ready for the next session. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Next Live Show. I'm Stephanie Wong. Joining us now is Jennifer Lin, Product Management Director. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So for those viewers who are just learning about Kubernetes and Borg, can you explain what each of those is and how we're making Kubernetes easier to consume and the significance of how each has evolved at Google?
Sure. Kubernetes is the externalization and the open source of our internal controller development container orchestration tool called Borg. It's something that we've evolved over the last decade, and we have said publicly that we launch 4 billion containers a week across the Google environment. So managing that at scale, we've learned a lot about just running large global scale systems and doing container orchestration at scale in a resilient, reliable way. Kubernetes was open sourced a few years ago, and we've had our own managed version of Kubernetes with Google Kubernetes Engine now over 4 years. So a lot has happened in a very short period of time, but there's lots of lessons learned under the covers.
We continue to talk about API, services, and open source. Why is Google differentiating in this space?
Yeah, I think, this industry is changing so fast, developers writing new software, so it's really important that we get the interfaces and how to enable the lifecycle management of services right as a system. And I think that's why Kubernetes has also gained a lot of traction very quickly. It sort of makes the notion of a service a first-class citizen. And we've been very clear about how do APIs interact and how do we essentially define services and do the lifecycle management of services. And that's all coming with the maturity of things like Kubernetes and Istio.
Yeah, and this is all enabling our developers. A lot of developers want to approach the way that Google does and dive in and get experience the way that Google develops software. How does open source enable the community and empower the community?
Yeah, I think open source has been the reason why a lot of this has moved so quickly. I mean, it feels like overnight Kubernetes has become sort of the container orchestration system of choice. Just a few years ago, there was a lot of fragmentation, a lot of folks understood the value proposition of containerization with Docker, but essentially managing that at scale at the system level, there were various options. Through open source, I think we've allowed a lot of people to just, number one, understand what's going on, number two, contribute in a way that's meaningful for them, and get a lot of the use cases out there in the open so we can iterate on best practices, et cetera. And yes, a lot of this has been very focused on developer agility, but now as we move into sort of the maturity of it, yes, a lot of the practices for the operational administrators and SREs and making this essentially a production level system is a lot of what the community is excited about as well.
That's great. Yeah, open source is really focused on our users, and we also want to build our user experience into our products. Can you talk a little bit more about that? And given that our cloud users are different and they have different needs, how do we build that into our products as well?
Yeah, I mean, on the product side within Google, we do a lot with the user research team to just make sure we understand who are the personas, whether it's developer or a security administrator or a network administrator or the IT professional or the user. So just making sure we're taking sort of a use case driven approach and understanding sort of who is the user of the product and essentially, what problem are they trying to solve and how do we hide the complexity and make it a lot easier and make sure that they're essentially doing their job well. But there are a lot, because this is a software stack with a lot of, we've talked a lot about decoupling and separation of concerns. You can have a unified stack, but you have to recognize that there's lots of folks that essentially are consumers of that stack.
So what's your advice for those who want to move to the cloud with acceleration and not have to do a rip and replace and manage their existing lifecycle? How do they bring in cloud native?
Yeah, I think cloud native has really been about sort of openness and the flexibility that we talked about today with Anthos is really there are an architectural set of principles, which I think Kubernetes and things like Istio have kind of put out there in the open source community. There's a framework, and then there's an implementation. So number one, I think the industry is really rallying around the fact that container orchestration, there's sort of a clear de facto standard there. Obviously, we have our managed version of that because there's a lot beyond just the software bits in terms of how do you actually do lifecycle management and keep essentially automatic upgrades, patching, security updates, et cetera, as part of this system, and so that developers can move quickly, but you can keep essentially the security and stability of the system.
Right, and one big part of the acceleration is GKE on-prem, which was announced last August. And this is the first time we've actually brought our technology into the data center at this scale. So why now and why not sooner?
Yeah, I mean, what we found is everybody understands the benefits of cloud, but in many cases there's technical and non-technical reasons why they can't move all their workloads into cloud overnight. So this was a lot about bringing the best of the Kubernetes stack and what we're doing with Google Cloud to the on-prem environment and helping people move at their own pace, while at the same time modernizing in place. So it's not just about renting compute cycles, it's actually about application modernization and developing new services and adding more business value, et cetera. So we're pretty excited about that. Now it's not just on our GCP resources, but we can essentially run this on third-party servers in a private data center for the enterprise, and as we talked about today, other environments as well.
So speaking of modernization, we loved your demo during the Day 1 keynote.
Thank you.
We heard a lot about modernizing in place this year. Can you talk about how Anthos enables you to modernize your applications no matter where they are, as you mentioned, on premises or in the cloud?
Yeah, I think that's the nice thing about Kubernetes is with Anthos we're really thinking about sort of open APIs so that the interfaces between those environments, number one, we can hide the complexity but still keep a consistent management environment. For the developers, independent of where those workloads run, they can learn one set of tools and essentially evolve as the industry evolves without picking sort of exactly where that's going to run or what production environment it's going to run in, because many developers don't know. They want to write once, run anywhere. Their consumers may be running in many clouds. And similarly for the platform administrator, they don't have to learn a bunch of different vendor tools. This framework is here to stay. We believe it's going to be the standard for many years to come. So even if that's not running in Google's cloud per se, that skill set that many enterprises are trying to hire people who understand Kubernetes, that's very portable. So people are willing to invest in it now because it's going to be here to stay for many years.
And on that theme, we're hearing that developers and operators want to be managing at higher levels of the stack, but they still want visibility and control over policy management at a service level. How is Anthos providing a unified programming model and monitoring and policy across on-premise and multiple clouds?
Yeah, great question. I mean, with Kubernetes, obviously, we've really thought about container orchestration and cluster administration at scale. With Istio, we're thinking about assuming most of your microservices are now containerized, how do you look out for the lifecycle and health of those services and the interactions between those services? How do you make sure that those services are authenticated and that you can put essentially policies around those services without having to manage the underlying infrastructure complexity? And then we showed how we're doing config management and automating essentially configurations at scale in a way that essentially is declarative. So you can define the policies once and push them down to different environments, and you don't have to rewrite them with a lot of toil for each cloud environment. And that's really important for customers that are thinking about, let's say, PCI compliance or governance. Those rules around how to have those security controls in place don't change cloud to cloud, but today they're spending a lot of time just to make sure they can ensure audit and compliance in each different environment. So we believe that's sort of extra overhead that doesn't need to be there, and that was a key push with Anthos. Many of our enterprise customers, they want to embrace new technologies, but it's not easy to figure out how do I ensure that I'm still reducing my cost, keeping the efficiency, and addressing what the auditors and compliance regulatory environments are looking for.
Right, and we actually know that not everybody has the luxury of moving to the cloud immediately for whatever reason. How can we help them get there?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, this has been a great week so far. I think the partner community is very engaged. I think a lot of the use cases and the best practices that are being put out there are based on, folks trying things out, sharing best practices. We're trying to take more of a use case driven approach. With Anthos, I think a lot of what we're trying to share is the operational domain knowledge and the best practices of us, having run these systems at scale, but also tapping into, our hundreds of ecosystem partners who are getting excited about it and contributing back. As this matures, and I think this is happening very quickly in the last couple of years, but it really is about solution delivery and not just technology delivery.
With Anthos, all these customers moving into production at scale is very exciting. And, obviously, as you said, there are security concerns. How are we making that easier for our customers?
Yeah, we've been, security is a major differentiator for us for GCP more broadly. And I think because containerization is relatively a new space, we've been doing a lot with both our customers and partners to do, number one, education and awareness around container security and secure software supply chains and things like binary authorization and CI/CD and how to make sure that security security is baked in way upstream, so that when a developer checks in code, essentially it starts the governance process of security, and it's not a bolt-on afterthought after the fact. I think that is a lot of the way that the Google developers are. When they check in code, essentially they don't have to be an expert in security, but the platform takes care of a lot of the complexity of security and governance.
Thank you so much for your time, Jennifer.
Thanks for having me.
Got a question or comment on Anthos or Kubernetes? Reach out to us on social media with the hashtag GoogleNext19. We're going to stick with the Anthos topic for a bit and head down to the showcase floor where our team is demoing a new solution that allows customers to modernize to containers.
Hey everyone, we're here at the Infrastructure and Migration Zone of Google Cloud Next. I'm Mark Mirchandani. I'm here with Shonath. Shonath, we heard a lot today about Anthos. What is Anthos? Why is it so exciting?
Anthos is incredibly exciting for us at Google Cloud. We announced Anthos as Cloud Services Platform just over 8 months ago. And today we're very excited to announce general availability of Anthos for our customers to be able to use it. Anthos is our hybrid and multi-cloud platform that gives our customers the ability to build once and run anywhere.
Why is hybrid and multi-cloud so important right now?
That's a great question, Mark. So hybrid and multi-cloud has been on top of mind for a lot of our customers. They're very, very excited about the ability to use clouds, but oftentimes what happens is when they're running something on-prem but running something else in the cloud, it becomes hard for them to manage these different deployments that make them segment their workforce into engineers who are working on different things instead of focusing on innovating for their customers. So that's why hybrid and multi-cloud is very important, and it's very important to have a uniform platform like Anthos that lets customers run in a uniform way across the board.
So we're talking about standardizing, making sure that everyone's on the same level. For people who are here at the showcase, they can come interact with this booth. What does this tell people who are looking at what does Anthos do for me?
So what we have in this demo is we've taken the analogy of a city and how it works, and we've used that to show how hybrid and multi-cloud is very important and how Anthos helps in that particular analogy. So let's get started. So we have these 3 things that you can do over the course of this demo. First, let's start off by modernizing your services. There are multiple reasons you would want to modernize your service. For instance, it gives you a lot more agility and speed and lets you deploy faster. So in this demo, there are 2 options for how you can modernize your applications. You can either containerize them manually, or you can use CSP Migrate, which is now called Anthos Migrate, to be able to migrate these applications automatically from VMs running on-prem into containers running in the cloud. So for the sake of this run through, let's select modernizing with Velostrata, which is Anthos Migrate. So Velostrata automatically containerizes your VM-based workloads and will deploy them to GKE running in the cloud. So just as easily as that, you'll have all of your VMs now move to the cloud as containers. And now let's look at the second part. We also help you standardize config management using Anthos Config Management. What Anthos Config Management lets you do is it lets you take a single configuration and deploy it across the board declaratively and uniformly without you having to go and do it once at a time per platform. So no matter whether you're running only on-prem, in Google Cloud, or maybe even with other clouds, you can do this all at once.
Right, so now it's all standardized.
So now it's all standardized. And so for the third part of this demo, there's something very exciting for me, which is a service mesh. A service mesh is basically a mechanism that lets you look deep into the traffic that's actually flowing between your applications, whether they run on-premise or in the cloud. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to use Anthos to implement a service mesh between on-prem will here and the 2 cloud wills that we have. And by doing this, we're able to select a service and we're able to say that let's upgrade this service. Now, when you upgrade this service, you pick a new version that you want to upgrade to, but instead of upgrading everything at once, what you're going to do is you're going to select a small percentage of your VMs or workloads and upgrade them at once. So when you do this and you upgrade these containers at that point in time, you will upgrade just that 20% so that you see everything's running fine and you don't have anything broken. And once you're confident that this service is working well, you can upgrade everything else. So this means now you're able to roll out applications with limited downtime to almost 0 downtime for your customers.
So you can see how Anthos uses open source technologies, but also this idea of standardization to really bring it to everybody.
Yes.
What's an example customer or concrete use case that Anthos has right now?
Great question. So we have a lot of customers who've been very excited to use Anthos, and they span multiple verticals. Like for instance, HSBC from retail and banking, and Siemens, who's a giant when it comes to manufacturing, are also looking at Anthos as their platform of choice for doing IoT and their IoT platform. So there are multiple customers across verticals like retail and healthcare who are very excited about this platform and love that ability to standardize and have a uniform platform.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Srinath. I'm sure there's going to be tons of great content here about Anthos and lots of other stuff at Google Cloud Next, so stay tuned.
Thanks, team. Check out this next DevBite, where we explore how human bias can sometimes creep into our work without us realizing it.
This is Michelle Casbon. She's an engineer at Google on the Kubeflow team.
And this is John Bohannon. He's the Director of Science at Primer, an AI startup.
My team at Primer built a machine learning system that reads millions of news articles and tells you what it learns.
And I worked with them to deploy this system with Kubeflow to make it portable and scalable.
The goal is to create a machine to help humans learn about the world and overcome their biases. Humans are biased.
Consider this riddle.
A boy and his father are in a car crash. The father is killed instantly. The boy is rushed to the hospital and prepped for surgery with one of the best doctors in the country. The doctor arrives, sees the boy on the table, and says, "I can't operate on this patient. He's my son."
Who's the doctor?
It's a paradox, right? The father's dead, so...
It's the boy's mother.
For those playing at home, don't feel bad. 85% of people are stumped by this question. It even worked on Michelle when she first heard it.
Bias is powerful. All humans have it, and we all have to work against it constantly.
Every time you meet someone, you can't help but make assumptions.
But you're probably biased.
Wait, that one's actually mine.
And that one's mine. Oh.
You're totally biased.
Well, any system built on human decisions will inherit human bias.
Consider Wikipedia. It has grown into the world's most important general-purpose information resource, but there's no one in charge. Information is added to Wikipedia day after day by millions of volunteers. It just boggles the mind that such a thing can exist and that it actually works. Wikipedia aims to be the summary of all human knowledge, but it has biases, just like the humans who create it.
If you think about all the new things we learn about the world each day, keeping Wikipedia up to date seems impossible. It's not just that important information is missing from most articles, but it's that many important articles haven't been written at all.
Which shouldn't be that surprising, right?
Well, so there are about 5 million Wikipedia articles.
In English alone, yep.
And there are some thousands of news articles published every day.
Hundreds of thousands, just in English.
So you just have to read all of it. You find the important information that's in one set and doesn't exist in the other. Okay, yeah, that's hard.
Machine learning to the rescue. I decided to start by focusing on people. We want a system that just reads all the news every day and learns new information about everyone. Not only people described in Wikipedia, but anyone described in the news. And if there's enough significant information about someone in the news who's missing from Wikipedia, the system should just write you the first draft of the article. The goal is to make it as easy as possible for the human editors of Wikipedia to do their job. And the first step is to shine a really bright light so we can see where our bias is.
For example?
Well, for example, only about 15% of Wikipedia's biographical articles are about women, and that gender gap is especially bad for scientists. If you never hear about all the amazing women of science and engineering, then it reinforces your bias about those professions.
Exactly. And that's why I wanted to work with Primer on this in the first place.
Right, and here we are just a few weeks later, and we're actually catching up on where we are with deployment. So, where we left off, we had this really cool ML system with some really classic ML deployment problems.
Kubeflow to the rescue!
Our first problem was scaling. So the computing load is all over the map on this one. On any given day, we're like processing hundreds of thousands of documents, news articles, scientific papers, and we're updating information about people in our knowledge base. But we also have users who might want to add thousands of new people all at once. And that kicks off a backfill of information about those people from millions of historical documents.
This turned out to be easy to solve because your team had already set up a Kubernetes cluster. Now, Kubeflow is built on Kubernetes because scalability is baked into the platform. The application backend was built on top of Postgres, which was a straightforward migration into Cloud SQL. Once the data was migrated, I transplanted the full app into Kubernetes Engine. I started with a single node cluster and enabled auto provisioning, which scales the size of the cluster up and down based on resource requests. So now we can deal with unpredictable and bursty computing loads like yours.
Okay, but on top of the scaling problem, I've also got a complexity problem. So our data pipeline has a bunch of spaghetti junctions, and not only do we have thousands of models to load at inference time, but we have to update those models as new information comes in. So at training, it adds up to like millions of model features getting updated every day.
I noticed that. Luckily, this is exactly what Kubeflow is designed for: composability. The platform provides patterns for reusing common ML tasks, like updating models incrementally in the background. I started by carving out pieces of the app. For example, model training was refactored into a separate service that uses Kubeflow operators. The monolith is now separated into smaller, distinct pieces. Now it's a pipeline with 3 separate steps: train, serve, and web app.
Oh, that sounds much nicer. Okay, so how's it looking so far?
Well, the refactoring immediately reduced the training runtime, so that translates directly to cost savings. And now you don't have to run huge nodes all the time because GKE takes care of the scaling for you. Well, the other win is the decrease in code complexity. That translates to less maintenance overhead, less time searching for the source of bugs, less time on-ramping new engineers, and adding new features.
Okay, but that creates a new problem.
What haven't I thought of?
So, now we have all this saved time. What am I going to do with all my time?
You could create some Wikipedia articles about women of science.
Good call. Oh, and what about the last thing on my wish list about vendor lock-in? We don't want our system tied to one cloud infrastructure. We want it to be able to deploy anywhere, even on-prem. Oh, and bonus points if the solution is free and open source.
Check and check. As long as you're running standard open source Kubernetes, you can run Kubeflow.
Wait, Kubeflow is open source?
Yep.
What?
Thanks for listening. I hope that hearing about this project lowers the bar for trying it yourself. The Kubeflow community has some great resources for getting started, which you can find at kubeflow.org.
And hey, got a few minutes of free time? I've already used this machine learning system to identify thousands of notable women of science who are missing from Wikipedia. You can make a difference right now. Just follow this link and see what the machine has discovered for you. Go fill in a gap in the world's knowledge.
Eliminating human bias with Kubeflow can be useful in every industry. You can watch all the live stream content again or share it with your friends and colleagues at g.co/nextonair. Now, start working up an appetite because right after the next sessions, we're experimenting with pizza and pie. Stay tuned, you're watching the next live show from San Francisco.
Good afternoon, everyone. This will be a very full session. Please make sure that every available seat is taken. Please move down and to the front. Please move into the rows. Thank you. Please welcome President, Partners and Industry Platforms, Google Cloud, Tarek Shaukat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. A lively bunch today. That's awesome. So thank you for joining us. I am really excited to be here to talk about the Innovation Series. As you've heard over the last 2 days, or hopefully have taken away over the last 2 days, the way that we think about the cloud, the way that we understand cloud actually impacting businesses is not simply from an IT standpoint. It's not simply a way to get IT better, faster, cheaper. It may have started that way, and in many cases, a lot of you in the audience and a lot of others really started moving into the cloud because it was a way to get on-demand access to computing power. But what we are really seeing now is that cloud is becoming a platform, as Thomas said earlier, for digital transformation. And if you think about it, every customer, every company is becoming a data company, is becoming a software company, is becoming an AI company, is becoming a digital company. And that is a really profound change for many, many of you all here today. And we very much view our role within Google Cloud as helping to facilitate that transformation, to help providing the tools to enable that transformation, to help provide the capabilities, the training, the raw materials, and partnering with each of you to help make that change happen, help bring whatever innovations you want to life, but very much in partnership. And it really does require a fundamental rethink of what is the purpose of the company. What are you trying to achieve? What are the business problems that you are looking to solve? And how can cloud help with that? And so what in my role here at Google as President of Google Cloud, looking after our partner and industry platforms, I get to see this every day. And Thomas and Urs and others have talked about how we're trying to build capabilities in a range of industries, whether that's in manufacturing and energy, whether that's in retail, consumer products, whether it's in healthcare, financial services, a whole range of others, public sector, how we are trying to partner with each of you to bring about this change, to bring about the transformation, and to help you discover new insights into your business. How do you serve your customers better? How do you make your supply chains more efficient? So I couldn't be more excited than to be here introducing this session. What you're going to hear today is a set of best practices, a set of case studies, a set of insights that a number of different companies, your peers, have been able to generate, changes and transformations they've been able to create using the capabilities available in the cloud, the IT capabilities, the analytical capabilities, AI, and a whole range of other cases. And so it's a wonderful list of companies that are going to come on up and share their stories with you. I hope you enjoy it and learn something. And without any further ado, I'd like to bring up Chris from Target. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Krishan Srinivasan. I head the Cloud and Compute organization at Target. For those who shop at Target and for those who love shopping at Target, I'm sure you know that we are all about inspiration and joy. And for those who don't know about Target, we are one of the biggest retailers in the US across 50 states. And I have a simple proposition that I want to start with. Any organization that wants to serve its customers or is thinking about customer satisfaction has to think about inspiration and joy. Now, how many of us from an IT standpoint think inspiration and joy? At Target, we do. Technology has been a key factor behind Target's growth over the last few years. And we are just getting started. See, it's even more critical because if your goal is to be America's easiest place to shop, technology becomes a foundational stone for us. Now, having said that, we know that our guests have high expectations. They want us to do well. They believe in us. They're rooting for us. They want us to innovate. And simply, they just want us to be Target. So with all these high expectations, how do we look up and out from a technology standpoint? How do we make sure that we build the right platforms and capabilities from an infrastructure standpoint so that we are ready for our future guests when they come up with those new experiences or when they're looking for those new experiences? And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Last year, our CIO, Mike McNamara, was at this very event, and he shared the business strategy and the technology transformation at Target. As Mike stated, our strategy is indeed working. And cloud is an enabler, and thank you to Google for being part of the journey as well. In fact, this is our 5th straight year where we are growing 25% year over year. And I'm happy to say that last year was the first year where we ran 100% of our cloud commerce workload on Google Cloud Platform. So Google, thank you for a flawless holiday season in 2018. Together, we came together, and we provided our guests some phenomenal experiences. Now, what you see on the screen is these are industry-leading fulfillment services for our guests, and we're just adding on more and more to it. A couple of examples. Let's say you're at work, and you want to make that order, you're looking for something, but you don't have the patience to wait for 2 days. you have the capability now to make that order online from your work and pick it up on your way back home. What about this? A busy mom, it's raining. She has two little ones in her back seat, and one of them is starting to throw some tantrums. The other one starts to begin to melt down, and I know some of us have been there. She does not have to get out of a car. And what we have done is we have given that mom the capability to punch in that order, and when she drives her car to the parking lot, our team members get notified through a geolocation service. And within 2 minutes, our store team members will come and place the order in the car trunk. And these are the experiences that we are talking about in the future. Now, how did we get here? I would say there are 3 foundational principles at Target we believe in. First, technology has to be experience-focused. Now, what do I mean by that? At Target, experiences takes first before technology does. All of us have been in incident, outages, and operational calls. Something happens, we get on a call, and this is where typical IT organizations do. There's a server failure, there's a database failure, or some software developer over there did a full table scan, brought down an application. At Target, we look at it a little bit different. When we have an outage or an incident at Target, yes, all of us do get on the call, but the first question we ask is, what is the impact to the guest? What is the impact to the team member? We understand that very clearly, and then we talk about what is the technical or technology issues. Second, architecture must be simple, elegant, and adaptive. And what I mean by that is, when we write applications at Target, we want to make sure that we don't have a vendor lock-in. And there is this foundational principle that platforms are the path to the future and not just tools. And the third thing I would say is, technology has to embrace cloud and open source, which is why we went with Google. Now, we all know that cloud gives us the speed and agility and elasticity and all that good stuff. But what about open source? At Target, when we have a solution and we're looking for a solution for a problem, the first thing we do is internally look inside and see whether we can repurpose a solution that we already have. If for some reason that's not available, we then go to the open source community. And we look at it, and if for some reason that's not available, we then go ahead and write it on our own, even before we go to the vendors. And the best part is, once we write it, we contribute back to the open source community. So I talked about these high expectations earlier that guests have on us. They want us to do well. They want us to be Target. They want us to innovate. This is where the next chapter of innovation comes in that I talked about earlier, which is all about focusing on our guests and our team members in the future. Be it a quart of milk or that beautiful rug you're looking at, or that perfect gift that you want for somebody, Target is a positive force behind millions of people in the US every single day. Now, we have about 30 million of our guests shop at our stores every month, about 100 million visits in our digital fronts. So to do this, we operate in at about 1,850 stores. We have 29 or 39 distribution centers. We have our own 2 data centers, and yes, we also have Google Cloud as well. But, and here's the challenge that comes in. What if all these assets came together seamlessly? What if I could take a workload and just deploy it across the board? And what if I don't look at these 1,850 stores as stores, but I look at them as yet another extension of my cloud? So tomorrow, I'm not going to have just GCP. I may have 1,850 cloud environments. Just think about that power and the capability and the scalability that we can get. And what if there is a scenario where I have 5 stores in New York, 3 stores in San Francisco. I want to do 2 pilots the same day. I get the results back, and I pick one of them because one has a better experience for a guest. And within a few hours, what if I can just deploy to 1,850 stores across the hundreds of thousands of devices that are running in those stores? We have close to 130,000 Android mobile devices that are running in those stores. And what if I can do that seamlessly? And here's the best part. What if I could do everything that I said and still make the underlying infrastructure completely invisible to our engineers. So they are focused on what they're good at, which is to write great software that can delight our guests and make our team members happy. They don't have to worry about underlying technology. They don't have to worry about patches, the version upgrades. We take care of all of that. And that's what we have been working on at Target. Our engineers have been hard at work for the last 18 months building this platform at Target to solve this exact challenge for the future. Within Target, we call it as TAP, or TAP, which stands for Target Application Platform. The mission of this platform is very simple. It's to make Target the best place to write and deliver software with zero-touch infrastructure. So in closing, I want to go back to my initial proposition that I made, that any organization that wants to provide great customer service must focus on inspiration and joy. Our guests get inspiration and joy from our products and services, which they love, and they're rooting for us. Our store team members get inspiration and joy by delivering those services to our guests. Our technology team members get inspiration and joy by building and innovating for the next set of experiences. And that's the thing about inspiration and joy. When it's going great, you get to renew it every single day. And that's what we do at Target, and we are just getting started. Thank you, and have a wonderful conference.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marcus East. I have the best job in the world in that I'm the Chief Technology Officer for National Geographic. And what you just saw on screen there was just a slice of the National Geographic image collection. Now, we don't think of those assets just as digital files. Every single one of those pictures that you saw tells a story. They're the stories of adventurers who've been around the world to explore unknown places, photographers who are trying to capture their knowledge of the world, or researchers who are trying to help us better understand the planet around us. And we take our responsibility at National Geographic very seriously as the custodians of those images, because those images help to tell stories, and those stories help to improve people's knowledge of the planet Earth, of its people, its animals, and its places. And by doing so, we hope that we can help people to care more about the planet, because if they care more about the planet, they're more likely to protect the planet. And so our team is incredibly excited that not only do we do things that are fantastic from a technology perspective, but we have an opportunity to do things that are actually meaningful to society. So those beautiful images, many of which that you recognized, obviously have to be supported by a great technology platform. And at National Geographic, we had what we called a system called SPY. And SPY was effectively the home for these wonderful images. It had roughly 17 terabytes of data, housing 2 million iconic images that have really helped over the last 130 years to shape the narrative coming out of National Geographic. It probably won't surprise you to hear, though, that over the last 20 years, the team that's responsible for running our image collection had built, they would describe it as lovingly hand-built, an application in Java that was, over a period of 20 years, iterated upon. We discovered there was not much documentation, unfortunately. I'm sure that's a situation that none of you have ever experienced before. It was hosted on-premise, and it was managed by an operations team without technical oversight. And From my perspective, when I first joined National Geographic 2 years ago, it was obvious to me that it had what we describe as a suboptimal information security posture. Now, that's a situation that was clearly not acceptable to us. And interestingly, that system that was housing the crown jewels of National Geographic found itself under intense scrutiny. And our VP of Information Security came to me and she said, Marcus, I think we have a bit of a problem. This system is not really fit for purpose. In terms of the legacy that we're protecting, we need to do something about this. And we unfortunately took the decision to take that system offline. And we worked with the business team to come up with a solution. We helped them to remediate the issues. And after many, many months of this, we realized that this was actually not going to work. And we had to take some drastic action. Our CEO came to my office and said, Marcus, we need to do something here. I'd like your team to take responsibility for this. And this was in November of 2018. Your team has to take responsibility for this, has to fix this application and get it back online. And as he was leaving my office, and he said, and by the way, it must be up by January 2019. So that's obviously not something that you ever want to hear. We had a situation where the crown jewels of our organization were in a system that needed help. We had a very limited time in which to do something. And the thing that was driving the need to do something was what we call our Storytellers Summit, where all of the famous photographers that tell these National Geographic stories around the world were coming to Washington, D.C., to National Geographic headquarters in order to celebrate photography. And obviously, that was not going to be a great story if we didn't have the archive up and running. The good news is we like a challenge in the product and technology function at National Geographic. In fact, two of my colleagues here, Melissa Wiley, our VP of Digital Products, and Mike Debnam, our VP of Engineering, huddled with me in my office, and we said, all right, what are we going to do here in order to resolve this problem? We didn't have much time. We were familiar with the cloud. We had spent a lot of time working on a migration to the cloud. But we realized that this needed to be something special, something more. We decided to reach out to our friends at Google Cloud. And the reason that we did that was not just because we felt that they had incredible technology and a great solution to the problems that we were facing, but we felt there was an alignment of values. In our conversations with them, we understood that they cared as much about the environment as we do. Things like sustainability were things that they talked about when proposing to us using Google Cloud as a possible platform. And we then set about, just before Thanksgiving, the process of putting this incredibly valuable archive back online. Google worked very closely with us, both from a technology perspective, but also from a professional services perspective. We introduced a third party called Globant, and in fact, that was Google's suggestion. We already had an existing relationship with Globant, so we were very happy to work with them. And you can imagine what the next 8 weeks was like, with a team of people working around the clock to take this legacy application, to move it into Google Cloud, to protect it. In this case, we used technologies from both Okta and Akamai to protect access to that application. And we were able to get it up and running in time for the Storyteller Summit. Now, that's not something that we would necessarily want to do again. I would not encourage anyone in the room who's a technologist to sign up for an 8-week mission-critical deployment to the cloud, but we did it. And I would say that it was incredibly rewarding to work with both Google Cloud and Globant to get that done. You can't have a CTO on the stage without an architectural diagram, of course. I don't have time to go into this, but what I would say is that one of the beauties for us in working with Google Cloud was the flexibility that they brought. I think when Tarek made his opening comments, he really brought that home with this focus on solving business problems. The fact that we had other systems that were connected to SPI and other systems that were dependent on it wasn't an inhibitor to working with Google Cloud to get this application up and running. So what about the future? We've obviously been able to take this application and get it into Google Cloud, make it available to our photographers and our internal stakeholders again. And that's been wonderful. In fact, I received hugs and kisses from our photographers as a result of us having done that. But there is an interesting future. One of the reasons that we chose to work with Google Cloud was our excitement about tools such as AutoML and the Cloud Vision API that will allow us to do things such as enriching the metadata that goes with these wonderful images that we have in our image collection. And we believe that we can utilize the power of GCP and some of the native capabilities in Google Cloud to build even more compelling stories and even more compelling experiences in the future. But the most important thing is that the legacy of our photographers is now safe. And these are not just the legacies of these individual photographers. In some respects, they are part of the legacy of humanity. These are stories that need to be told, that people need to understand. And I'm delighted to say that working with Google Cloud, we were able to secure the image collection not just for ourselves, but for many, many generations to come. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Laura Bandura, and I'm a research geophysicist at Chevron. Some of you may remember that I was on stage at Google Next last July. Back then, I talked about how to make sense out of way too much data. We were using Google Cloud's AutoML Vision API to analyze the content of thousands of geoscience documents and to make them searchable. My goal then was to describe how we could quickly access and utilize the work documented by thousands of Chevron employees in the form of field reports, seismic recordings, core samples, lab analyses, environmental studies, and much more. With Google Cloud, we got it in one place, digitized it, and through the power of machine learning, gave this data new life. Today, I want to tell you how far we've come with that project and how we've added tools to do something far more valuable, creating a new way of consuming information by a rich and diverse team of people, and acting faster to achieve our business goals. The energy business literally powers the modern world. For someone like me, part of the excitement is understanding how we use geology and geophysics to understand the subsurface of the Earth. In my work, we use seismic waves to probe the subsurface geology. Those measurements are then used to create detailed pictures of what the Earth looked like deep into the past, and also to help us determine where oil and gas are located. Here we show an example of a modern river system containing channel features that have similar dimensions and patterns to features that we tried to find in the subsurface for exploration. And one of these examples is this image of a submarine canyon system that we've found within seismic data. But the excitement doesn't stop there. The next step is to connect our interpretations of these images to the value chain and to ultimately impact how we produce oil and gas. For an integrated energy company like Chevron, that means working with multiple teams globally that include research scientists, engineers, and analysts. Some of us are working in offices interpreting data, and others are out in the field conducting operations. Communicating with our peers across geographic and language boundaries and across subject matter domains is nothing new to Chevron. In fact, we've done this very well for over a century. Over time, however, information can become siloed. What if we could create some common digital spaces where all teams could look at all of the available information to support the work that they are doing? What if all of Chevron's experts could have the best data available at all times, regardless of where they are located or what their technical specialty is? How would we organize something like that? And the answer is to take things back to basics. And for us, that is the Earth, and to build it up in a whole new way. On Google Cloud, we've created a system that digitizes text, tables, and images, all sorts of notations and data readings. We made everything searchable through metadata that was automatically generated. With AutoML, we utilize custom geologic labels to tag images and use knowledge graphs to summarize field reports. With natural language processing and translation, we created an enormous index of our data and documents that is now searchable in any language. This means that data from years ago can be combined with more recent findings, or matched against technology improvements that we've made in field development planning, in safety, or even in well completions, giving new life to work that took place many years ago. Where physical and geographical data are concerned, Google Earth is the key technology for visualization. We can take the surface view of the Earth and then expand it to create a view of its below-surface features, as well as we know them from decades of our work in exploration and production. Populating it with information like seismic data and well logs that describe transitions between geologic layers. We can add publicly available information about surrounding geologies and industry activities, developing still richer ways of seeing our data with new understanding. And this is really, literally, decades of human work seen in the context of millions of years of geology. And this is really just the beginning for us. We have new ways of seeing and using legacy and modern data and linking it with real-time business processes happening within Chevron around the globe each day, from earth science to facilities engineering, to environment and safety and beyond. Through our collaboration with Google, we have developed a framework that enables us to do more together, connecting our technical experts to our data and to each other. And that's really made possible by what our hosts today are calling One Google. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be in this session with hearing all the wonderful stories from my other speakers. Indeed, how Google Cloud is being utilized. And I thought it is important for us at Philips as a healthcare sector to also implement some of those things real life. So indeed, this is indeed a good learning session for me also. I thought that would be interesting to share some insights. I'm the group CIO of Philips. We have 3-4 businesses that we are handling in personal health, connected care, and really trying to bring together diagnostics, imaging, and other applications to the patient's medical industry altogether. But more important is, how do we work effectively with our partners so that we can all make healthy living a success? Doesn't that appeal to each one of you? Healthy living, right? It's about you and I and how we can do different things during this journey. So what is interesting to me is really getting on the plate, how are we leveraging the cloud? So we have something called HealthSuite digital platform that was implemented a couple of years back as we started thinking through the journey overall, that there is a full ecosystem in the healthcare sector of insurers, of payers, of hospitals, diagnostic centers, and of course, self-care. When a patient is at times in the senior citizen stage or is in the ICU, where they do not wish to be in the hospital, they just want to be at home, in the comfort zone of the home. How can we bring the services together? And all of these things prompted us to think about what is called always on. So you need to have access to good healthcare services and also have the ability to give the feedback loop as such. And that's where the entire cloud journey began for us, where we said the personalized connected services is something that will allow us for that feedback loop to happen. And indeed, when working through the developments that the cloud providers like Google are giving to us, I think this is wonderful. So if I look at it, not only is as an industry domain in healthcare that we are thinking through these kinds of problems and use cases, but also the fact that around us, technology is changing significantly. And if you see the horizons, right from horizon 1 to maybe the nth horizon, and the chatbots, the cloud-based ecosystem can provide, for example, the deep learning that is needed in order to give an insight which will allow for the technology or the smart technology to be really leveraged in a healthcare environment is immense. So if I just take one of these examples of smart technology where AI bot services is going to be extremely useful, is in the clinical environment where there is a help that is needed. And if we are able to take up the symptoms from a patient and holistically create a database that allows that particular data to be shared with various service providers, physicians, and hospitals, and make the electronic medical record, which is called the EMR sector, to be a reality, that would be a big success for all of us. It's really having real-time information insights that is needed. We even think about digital coaches, concepts of digital coaches, where we have a product which is called Sonicare toothbrush. I don't know how many of you use that, but I hope, yeah, that's one good show of hand from Tariq. There you go. Can I have a show of hands for the Sonicare toothbrush? Excellent, excellent, yes, that's what we needed, right? So we get that feedback loop going from the toothbrush, whether you're doing a good job of covering all those ends in your mouth or not, and making sure that those insights can be fed back through the cloud environment, no matter which part of the world you're living in. That's real life, day-to-day type of changes that we can bring to you through these digital coaches. I'll take another example, and I love it because e-commerce has been growing like anything. And when you think about e-commerce, I always think about, okay, say you're dealing with an asthma patient, and an asthma patient, say, needs effectively to be treated, you need air humidifier. So if the patient data for the asthma patient can be collated, as a human being, there are different components that have to be collated from a data insight standpoint, and a recommendation engine to be connected through the e-commerce online platform, where recommendation would be to buy an air humidifier or to leverage something like an air humidifier, then that connects the whole solution dot. And that's the journey we are towards, and I bet cloud providers like Google would really be very, very helpful to all of us. And I'm extremely thankful to, of course, Anthos, the platform that has been launched, because then we don't have to think about constraints from what kind of a hybrid cloud environment we are carrying. I think IoT is a much used word. What I'd like to introduce to you is IoMT, which is Internet of Medical Things. And this whole ecosystem of smart devices with the medical things, because a medical industry, if I consider this side as the medical side and this side as the IoT side, both have to merge and provide that connected solution. And so that's where, say, the connectivity is about not just hardware and software design, but actually bringing the innovation services. And for healthcare, I would say that this is so much needed. Our whole connected healthcare system, like in an ICU, for example, how you see the 7 monitors in an ICU, all the inputs and insights from those 7 monitors, the data has to be connected through real-time software and provided to the physicians, right? And so finally, I'd like to say that the Future Health Index findings are of great value. We clearly see that for us to be very high in the Future Health Index of what Philips does, we do see that cloud is there and is very much needed with all the enhancements of AI and machine learning as such, in order to really give connected care, this whole connected care technology, a successful value-add initiative for each one of us to leverage. So I look forward to this journey with all our cloud providers, and thank you, Tariq, for inviting us to share some of our needs in the healthcare industry, and I look forward to working with many of us together. Thank you.
There's quite a picture up there. Marcus, if you need this to be part of the repository of National Geographic critical pictures, I'll go ahead and email that to you. So I'm glad to be here today talking a little bit about where I work. So in full transparency, the conversation is powered by Robitussin and cough drops, so I can't be held accountable for anything I say. I brought my notes up to help me out a little bit with that, so please work with me and bear with me. So I am the CIO. My name is David Shive, and I am the CIO of the largest property management organization in the world. Think of like Jones Lang LaSalle. We're bigger than that. I am also the CIO of the largest fleet in the world. So think of UPS's big, great big fleet, or Coca-Cola, or Avis, or places like that. Our fleet is bigger than all of that. We are the purveyor of the largest collections of arts and antiquities in the world. We're one of the biggest design and construction companies in North America. So think Whiting Turner or Clark Construction. We do those bodies of work. We do all of this effectively with technology, and I'm going to talk a little bit about partnership and the effective use of technology at the end of this discussion. But we do this on behalf of you, many of you in this space. If you're a U.S. citizen or a visitor to the United States, you're part of who we do this for. So who are we? We're the United States General Services Administration. And we do all of this on behalf of the citizens and visitors of the United States, as well as the federal agencies that support operations in the federal space. So that's a pretty picture of our place. That's one of the many buildings that we manage and control, along with the Pentagon and the White House and others like that. So all of this disparate business mission, we're effectively the back office of the United States. We look after land and buildings and physical needs. Our workers are property managers, they're purchasing agents, they're policy writers. We write policy for the entire federal government. They're technologists. We provide technology for the federal government. We do this on behalf of our federal partners so that our federal partners can focus on their primary mission areas, which are protecting our borders and accelerating the mission to Mars or curing cancer. We do this kind of mundane work so that they can focus on their primary mission areas. Because we've been doing that for a long time, we've become a proving ground, a test ground for new and enabling technologies, so that what we can try before we buy and try before we use in GSA, we can then scale across the rest of government. So talking about that digital transformation role, because we've used technology as an enabler for a fair amount of time, we've been able to take what we've learned internally and scale that through our Federal Acquisition Service. We're the purchasing agents of the federal government, or through Internet of Things with our building automation technologies, and we'll scale that through government, taking our IoT learnings and move it on from there. Let's go to the next one. So how do we do this? In this role, we do a few things. One, we try new technologies. We attract world-class talent into our organization. And we do this for a couple of reasons. We're steward of taxpayer dollars. We're spending your money. A shareholder, when they make an investment in a company, they're going into that knowing that they can potentially lose that money. You citizens, you're not making that investment. We're obligated to do well for you. That's a significant influence on how we do our technology and why we do our technology. Because of that, because we're dealing with taxpayer dollars, we share everything. We share our code, we share our playbooks, we share our configurations, we share our talent, we share our infrastructure, because we're doing this with your dollars. In addition to being able to share everything, the ideation that we do, the builds of our minimally viable products, how we deliver, how we determine what works and what doesn't work, We get some really good outcomes by doing that, by rapidly iterating to things that work and rapidly pivoting away from things that don't. That allows us to be sort of a training center for effective use of technology, not only in the federal government, but elsewhere. Some examples are people from my team, GSAIT, are now the Chief Technology Officer for Department of Homeland Security, or run the federal practice at Salesforce, or run the federal practice at Box, because they learn what they can do, what the art of the possible is in the federal government here, and then export that out elsewhere. Some of the results of this mindset, this innovation mindset, are up on the screen. We've been able to rationalize our applications down to about 20%. The way we deliver, we've been able to save 17.8% of our costs, while also increasing employee satisfaction with what we do and how we do it. That's over $100 million recurring annually that we've been able to save while driving higher, more effective adoption of technologies. And my customer satisfaction rate is 91%. Let that sink in for a minute, 91% in the IT space. Very proud of that. So to the comms team, this is where I'm going to kind of go off script a little bit, so you're free to go get a cup of coffee or something like that. So Tarek at the beginning talked about partnership, and that's where I want to end this conversation, because partnership is key and part and parcel to everything that we do. When we started our transformation play in 2011, there were 0 agencies in the federal government that were using cloud-based email, 0. And so when we said we need to find a lever to drive transformation into the federal government, we had to be very intentional about what we did, because the technology piece, frankly, is the easy part. The hard part's organizational change management, driving adoption of new technologies into a new space. And so we had to be very intentional about what partner we chose. We happened to choose Google. So we partnered with Google to flip from 17 mail systems into a cloud-based Gmail system. Saw some really good outcomes there. And what that did is it allowed me to do 2 things. One, in my organization, to say, look, if you transform, it's not the end of your business world. Your business world will be able to continue to grow and thrive. And that provided a springboard to the next step. And we said, okay, what's the next logical target? We had employees storing data on their laptops and on their phones and in any space where they could possibly find it. And we said, well, let's put a controlled environment there and move that out to the cloud. So we moved to Google Drive and had all 16,000 of our employees move their data out to Google Drive. Really great outcomes. People saw they could still access their stuff. They could get to it from anywhere. And then they saw those great outcomes. And then we moved to Google Docs. And then we moved to Google Scripting to allow us to do business process. And then we moved on to Google Cloud, amongst other clouds. And so that lever, that's the thing I want to leave everybody with. When you're choosing your partners, your transformation agents in your organizations, choose very carefully, because they can be the one thin line, the discriminator between success and failure. In that regard, we're super proud that we used Google as that primary transformation agent from the very beginning. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Well, I am suddenly reminded that I have to file my taxes right after Cloud Next is done. So 91% satisfaction looks pretty good, though, I have to say. I think the words used at the end there, the transformation agent, transformation partner, is really what we were, is the message that we were hoping to convey here. I hope you all are as well inspired by the stories we've heard across many, many different industries, whether that is retail or media or energy or healthcare or the government. And we really hope that these stories, these examples have shown you a little bit about what the art of the possible is. So if you'll just join me, please, in thanking our presenters one last time. And thank you all for joining us again at Next and for the Innovation Series, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. This concludes our session. Please exit the forum to your right. as quickly as possible so that we may get ready for our next session. Thank you.
Welcome everyone, we are here at the DevZone at the Pizza Authenticator app. Terry, tell me, what am I looking at here? I was promised pie, all I see is pizza. What's going on?
It is a form of pie, right? So we have an app here that will authenticate pizza to a certain region in the country, right? Like we have New York pizza, California pizza, Chicago pizza. This app will judge how authentic it is for what style it's supposed to be.
Okay, interesting. So why don't you show us how it works? Sure.
So we have our pizza here, and we have our tablet here.
Fantastic.
Make sure it's in focus, and bam. And now Pizza Authenticator is judging whether or not this pizza is authentic. Right? So it's chewing on it, and we see that it is pretty confident that this is New York style pizza.
All right, so definitely pizza, probably from New York.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, let's check out this over here. It's a good looking pie.
This is more Midwest. So let's see. Make sure it's in focus. We'll do it again. She's taking a bite out of that. Chicago style pizza.
Chicago style.
So it's good.
Nice.
All right. Now we'll finish up.
Yeah, let's do the
this
last one. Because I'm curious to what style of pizza this thinks it is.
I think it knows. I think it knows what it is.
I can't think of any pie that deserves to have zucchini on it, but.
Yep. Well, here in the wonderful Golden State, we make abominations. Yes, California. Yes, so it knew it was California pizza.
Excellent. Well, I mean, I'm a huge supporter of anything that involves this amount of pizza.
Yeah.
But tell me, what's the point of this? Like, why is this in the dev zone? Why have we got this here?
So this uses under the covers ML, right? Machine learning. And ML is really daunting, right? Like a lot of people come to it like they think they need to be like a data scientist to do it, and your rank and file developer sometimes can't approach it. Well, we took kind of an incredibly trivial use of ML and trained it to determine whether or not pizza was authentic. Okay. And all of this we did, we grabbed the data, we classified all the images. It was all done by me, who is an app dev, not a data scientist. Right. So it really shows that anyone can do ML. If I can do it, anyone can do it.
So you could take the same sort of technology, the same approach here, and really apply it to much more meaningful projects.
Right. If you wanted to, take satellite pictures of forests and see how they change over time, and see if you can identify trees from the forest for the trees, right? You could do that with this, and that's a much more serious, application of this. But it's the same principle. Pizza on the forests.
Absolutely. No, and it's a fun way to approach machine learning, that sort of stuff. Fantastic. All right, now I believe the real pie is over with Mark. So we're gonna dig into some of this. So you pick your favorite style of pizza. I'm gonna go for the authenticated New York style.
I'm going for New York style.
Yeah, it's hard not to. So we'll dig into this, and we're gonna cross over to you for dessert, Mark.
Whether it's pizza, pie, or anything else round, you can't calculate the circumference without knowing about 3.14, also known as pi. But there's a few more digits than that. So let's talk to Emma and see how she broke the world record for calculating 31.4 trillion digits using Google Cloud Platform. So Emma, how did you do it?
So we ran a program called Y-Cruncher for 4 months on Google Cloud Platform. And we set up a cluster of 25 machines, and we made sure that these machines run continuously without any shutdowns or reboots for 121 days.
Yeah, I mean, that's no easy feat. 120 days, all those machines running non-stop. That's kind of something magical, right?
Yeah, but Google Cloud has a lot of features and mechanisms to make sure these machines and software are up and running. And we set up monitoring systems and other techniques that we use for production servers.
Because normally speaking, it's very difficult to keep one process running over 121 days, nonetheless, on 24 machines.
Right.
So what inspired you to kind of look for this many digits of pi?
Like humanity collectively tried to calculate as many digits of pi as possible since 2000 BC. And even the first electronic computer, ENIAC, was used to calculate 2000 digits of pi. And ever since then, Pi was used as a benchmark to measure the performance and reliability of computers. And now we use Google Cloud, so that means cloud is capable of doing this kind of heavy-duty work.
That's awesome to see, and congratulations on breaking the world record. Of course, there's more than just numbers in Pi. We can also use it to make art. Let's talk to Matthias about how he managed to do really, really cool generative art using all of Emma's work. Matthias, tell me a little bit more about what you've done here.
Right, so 31 trillion digits is a huge number, right?
Absolutely.
Right, but not only is it a lot of numbers, what's really interesting about Pi is also that the sequence never repeats itself. So we thought, like, what could we do with this? So what we came up with is we made this algorithm that would turn these sequences of Pi into a visual representation, essentially. And this allows people to find 31 trillion different visual representations of Pi somewhere within Pi.
Can we take a look?
Absolutely. So we can jump to any digit within Pi that we want. I just type in a random number. So from that point on, it takes the next several thousand digits of Pi, them being unique within there, and then generate a piece of art out of this, essentially.
So if anyone else is here, they can come by, they can change up the numbers, and they'll see different artwork because it's unique sets of Pi patterns.
Exactly. So someone could come by, say like, they type in their phone numbers, or like maybe their birthday of their, their spouse or whatnot, and type this in and then essentially get a unique representation of that number within Pi.
Very, very cool. This is just one of the many cool experiments that we have here at the Dev Zone. So hopefully the people here can come check it out and see all the cool work that we've done.
Thanks very much, Mark. If you are hungry to try these experiments, head to g.co/showcase/experiments. Now, we don't have to tell you how important mobile is to how we work, connect, and play. In this next Dev Bite, we're going under the hood to show you how an ML kit can be used for building mobile apps.
It seems machine learning is everywhere nowadays. And with so many offerings for you as a mobile developer, it can get really confusing as to where you should start. I'm Ibrahim Ulukaya, an engineer on the Firebase team, and I'm here today to introduce you to the options that are available to you. If we could carry data centers in our pocket with unlimited battery, it would be much easier. But using ML for mobile apps means thinking about the processing power, battery consumption, and connectivity of our device. There are a number of factors that will dictate the ML strategy and tools you'll want to use, like whether you want to keep the data local, if you require low latency, or if you need access to the processing power of the cloud. Luckily, Google offers a number of ML options for mobile developers that can help you develop and deploy ML models for the environment that fits your use case. To help you pick which ML deployment option fits best, I'll walk you through a few key decision points. The first question you should ask yourself is where you want to perform ML inferences, in the cloud or on the device. You would use the cloud if you are already using an existing cloud service for model inferences, or you run inferences infrequently and want to minimize impact on the device battery life, or need to support older, less performant devices, or if you need high accuracy models that require the compute power of the cloud. On the other hand, there are cases in which it might be useful to do ML inference on the mobile device. For example, if you want to keep data local to the device, you need low latency, such as when processing multiple frames in quick succession. You want inferences to work even when the device is offline. Or your users may be in an area of the world where high-speed wireless connectivity is non-existent or unreliable. So now that you understand all the considerations, let me present the options available to you. First is to run inference in the cloud, and there's a wealth of tools and APIs you can use. These include Cloud Vision for image recognition and classification, Cloud Natural Language API for text parsing and analysis, AutoML that allows you to customize models that are served from the cloud. All are available via REST APIs. I won't go into them all here, but you can learn more at cloud.google.com google.com/products/ai/building.blocks. Next is to run inference on the device. And you have two main options. You can either use TF-Lite directly, or you can use MLKit for Firebase. MLKit is a mobile SDK that brings Google's machine learning experience to Android and iOS apps in a powerful yet easy-to-use package. It comes with a set of ready-to-use APIs, both for on-device and cloud-based inference. They support common mobile use cases like image labeling, face detection, text recognition, and barcode scanning, to name a few. You simply pass in the data to the MLKit library, and it will give you the information you need, whether you are new to or experienced with machine learning. You can implement the functionality you need all in a few lines of code, and it includes both Android and iOS libraries. While the on-device APIs process data quickly and will work even when there is no network connection, the cloud-based APIs leverage the power of Google Cloud Platform's machine learning technology to give a higher level of accuracy. If you have a use case that's different than offered models, MLKit also offers the ability to deploy and experiment with your own custom TensorFlow-like models to run on-device inference. It works like this. After converting your model to the TF-Lite format, you can host and serve it to your users. MLKit for Firebase can then be used to host and dynamically serve TF-Lite models to your users. And it provides convenient APIs that help you use your custom TF-Lite models in your mobile apps. With MLKit for Firebase, you can reduce the initial install size of your mobile app and only download the model when needed. Dynamically swap models on the fly without having to republish your app to the App Store. Target different user segments with models tailored specifically for them. Run A/B experiments with multiple models to find the best performing one. If you'd like, you can also use your TF-Lite model on mobile directly with TF-Lite APIs. These offer blazingly fast inference times, particularly on Android devices that support the neural network APIs, and a variety of ways to host and deploy your model. For mobile developers looking to implement machine learning into their apps, there are several directions to choose, depending on how much flexibility you want or how specific your use case is. We covered some key factors that help you decide, like whether you do your inference on the device or in the cloud, and whether you want to use the pre-trained models Google provides, or train and bring your custom model. Check out our full session at Next for a deep dive analysis, live experiments, and the latest ML offerings from Google.
If you want to see more on ML options for mobile developers, check out the full session on g.co/nextonair. Google Cloud is becoming an integral part of how retail business can quickly scale and connect with customers. Let's head back to the showcase floor where Joanna is checking out how IKEA uses Google Cloud to improve customer service.
Welcome back to the showroom floor, y'all. I'm really excited to be here because now I'm over in the Customer Magic Zone, and it's really, really cool. But right now, I'm standing with Klaus, who is a senior engineer for IKEA, and he's going to show us one of the most popular demos in the area. There are crowds of people trying to fight their way in right now. Hey, back up. I'm looking at you. So before you actually show me how it works, can you tell me a little bit about how your team developed this?
Yeah, sure. So we assembled a pretty small team that we can work in an iterative fashion.
Nice.
Dividing the work, but close feedback loops together with Google Engineering.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and we use the Vision API, product search.
The Cloud Vision API?
Yes.
I love that.
Yeah, it's awesome. Together with object detection that we're trying out together with Google.
Nice.
To enhance the product offering from your side, and also, you know, try to work with the customer experience on our side. So you'll see in the demo.
Okay. And then you talked about how your team really focused on working iteratively. Now I heard a rumor that y'all did this whole thing in less than 3 weeks. Is that
that's
true?
pretty amazing. Yeah,
Oh
we're
my
fast-paced, very short sprints that we did, right?
So you got to work with, you mentioned some Google engineers, which is really cool, but you get to work for a company that like really encourages and gives you the space to try these ideas so quickly like that. How does that feel, like as a developer?
That's really good, that we are empowered to do this kind of exploration cases.
It sounds like a dream, right?
Yeah, it really is.
Okay, so speaking of dreams, will you show me how this works? Maybe on the horse right there?
Yeah, sure. So this is, here we try to detect the object.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And then it matches to our range, right? And then you can interact with it, and it will show you our mobile web page where you can get more information.
And then could you do like this stool?
Yeah, for sure. So let's try it out. It will recognize it and show directly. It's a yawning stool, and then we can move over here. And you can interact and.
So the idea is that instead of taking that little pencil, you can walk around and like build your list with your phone?
Yeah, point and click.
Does it even get like decorative items?
Of course. So let's try this one out. So you see here, I got it directly.
This is so cheap, and it's a plant I can't kill.
Yeah.
Because it's fake.
It's even called fake.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Is that like
Swedish?
For fake?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I want one so badly. This is a really cool demo. I understand now why there's a crowd of people waiting to get back in here.
Yeah, what?
So I want to thank you so much for talking to me
thank you.
for building this.
Thanks for having us here.
I'm so excited. I will be in the store pretty soon.
You're welcome.
Have a great day.
Yeah, likewise.
And then thanks to all of y'all for watching, and we'll show you some more cool things later.
After the next round of sessions, Rado will be checking out the Fifth Nine Lounge with Dave Renson, Director of CRE and Network Capacity. They'll be chatting about how CRE helps improve reliability. You won't want to miss it. You're watching the next live show in San Francisco.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats. We're going to begin our session in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. We're going to begin our session in 2 minutes. At this time, please make sure to silence your digital devices. Please silence your digital devices. Thank you. Please welcome Chief Executive Officer, the Female Quotient, Shelley Zalis.
That's good. We're over there. Thank you. We're so excited to be here. And I think one of the most important things we say is a woman alone has power. Collectively, we have impact. So I don't go anywhere without the pack. We are so much better together. That is very clear. So thank you for joining us. This is a really important conversation, and it really is about an equality mindset. And one of the things that we talk a lot about is equality truly is a choice. And unconscious bias, in my opinion, is an excuse. I'm so sick and tired of hearing about unconscious bias this and unconscious bias that. If you're aware of the fact that there's a wage gap and women on average are making 80 cents on the dollar, black women 63 cents on the dollar, Latinas 53 cents on the dollar, and that the policies don't work to have women in middle management rise to leadership, and that we just are using unconscious bias as an excuse. If I've made you aware of these issues, is it unconscious? No, it's quite conscious. So with that, I am thrilled to really have this conversation with 4 incredibly badass women, truly driving change, especially in technology. So if we could just start by telling me who you are, what you do, and we're talking about leadership. It really starts with leadership and inclusive leadership. A, do you think you're an inclusive leader? And if so, what makes you an inclusive leader?
Sure. I guess I'll start. So hi, I'm Allison Wagenfeld, the Chief Marketing Officer for Google Cloud.
Just saying.
Yeah, first I want to start by thanking you, Shelley, for being here with us. Shelley is a great partner to Google, and the Female Quotient does wonderful things. I've had an opportunity to visit your lounges around the world, and it feels always like a safe haven wherever I am. So thank you for doing all your great work.
Thank you.
And we're thrilled that you're here. So in addition to all the other things to do, also I'm heading up this Google Cloud Next event. So thank you all for being here with us at this event. So the topic at hand, how to be inclusive. So it's something I spent a lot of time thinking about. And I spent a lot of time listening, and that's really one of the core elements for me, is talking with my team, talking with my peers, finding out what inclusivity means to them. So at Google, we think of it broadly around diversity, equity, and inclusion all together. And the inclusivity part is really multidimensional because it's being inclusive from a gender standpoint. It's being inclusive from different nationalities. It's inclusive globally because it's really a global team. So there's no one element to it. It's about listening and responding and then putting programs in place that I can lead, and then also really supporting the grassroots programs that start up all over the world, whether it's our People of Cloud initiative that we've put together, or it's looking at inclusion in marketing. So it's very multidimensional.
Well, I think one of the most important things you just said is listening. Listening to what matters to the people around you, in your organization. And I think that goes a long way to creating this inclusive culture and this culture of care.
Yeah, hi Shelly, thank you. Hi, I'm Lynn Zaladonis. I'm with Salesforce. I'm the Senior Vice President of Product Marketing for our Sales Cloud portfolio. And when I think about, am I an inclusive leader? My answer is, I want to be. And the reason why I say that is because I think that this is a journey. And when you said about once you're aware of it, how do you ignore it? I think that that's true, but it's such a learning journey. It is absolutely my goal and what I strive to be every day, but I want to be very cognizant of the fact that we're all continuing to learn and grow. And to build on your point, Allison, it's like I'm continuing trying to listen, make sure I can understand how to include different types of people and not just gender equality into my practices. I think it goes on two different levels. It's also my personal journey. How do I become a better leader? How do I lead with inclusivity? And then also from a professional, like how do I market with an inclusive lens? How do I run meetings? How do I recruit? And those are much more tactical but important part of my development too.
Fantastic, thank you. And I think you also identified some very important elements of it not just being about you, but how do you create this inclusive environment? Because we can fill a pipeline with diversity, but if you have hiring managers that don't have an inclusive mindset, you still will end up with the white or Asian man in technology and not pull from the pipeline. So it's also about how you create that inclusive mindset in your team with every aspect of leadership.
I think so too, and we'll probably talk a little bit more later, but I think it's a very intentional effort. It starts that way at least until you build the muscle memory.
Fantastic, muscle memory, I like that.
Hi, thank you. I'm Nishita Henry. I am our Chief Innovation Officer for Deloitte Consulting, which is actually a super fun role where I get to create new solutions, assets, and services for our firm to offer our clients. And that means I get to work with all kinds of partners like those on the stage, as well as the startup community in many locations around the globe. And so, Shelley, to your question about inclusive leadership, I think I absolutely strive to be. I think there's a balance, as you talk about, in terms of checking your own self. And while I agree that unconscious bias is an excuse for certain topics that we all are very widely aware of, I will fully admit I probably still have some for things I just don't know about. Right? There are certain cultures I still just don't know about, or certain experiences people have had that I haven't had or I haven't ran across, and I'm always seeking to learn and understand. So I ask a lot of questions. I want to know and understand, how do people want to interact in a team, right? What is their preference? Some people like to be called on, and some people don't. Right? Some people want to sit at the table, and some people are more comfortable in the background, and that's okay too. And learning and understanding that people have different styles is important, and accommodating those styles. Also, accepting feedback. Right? I don't always get it right. And sometimes I'm a very direct person. I'm a driver. Type A personality, go, go, go. And that doesn't always work for everybody. And learning to adapt my own style has made me a more inclusive leader, because I've learned that sometimes people need more time to marinate, and sometimes people need more time to make decisions than I normally take. And learning to make sure that I can adapt, I think, creates more of that inclusive leadership style.
It's been actually well documented that when you are an inclusive leader, teams are actually more collaborative. Yeah. And when you understand cultural differences and treat everyone as individuals but as equals, we see a 29% improvement, in organizations. So that is just so true.
Shelley, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Tiffany Danakwan. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for SAP Ariba and SAP Fieldglass. So we're part of the big SAP organization. I've been there for 13 years and worked in many, many different places for SAP throughout the past 13 years, including in Asia Pacific, North America, Canada, France. And I will quote our CEO, Bill McDermott, saying diversity is a reality, but inclusion is a choice. And we all have to think about whether we make a conscious choice or not, whether it becomes a habit for us. Luckily, I'm part of that inclusive, I would say, leadership. So it's more than a choice for me, it's a lifestyle. My wife lives in Singapore. I live in San Francisco. We have a little bit of an interesting setup and many dogs around the world, so we have to take care of it. We choose. We choose to be together regardless of judgments and things. We choose to be out and open. And this is how I lead. I choose to surround myself with people who are, I would say, in the same wavelength, think the same way. And we consciously or naturally choose to do the right thing for the people next to us. And leading by example, uncompromising about our core values and what we want to do and who we want to be to help people around us. And for instance, for my company, our mission is to help the world spend better. So we need to show up every single day with that mission in mind, and we have to be our best selves. And to be our best selves, we have to be absolutely ourselves. So it's a choice, and we come every day with this passion. And I do believe that the people continue to be with us because we walk the talk.
First of all, thank you for sharing that. And I think what you just said is so true. Oscar Wilde says, be yourself because everyone else is taken. And so I think it is just so important understanding that our differences are truly our greatest strengths, and we should not hide them. We should not try to conform, because truly, if we were all the same, we would be unnecessary. And that is really the goal. So here you are, 4 women, high-ranking women in technology, pretty unheard of. We are lacking women, in technology, and certainly, at the top. How did you find that voice or that confidence to get in and stay in? Because we fall off even in entry level in technology with all the things that we hear about. So getting in to begin with is an issue, but obviously rising to the top must have been challenging. How have you found your own way of belonging and feeling included along your journey that must have been a little topsy-turvy?
Yeah, so I'm happy to start. So I have a pretty nonlinear career path, so I've had a number of different roles, but I've certainly had people who have sponsored me along the way, and it's been a mix of men and women. My first job right out of business school, I worked at Intuit, and I was teamed up with a very senior engineering leader who taught me almost everything I know about coding and really had a lot of patience at the beginning to answer every question that I had, and so I felt like I was tutored well both from a senior male leader, but also in technology itself, so I felt much more confident in tech companies, and so a lot of my career has been working in tech. And then along the way, I've had various people. When I was hired at Microsoft, and then I worked in venture, I've had really awesome men actually around me giving me opportunities. But then, of course, it was a woman that drew me into Google, and it was Diane Green, who was heading up the cloud business for the last couple of years. And so I jumped at the opportunity to work with her, and she was a tremendous mentor as well. So I feel like I've just been surrounded by really good leaders who have helped give me an opportunity, often a stretch opportunity in different points, and really supported me that way.
And did you feel not included when you were sitting, in the boys' club? Technology is still predominantly a boys' club. Was there that moment where you just kind of say, how am I ever going to break through?
So venture was more of an issue, frankly, and venture capital. Often I was in meetings, it was me and 10 guys around a board table making either investments decisions or everything along those. So that was actually the peak of it. So Google relatively, even though it's certainly not 50-50. Marketing is actually really well balanced, but Google overall still has an opportunity there. I guess it's all relative, but I learned, I guess, early to find my voice even in rooms and make sure that I always sat at the table, didn't sit in the back, that I always spoke early in meetings, and it's something that I do in turn too, is that if people are in meetings and don't speak up, I might actually just kind of call on them to make sure that everyone's voices are heard, because that's what I found sometimes when in groups, that if I didn't speak early, then by the end of the meeting, the whole meeting would go by, and I'd be like, oh wait, there was not a woman's voice in this whole meeting.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I'm starting to add interruption bells in boardrooms just to help anyone that might not be able to find their voice. Just click the bell and say, hello. I got something to say here.
You know, I could tell a million hilarious stories about not fitting in or being the only one in the room. It's interesting, we had a women's event recently, and it was a tea with flowers, and you could get a headshot, and we had a lipstick bar, and people's faces when they walked in were like, I think I'm in the wrong room. We've become so accustomed to these, you know, clubby steakhouse dinners and golf events and being what we do with customers. When we sort of turned it on its head, the response we got was outrageous. It's super fun. And being in sales, I have a mixed background too, Allison. I had a lot of different roles in my career. I was a vice president of sales before I moved into product marketing. And going to dinner with your customer, people think you're on a date. You know, it's like, I'm on a business suit. This isn't a date. Who goes on a date with a business suit? But it's so funny how you have to, don't go out on that date if your date shows up in a suit. So.
By the way, we don't have to always wear business suits.
Right.
Let's wear the dress and still say.
But you have to keep a sense of humor about it, and I think that's what's carried me through all of it, you know, a sense of confidence and a sense of humor about the situations you're in. But I wouldn't be truthful if I didn't say sometimes, you know, I have been propped up by mentors. I have carried strong female and male mentors throughout my career, but I am fueled a little bit by the you can't do this mentality, and I think we all probably have a little of that in us. I can remember
that voice in your head that tells you you're not qualified, you're not good enough.
There are other people saying that too, and it sort of pokes the competitive fire. I took a job once, and I don't know why someone thought they should share this with me, but after my acceptance letter, they said, well, your new boss had a little bit of doubt about whether you could do this job, but you know, overwhelmingly, the rest of us wanted you to have it. And I thought, okay, well, that doesn't make me feel good, but darn if I didn't work extra hard to prove that I was the right person, right? And to win them over, and to this day, that person is still an advocate for me.
So what'd you do with that voice in your head that told you you're not qualified, you're not good enough, and you should really step out? What'd you do with that voice?
Well, you sort of have a choice at that point. Do you go in the bathroom and cry? And sometimes I do. But then, you know, you come out on the other side. Because I'm like, well, I either turn to my resignation now and they were right, or I give it my best. And what's the worst case scenario? I'm no different from where I started today if you didn't think I could do it. So you dig a little deeper, you ask for some help, maybe you put in a little extra time, and definitely won them over. And I can think of numerous cases. I have a job once where, you know, that voice in my head, I think this is a stretch for me. I'm not so sure I'll be able to do this job, and ran into one of the other contenders, and they said, look, let's not have it be weird between us. I would love to have you on my team. And I thought, game on.
I love that. You know, it's just really interesting because, you know, we talk about the imposter syndrome. If there's a job that requires you doing 10 things, if a guy could do 6 out of 10, he's like, yep, I got this. And if a woman can't do 10 out of 10, we have that voice in our head. My girlfriend, Wendy Clark, says, you just have to shut that bitch up and, you know, own it. And then I'm sitting here thinking about Google, and, you know, we do have the masculine, feminine. You know, we have the masculine, decisive, analytic, aggressive, the feminine, collaborative, nurturing, empathetic. We need both. Plenty of men have feminine qualities, plenty of women have masculine, so it's not male, female. But imagine if we flipped the script, and we're gonna play a game flipping the script in a little while. We're completely off script right now, so I'm throwing these things at you. But if we flip the script and had different skills, imagine if the job description for CEO said, we're looking for someone that's collaborative, empathetic, nurturing, caring, contextual, visual, and by the way, can deliver a great bottom line and write damn good code. Who would be the imposter now, right? Wouldn't we all feel like we got that? That's a 10 out of 10.
We'd all apply for that job.
We'd all apply for that job, right? What about you guys?
So I was just thinking back as we were talking. When I was in grade school, I remember coming home, and I don't know what the incident was, but I remember talking to my mom and saying, Mom, like, I don't understand. Why do all the boys get all the big roles? Why do they get all of the heads of the debate team or this or that? And, you know, she looked at me and she's like, Nishita, the world has always been a physical world where men led with physical strength, right? The world is changing, and now it is led with intellectual strength, and that is where women are going to start outpowering men. And so if you can do one thing in this world, right, it's have the intellectual horsepower. And so that really bred me to be like, that's it. I'm going to be the best at everything I do, right? I'm going to be the valedictorian of school. I'm going to go and get an electrical engineering degree because it's the hardest damn thing to do, and there's only 10% women. And I'm going to prove I can be there, right? And I was always one of those, right? I'm going to prove them wrong. There was a competitive spirit in me. And I remember being in engineering school, and we're sitting there studying, of course, with all, 4 or 5 male colleagues, peers, and one of them said to me, you know the only reason you're here is because you're a girl. And I looked at him and I said, I took a deep breath and I said, excuse me, who's tutoring who in this situation? I'm teaching you how to do a thermodynamics problem. I don't understand why in the world you would ever say that, right? And it was funny, he laughed it off. But again, it was something he was taught to say. It was something he had some bias for that someone put in his head, and we have to stand up to that and say, absolutely not, right? I am here because I've earned it, because I deserve to be at this table, and you're gonna listen, and I'm not gonna back down from it, right? So there's a little bit of that we have to be able to be strong enough to say that that's wrong, right? And then the other thing I think that drove me was just adversity in general, right? Meaning, everything I tried to do the first time, I never really got. I tried out for the flag line, I didn't make it the first time. I made it the second time, right? First semester in engineering school, my grades weren't great because it was just so darn hard. Second semester, I buckled down, I figured out how to study, and I figured out how to get good grades. At work, I go up for this one job I really wanted, and the first time I didn't get it, and the second time I did. And I've just learned, right, we all are going to fail, and it's all about picking yourself up, learning from it, and moving on. And if we can teach our kids and our colleagues that from a very, junior place in their life and in their careers, we're all gonna be a whole lot better off.
That's so awesome. We were on tour with vets, and we were building prosthetic arms and legs for women. And while utility for men and women is the same, move your arm, move your leg, cosmetic is utility for women. They suffer severe depression. And so we brought 16-year-old girls in STEM creating these beautiful light-up leg coverlets and tattoo art. And while we were on tour, a Nobel laureate came out saying that women and men should not work in labs together because they were #distractingly sexy. Imagine what these young girls felt. So right away, we came back with, just like you said, distractingly smart, #distractingly smart. Right. And we just owned it, and we, bam, went right for it. And it was just such an important message for these young girls, for their confidence and for their belief in themselves to push forward, even though they were the diverse, the minority, in this space.
Absolutely.
Thank you for sharing that.
Well, perhaps the additional thing I would say after those great comments is about resilience. I think we all have to build our own resilience, shaped with the different experiences that we have. Personally, I've lived in different places, different countries, and each time I hear something different about how men and women behave in a different place. When I came to Australia, they said, hey, mate, people need to like you. And that was really coming from, the local people. They need to really want to work with you. So I had to think about it, because coming from France, people are very critical. You got to really prove yourself. You got to work long, hard hours. I arrived in Australia. If I was staying after 7, everybody was judging me and said, we are all forced to stay because you're staying. So that was a different culture, environment. In Singapore, it's all about respecting the order of things and just never making people feel like they're losing face. So we're learning things. Obviously, the American culture is also very specific. So I think the resilience is also built on understanding the rapport in between people. And I think it can be completely different from one location to another. So the resilience is also, and the diversity is also geographic, is understanding the cultures and how women fit in various cultures around the world. And that's fascinating in itself.
It is. Okay, so let's go there. I mean, we talked about mentors and having strong mentors. I think back, and I've gotten a very great education helping get more girls in STEM at young ages and working with technology. Ada Lovelace, first woman to create computer language. Katherine Johnson, creating the first trajectory to the moon for Alan Shepard. Women, and she's African American. Women in math was not popular in those days and age. They found still that confidence and that voice to push forward and be in the business of math and science and technology and engineering, right? what advice would you give to women today to help, and starting younger women, to get them into the pipeline and to stay? What's great advice that you would give to getting more women in technology?
So first of all, I would just say go for it. And again, don't listen to the inner doubts. I think it's also really helpful. I have 3 teenagers at home, and I see...
And hopefully one coming with us to camp.
Shelley was kind enough to invite my daughter to come to one of the...
Well, like I said, we're going to put her to work.
Put her to work, okay, yes. But it's not having those doubts, and it's also surrounding themselves with projects that they feel confident in. So it was interesting, last year, my daughter was doing a project in the innovation lab that we had at her school. We're fortunate to have this great lab, and she started out by doing this electrical project because all of the other kids in her class were on the robotics team. So they were doing these electrical projects, but she didn't actually really, she wasn't even that interested and didn't really know how to do it, but she was just seeing what the rest of them are doing. And she almost dropped out of the class because she was like, I don't actually understand all the circuitry. This isn't my background. And then she had a great teacher who said, well, why don't you try building something you want to build? And so then she built this really cool coffee table using a lot of the same machinery and this cutting the metal and welding and building and using the AI lab in a very different way. And came out of it feeling awesome about herself. Awesome. And then feeling like, then became a mentor to other people in the iLab who wanted to do projects, and she had to like redefine, but she needed a teacher to help say to her, like, being in the iLab does not mean doing robotics. And there's different ways to approach it.
Oh, I love that. That's amazing. We just met this woman that makes these handbags that light up with electricity. Ooh, like, so tying into the coffee table. Yeah. They're really expensive and they're awesome.
Yeah. You know what? I think it's about that opportunity at every single level. You just give a great example of young women getting into, thinking about their careers, and then every step of the way we need to keep opening the door, whether it be going into underserved areas and making technology classes and courses and exposing people to that, or whether it be within your own company, taking junior people and helping them through other opportunities and creating leaders for the future. I went to, part of my learning journey about being an inclusive leader is to continue to expose myself, get that context that you talked about, Tiffin, whether it be cultural, by country, or just different means of diversity. I continue to expose myself, and I went to this great event the other day and heard somebody speak, and I cannot remember her name because it was a big panel, but she was from Fox, and she was amazing. And she talked about the +1 × 3, and I've been trying to do that ever since I heard her last month. It's about bringing somebody to a meeting with you. It's the +1. And 3 is making introductions. So using the powers that I have to pull people along with me on my journey and to make the introductions that could open doors for them. And if we do that at every single level, we'll create that leadership. And I went to 2 customer meetings this week and invited somebody else on the team to come and shadow with me. And how else am I supposed to create this next leader? So it was something super practical that I loved.
Simple, so easy. I mean, and so, right, we're going to start doing the 1 + 3. I think it's just so basic.
+1 × 3.
+1 × 3.
Bring one person to a meeting with you and introduce 3 people per week.
So genius. When we were invited to the World Economic Forum, we were told, we want you to come, but you might not be welcome. I mean, this was 4 years ago, and we were doing this Home of Equality, and no one really ever did that before. And I said, okay, but that wasn't very inviting. And so what do you do when you're nervous? You invite your girlfriends. So I called my powerhouse girlfriends. I said, we're going to Davos. I called my times 3. I said, we're going to Davos. No one might show up, but we'll have a good time anyways. And of course, we're now the destination for equality at the World Economic Forum 4 years later. So
congratulations.
That works. +1 × 3. We're going to start doing that. So
and I'll find out who said that so I can give her the proper credit.
So good.
So I love that. I'm of 2 minds. In the current environment, we absolutely do not have enough women in technology, and we need to find a way to grow and keep them up through their careers. Because what we find is we actually have a great ability to attract a 50-50 workforce at the junior levels, even if they're not technology majors. We can bring them in, we can teach them. It's how do we keep women here and in those fields. So a lot of the +1 × 3, making sure that we're very deliberate about which women, we want to make sure we have conversations with. So it's instead of asking people after they've left why they left, ask people why they're here, why they're staying, and what can I do to keep you? So it's kind of the reverse, we call it the prevention program, right, as opposed to the exit conversation. So that's one piece of it, and making sure we do that. The other piece, the other mind I have 2 young daughters. and who I am trying to make sure grow up with a mindset of they can do anything, whatever they want to be able to do in this world. And then I also think about the future of technology, and I think about where the world is going in terms of artificial intelligence and automation and machine learning. And I think of a lot of the tech work we do today is going to be very different in the future. And I think about what are the skill sets our workforce and women are going to need in that new world. And it's not necessarily the core tech skills that are needed today, right? Because a lot of that in my world is going to be automated. And so we need to be able to tap into our more human skills of problem solving, of curiosity, of human connection, of understanding, right, how to make an impact. And so those are actually more feminine characteristics like you talk about. And I think as women, we're going to have a lot more opportunity to lead in that way in the future. So I feel like there's a little bit of a shift as I think about today's workforce versus the one my kids are going to join in another 10, 15 years.
I think that's just, let's talk about the workforce too, because that's a very interesting topic, especially when automation is going to replace a lot of entry-level jobs, which today are female jobs. So it's going to make our problem a little, more problematic. And when you're looking at fields like AI, like you talked, we're missing girl code in there. So what is the impact of that in technology today? If we're missing half of the mindset, how does that impact change? I mean, because AI, even though it's learning, you still have things that go in. You still have human inputs.
Right, and the people developing the AI have biases. And so how do we ethically create, right, AI and automation to be fair and equitable across all kinds of diversity, right? I mean, you think about the technology that looks at resumes to scan things. Well, they were doing that, and they found that they were scanning only male resumes for tech jobs, because it was trained on resumes with males' names on it, right? And so because they didn't have anyone diverse on the team to think about that, it's a mistake, right? And it's bad. And so we have to be really cognizant of things like that.
I would say also, just to elevate beyond technology, is inviting the young generations to dream, dare to dream, express what you really want to do. What we see in studies in inclusion is that, and you probably all experienced it, a woman is likely to only apply for the job she's sure she's going to get, while a man is going to go for what he thinks he's sure he's going to potentially do. And whether it's your daughter, my stepdaughter, I've had so many conversations where she's hoping it's okay to dream about potentially doing something, but she's not too sure. I'm like, well, can you just tell me what do you want? And it's not even being able to voice it. I don't know where it comes from, but there's this kind of restraint where we can't dream.
Yeah.
Like, I dare you to dream big. What do you want? Like, if nothing was to happen to you, what would be the one thing you would like to be? Or the one thing you'd like to do? And then take it from there and just encourage the conversation to happen. And it's the same in the workforce and at work, is when we see potentials in our teams, do we absolutely need the person to be 100% ready for the job, or is it enough to see the potential and just give it a go? If we do that, if we all collectively as leaders give people a chance, even if it's early, and see how it goes, most likely those people, because they're given a chance, because somebody believed in them early, will go above and beyond. So
I think it's amazing. So let's do a quick roundup, and we're going to come to you guys out there to ask questions. So come up with some really good questions. We love that. This is really not just about us on stage. It really is about all of us collectively. That's how change happens. We've been talking a lot about the challenges. We are all aware that there are challenges, but we are now moving into a time where we have to start activating solutions for change and truly creating progress forward, so we don't just keep going in circles talking about it. Tell me, and Arianna Huffington said something very interesting at Davos last year. She says, darling, I don't know why we do exit interviews. Everyone's left. Right. We should do entry-level interviews. Yep. Now you're talking about prevention interviews. We talk about life stage interviews. At different stages, let's accommodate life stages so that we can attract and retain the best talent and help everyone rise to the top. If I were to say, tell me what one thing, and I know it's not down to one thing, but what one thing do you think in the workplace today, a rule you want to break and a new one you want to create, or a policy inside the workplace that you think could truly drive quick change, what would that be? Give me one, and then I'll play my game. Give me something good.
I'm thinking.
I'd say one policy. Go ahead.
No, go.
I was going to say, I think one policy is, as you're considering, as we are all considering new candidates for new leadership roles, we should always have a woman in the mix, and we should always have an underrepresented minority in the mix to interview, period. And if we can't find one that's even qualified to interview, you have a problem, right? And you better have one the next time around, and we need to measure it, and we need to track how many people we have in that process.
I think the intentional leadership that you're talking about is what we all have a responsibility to do. We just put that role in on
intentional leadership.
Role in on my team where I said, just bring me one candidate. That's all I'm asking is one, because I think it's the start of something. I do not have children, so I'll say this as somebody who's a manager. I also think that we have a ways to go on maternity leave too. I have a young team. We have a lot of people going in and out, and it's not easy for them. And they feel guilty leaving, guilty coming home. We're stuck at work sometimes, like trying to figure out what to do. It shouldn't be that way. We need to make it easier, and it isn't necessarily about giving the mother. It is nice to have more time, but it's also about what are the accommodations when they come back to make that easier to come back, because I lose a lot of people at that tipping point. And then also make it easier if they do decide to stay home and there's a stretch of time, how do we get them back into the workforce? There's so many incredibly smart women I've worked with in my career that have been out of the workforce for 10 years, and we need to find a way to get them back in.
Well, and why don't you just, instead of mommy penalty or daddy penalty, if it's the daddy, and looking at the negative, what if it's parental opportunity? Because caregivers are best, some of the qualities of caregiving, whether it's your aging parents or children or pets or whatever, those caregiving qualities are positives, not negatives.
It's such a blessing to our team. It's so fun and beautiful and wonderful, but I see their struggles, and I lack sometimes ways to make that easier for them.
Yeah, I think I'd build on that. As you're asking the question, I was thinking about, I think we naturally penalize people with resume gaps, particularly women, and you just kind of assume if somebody didn't work for 5 years or whatever it is. And I think that if we were categorically much more accommodating in that situation, then more people would kind of take that opportunity to re-enter the workforce later, particularly because people are working later in life as well. And so we could probably do a better job of that.
Perfect.
Coaching, mentoring, maybe make a decision that every leader, manager in our teams have at least 1 or 2 persons that they coach that are either a minority or female emerging leader that they're going to coach, and just make conscious selections when we talk about mentoring, so that at the end of the year we can say we had this pool of great talent that was extremely diverse. We made a conscious effort to coach them, mentor them, giving them specific assignments, and then see at the end of the year where it goes in terms of succession plan, in terms of promotions, retention.
Fantastic. Okay, so here's a game we're going to play with everybody. So we're working with Catalyst right now on a whole new campaign called Bias Correct, and sometimes words are very negative. They're very negative bias. So let's start with everyone here. How many of you men have ever been told at work, let's not talk about at home, at work, you're too bossy? At work? Okay, 1. How many women have ever been told they're too bossy? Okay, everyone. So not a perception, actually a reality. So if I were to, by the way, Sheryl Sandberg says you're not too bossy, you have executive presence. Beyonce says, I'm not bossy, I'm the boss. I'm going to ask you, if I give you a question, a word that has historically been perceived as negative, tell me the positive.
Sure.
Okay? So, emotional.
Empathetic.
Emotional.
In touch.
Emotional.
Invested.
Emotional.
Mindful.
Great. Passionate. If I said you're an introvert.
Great listener.
Thoughtful.
I was going to say thoughtful as well.
You and I think alike.
I think alike.
Introspective.
Fantastic. So, when you think about these words, and even in Google, the opportunities to search, how we have the power to be inclusive leaders, intentional leaders, conscious leaders, this is where it all starts. How do we flip the script, the negative to the positive? And we start moving forward with positive, proactive solutions for change. I think we will come such a long way to progress and creating cultures of belonging so that all of us feel heard and listened to. And it starts with each and every one of us, especially you four here today. So thank you for joining this conversation.
Thank you.
And this is now about all of you. So if you have questions, we have roaming mics, and we would love to hear your thoughts, your comments, questions, anything on your mind.
Hi, thank you for everything you guys had to say, or ladies had to say. It was wonderful. I have been debating on running our Women Leadership Network at our company and been asked to consider it for next year. And I'm having a couple concerns about the following, and I'm really curious your opinion on it. One, you're talking about inclusivity, and I feel like sometimes with the WLN or women's leadership, we have a lot of women-only events or women-only areas and sessions to learn, and learning important topics like speaking up early in a meeting. However, I'm finding, as you said before, it's not really a women's issue sometimes to not speak up in a meeting. I, for myself, can't necessarily relate to that. It's more of maybe a feminine quality that I also see in some men. So it's almost a shame in a way to leave them out of some of these trainings we're doing. And also, if we continue to be divisive and have women learning certain skills and behaviors, that we are not being inclusive of the men. And so as I speak up, I get half the women saying this is fantastic, it's a new innovative way to consider this subject, and a few people saying no way, like we've been doing it this way for 20 years and it's a lot safer and women feel safer when we're this way. I'm just really curious what you ladies would have to say about that.
Sure. So you know the saying, you're preaching to the choir. That's, in my opinion, that's what you're doing if you have women's only events with women there. I actually helped found the Women's Network at Salesforce, and it did start with just women, but thanks to the Office of Equality, shout out Tony Profit, our Chief Equality Officer, we've been taught to think with mindset of allies now, and we have a couple basic principles. Let's see if I can do him right and remember it. It's about asking, listening, showing up, and speaking up, and the showing up is a big part as an ally. And whether it be your women's organization or perhaps it's, you know, a special interest group for different cultural backgrounds or races or sexual orientations. So if you don't have allies, you're not making a difference. You're not able to influence, give that context like Tiffin talked about when she lived in different countries. You're not able to find support so that when the opportunity comes up in the predominantly male meeting, that there's an opportunity for someone to lead a new project, if they haven't been exposed to some of the interesting new leaders, who's going to get that opportunity? So if my resounding answer is include them, but I think if you're trying to balance things internally, you could have some events that focus on just women's topics and only women talk about them, and other things where you include your allies.
Gender equality is not a female issue. It's a social and economic issue. Women are 50% of the population. If we continue to talk to ourselves, change won't happen. So I think, you know, just like you said, we do both. We do have sometimes forums with women just for women to be able to find their voice and their confidence and not conform to the way that it has been, but to break some of the rules. I've been well known as a chief troublemaker. Break the rules that make no sense, write the new ones. But the more we are all involved in this together, that's when change does happen. We all need to support each other. Caregiving is still predominantly women. Leadership is still predominantly men. So by default, it seems like it's a male issue, but it really is a leadership issue, we for we, all of us together.
The only thing I'd add to that, I mean, I 100% agree. I think there's a balance. I think there's some things like certain trainings that we do focus on, right? This is a women's training, mainly because we have different ways of that same training in many other avenues that frankly are mostly men, because most of them have the opportunity to go where more of our women don't. So we had to create opportunities for more women to be a part of that, right? And there were some different challenges that our women were having around the speaking up, around the confidence, around style in sales that men had a different challenge on. So we created some separation there for purpose. But when we do have conversations around how do we become more inclusive, right, that is a complete conversation with men and women because it is a we challenge and not a me challenge.
Hi. Sorry. A lot of what I've heard here has been focused on improving inclusion of women. And while I think that's a great start, I noticed that the panel is made of leaders who represent that group that we are discussing improving the inclusion of. I've also noticed it's hard to see where improvements are needed or access gaps exist until you walk in someone else's shoes. Just as an example, NPM, I went to a talk with their CTO. They found that sort of like a very hyper-focused inclusion program ended up hyper-focusing their hiring in what ended up being a sort of biased direction of selection. And they ended up actually improving the diversity of their candidacy by doing things like scrubbing resumes of names and things that would misdirect. So how do we ensure that we're engaging ourselves and educating ourselves and growing as leaders to improve inclusion of groups that we don't necessarily represent ourselves? And how do we therefore also lead by example for those who could make great allies?
I think one of the elements on this is what we call the intersectionality of diversity. Diversity is a very broad spectrum. I agree. Whether it's gender, origins, beliefs,
age. Don't forget age.
I mean, absolutely. So many. The spectrum is very, very large, and it's absolutely fair to expand and just respect how broad the spectrum is. So it's a reminder that in the conversations, especially when we want to talk about true broad inclusion of a diverse, I would say, experience and culture, to really acknowledge that it's not just about women, it's not just about the known minorities. There's tons of ways to look at it. It's just staying open to it, inviting the conversation, inviting the dialogue, and to your point, bringing allies, people who know better than we do, being open to research, being open to the data around diversity and inclusion. And diversity and inclusion is going to evolve. I'm sure that the definition we have right now may evolve 10 years from now. I mean, I'm sure that when we started the conversations a few years ago, maybe not as many men were in the room. It's growing, right? How about extending the spectrum, the conversation around the spectrum, and giving ourselves an ability to think that maybe in 5 years from now, 10, that very definition of diversity will have evolved as well. So I think it's really about being open to the feedback and the conversation and just keeping an open mind about how we define diversity and inclusion.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of technology today, you know, that are helping with job descriptions like Textio to write the right job description to be able to attract everyone, not just, you know, a subset, or making sure that your hiring team is diverse too, not just your recruiting team filling the pipeline. You know, what goes in also comes out. So there's a few ways of making sure that you do have diversity along your journey across the board. And I don't want to be scrubbed. Like, I don't want to take my name off of things so that I pretend I'm a guy getting chosen and show up with boobs. And then I'm like, surprised, you know, look who you got. You know, like, we have to get past this concept of trying to fool us into, you know, bringing diversity in to the equation. So that whole concept of the blind thing, I don't get that. I think that's unfortunate. I think. Try. There you go. There you go.
Well, first of all, thank you for your panel. I love to get educated because, again, I don't know what it's like being in a lady's shoes, and the only way I can find out is by listening. But I think your name is Nishita. That's right. I like to go back to your story when you said about your mother explaining to you. Well, one of the things, I have a son, I have a daughter. One of the things I actually do is I tend to correct my son at a younger age. I let my son know that, no, there is competition between you and a female. He does debate, and he's actually going on to UCI Law. My question for the panel is that, as I'm out here and I'm in all these tracks, I hear a lot about how much money is spent at the university level and the high school levels by your organizations to teach code. Has anyone ever given a thought about putting programs together that help at the high school and the university level? Because to me, I think that that the issue is not at the corporate level. To me, the issue is in the home, the issue is in the schools. And any thoughts on maybe actually funding programs that allow these schools and others actually teach our young men and our young women about inclusiveness and about women in the workplace.
Yeah, I think that's great. And we do that very actively from a lot of different angles. We partner with local community organizations, right, to have those conversations. I sit on the board of the Girl Scouts in the National Capital Region to have those conversations with young girls and how do they show up and what do they need to be doing to prepare themselves in the workforce as well. Like I said, I have 2 young daughters. I speak at their women or their children of color conferences that they have at their school. I think there's a lot incumbent on us as individuals paying it forward. And there's some things we should do systematically as companies, and we do, but the most impactful thing is if all of us get into the community and are actually dedicating ourselves to doing that. And so like that's a challenge to every one of you too, because you're leaders in your own communities, right? How do you go back and give back?
And way before high school and college, those biases and those interests start at a very young age.
Very young.
Confidence starts at the age of 5.
I have a funny story from 2 years ago at the Google Next event. My son, at the time I think he was 12, was wearing a Google Next t-shirt right after at the baseball field. And like a kid comes up to him and said, "What does your dad do at Google?" And then he's like, "Oh, it's not my dad, it's mom." And then the coach said to him like 10 minutes later, "What does your dad do at Google? Like, where do you have that?" And he spent 3 different times explaining that it was actually his mom who worked at Google. And then finally one kid said to him, "Well, so if your mom works at Google, who picks you up from school?" It was like this whole kind of thing.
Just
But
an
like,
expectation.
that was very real. 12-year-old boys, you know, hanging on the baseball field. And so,
Well, I mean,
we've got
that's why,
some
you know,
education to do there as well, not just with the girls.
also media, and we're working on media. Media defines culture, and what you see is what you believe you can become. My husband is a butt doctor, and he's a colorectal surgeon, and I remember, he is, like, that's what he is, he's a butt doctor. And, you know, I remember going to this surgeon barbecue, and I was sitting around with men and women, this is 30-something years ago, and I was talking to this woman, and I said to her, I said, "Does your husband work with my husband?" And she said, "No, I do." Like, stupid, I was so dumb. But now I'm educated. I will never, you know, make that mistake, but it comes with education.
I just wanted to thank you, lovely ladies, for the genuine realness of your conversation. Over here. Something maybe a little bit more personal. You talked about proving yourself to other people based on comments and stuff. I think a lot of people have had to deal with that, a lot of women that I know. Was there something, a time period or a level in your career or something that changed that to prove to yourself to be part of the change instead of proving to others?
So I have a story. Even just a couple years ago, I was thrown into a situation where I had to turn a project around. And it was a project run by 3 older white male men, and it was all of the tech staff was Indian men. It was the whole project. It was about 100 people. And the project just happened to be behind schedule. It was overscoped, bad expectations with the client, just a bad situation. And I was asked to come in and help turn it around, right? I was younger than every one of those leaders. Right? I was a woman. I was also from a different practice, so they didn't already know me or trust me or know my background and credentials. And so it was really, really hard. And there was a lot of that self-doubt and that girl that says, "You can't do this." And just like Shelly says, you shut that bitch up. You gotta say, stop talking. And no, one, it was a couple things. It was my own voice that had to come out and say, absolutely can do this, but I also had to ask for the right help from outside that team. I had a great set of sponsors who had my back when I made changes, right? And I wasn't second guessed because I had somebody who had my back. I was able to turn that around by changing the team out, right? By bringing in more diversity and being very clear about the expectation. But that situation proved to me inside that I could do it. And that was just a couple years ago, right? And now I said, okay, well, if I can do that, I could do anything. That was the hardest thing I probably have ever done, right? And we turned it around. We delivered the project. We did all the things we could. But I feel like going through situations where you prove to your own self that you can do it is better than anything anyone can do.
Yeah. I can relate to that too. I, not that long ago, was asked to apply for a role. And I was like, are you kidding me? It's not my level. And, but then a lot of people came to say that. So I went back to my mentor. He's a man in Singapore. And I remember texting him and saying, hey, do you have a couple of minutes to chat? I am asked to move to that role. You know, I don't know what to do. And he's responding and he said, no chat, just do it.
Yeah.
And in speaking with my family and others, I had to go really deep in what I really wanted. That's why sometimes we just have to ask, what is my dream? What do I really, really want to do? And then just felt, if I only listened to the reasonable Tiffin, I would never do it. The dreamer in me made me do it. And it was as painful as it is, but I've never regretted it. And the resilience comes from doing sometimes the impossible, what we think is the impossible, by just remembering the dream that we have and then going for it.
Yeah.
But it did help that the mentor just said, don't call me, just do it.
Yeah. They have your back. They know you can have it.
It's confidence, and you got to believe in yourself, because if you don't, no one else will. So that really is the truth. You just got to believe in yourself. Our time is up. I know we have to go, but I just feel bad that this gentleman was trying to ask a question.
Is it on? Oh, thank you again for sharing all of your experiences. And my name is Martin Vargas. I'm from a technology nonprofit known as Digital Nest. And for the last 5 years, we've been doing work in advocacy and just really trying to showcase the importance of diversity. However, anyone can answer this. Can you tell me the experience of why it's important to have that inclusion voice, or why it's even important? Because the experience that I've had is that it's always like, oh, the bottom line, it'll come back. And the story that I tell people, it's phase one, a company puts it at the last agenda item. Oh, we're gonna add diversity to our company. Phase two, social media shaming. Like, oh, our numbers show up and now it's important. And phase three, they start giving out money to ERGs and saying, oh, we need a Latinx ERG. But then those individuals start feeling stressed about it, because not only do they have to do their full-time role, but now they have to do their diversity role. And what I would want to know is, why would it be important for tech companies to start off with that first? Or is it better just to be like, no, what, product first focus, diversity comes later, or diversity is always at the beginning?
I just want to say, and then let's just get the last sound bites. Companies with diversity perform 34% better than companies without, number one. If you have not seen the video by the Navy SEAL officer called Make Your Bed, Google it. It is remarkable. Diverse teams outperform those that aren't, hands down, every single time. And it talks about diverse teams in the boats outperform the homogenous teams. Best video ever, ever, ever. Okay, go on. No, I just had to share that. It was
innovation. You can't innovate if everybody's thinking the same way with the same context and the same background. We're probably all nodding our heads.
Yep.
We're in technology. We need to innovate. We need a diverse group of people. And our customers want to see themselves in our company, and our customers are diverse.
Okay, well, thank you very much. The speakers will be here for a few more minutes if anyone wants to come over and meet with anybody, but thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Google.
Thank you for coming. This concludes our session. Please exit the forum to your right. Thank you.
Welcome back to the next live show. Coming up later today, a next favorite, the developer keynote titled Get to the Fun Part. I'm definitely setting my alarm for this one. But first, let's head to the Fifth Nine Lounge, where Rado and Dave Renson, Director of CRE and Network Capacity, are hanging out.
So Dave, we meet again. It was just, what, 9 months ago that you and I were hanging out here at the Fifth Nine Lounge at Next. We were talking about your new book, I think. So what have you been up to since we last spoke?
You know, it's cloud. It's only one of Google's fastest growing businesses, so not much. Really, you know, video games, rock climbing, a lot of quinoa mostly.
That sounds about right.
Pretty sedate.
Anything work related?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, lots of stuff. Mostly working with customers and doing everything we can to teach the world what it means to be an SRE and how to do it well.
So when attendees come to Next, what can they expect when they visit us here in the Fifth Nine Lounge?
Well, really what we're hoping for is to have those deep conversations about how it is they go on their SRE journey. We're still kind of at this stage where we have to really prove to people that, no, this is not just something that only works at Google. You know, it can work anywhere.
Okay, let's get down to business and get to the nitty-gritty of SRE. How do we help customers move towards implementing SRE practices?
Well, so there are two things you really have to do. One, you have to make it easy for them to learn, right? So we wrote these 2 best-selling books, so we have a Coursera course, so we do a lot of writing and public speaking. And then you have to make it easy for them to practice it in the tools, right? So there's a wonderful announcement today from the Stackdriver team about SLO alerting and error budget monitoring. So those are really the two ways you have to attack that problem.
Fantastic. So what is Google doing to help our customers meet their own SLOs?
You know, I think the best thing a customer can do to reliably meet SLOs, besides building good products, is to actually share their monitoring with Google. Like if you're using Stackdriver, and you set up an SLO dashboard, you can actually share that with us so that when you have difficult moments, and you will, it becomes faster for everyone to debug.
Nice. And so what is Google doing with our products to help customers implement those SLOs and error budgets themselves?
My personal goal at Google is to make sure that it's easy in every product to practice SRE principles. That rollouts and rollbacks are idempotent and easy when you're doing them on, I don't know, GCE or GKE. You saw the announcement this morning of our new Kubernetes hybrid and on-prem solution. We're going to make some other announcements about SLO monitoring and burn monitoring in those solutions too. So we're really building at every layer of the stack.
Fantastic. Now I've been hanging out with a few SREs. You hear a lot about accepting failure as normal. How do you recommend customers go about moving from every error is a problem to the mindset of failure is normal?
You know, a big problem is that for so long we've all been living under the tyranny of perfection. We expect perfection. And I always say to customers, tell me one system designed by humans, software, hardware, economic, political, anything you want, that's ever been 100% reliable. And they can't. And you know why they can't? Because nature's never built one either. So once you accept that it's not possible to do, then the question becomes, well, how much failure is acceptable, because you're going to have some. And that's where then we get into the conversations about error budgets and SLOs.
Yeah, that's a good segue. So how do you see customers becoming effective at managing the workloads of their SRE teams?
Okay, so, you know, there are some good rule of thumb limits about the number of incidents you can really have during an on-call period, or how much of your project time you can have. So I think a good rule of thumb for people is, if you see your teams are spending at all anything less than 50% of their calendar time, their clock time, on engineering projects, they're headed for toil, and they're not managing their load well. But we can, if you come talk to us, we can help you manage your way through that.
Absolutely. And so speaking of that, you know, what are your recommendations to customers on how to take that first step of their journey towards SRE?
Well, there are a bunch of things you can do. We've got two best-selling books. If you go to google.com/SRE, you can read both of the books for free. We have a course in Coursera specifically on SLOs that's really very popular. If you're here at the show, come by the Fifth Nine and talk to SREs, talk to me or anyone else. If you're a Google Cloud customer, you can talk for free with the CRE team, the Customer Reliability Engineering team. We are a group of long-tenured SREs, and our job is to teach you how to adopt SRE and make that easy and comfortable for you.
Fantastic. All right, thanks, Dave. It is always a pleasure.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you. Now remember, if you're here at Next, come and join us at the Fifth Nine Lounge and talk to a bunch of SREs all about your SRE questions. And now we'll send it over to you, Stephanie.
Thanks, Rito and Dave. Throughout the Next live show, we're bringing you condensed versions of a few Next sessions that we're calling Dev Bites. Watch this next Dev Bite to learn how to surface problems and how to fix them using Stackdriver.
As you move to the cloud and adopt the latest technologies such as Kubernetes, have you found it even harder to find the root cause of issues and understand just how well your application is performing? Stackdriver Application Performance Management, aka APM, shines light on your cloud-native and multi-cloud environments in order to help you solve these problems better. I'm Brian Zimmerman, Product Manager for Trace and Debugger.
And I'm Morgan McLean, Product Manager for Stackdriver Profiler. Stackdriver is Google's suite of management and observability products. APM is focused on that deeper levels of debug-style information to help reduce mean time to resolution, find performance optimizations, and build the best possible experience for your users. APM features 3 products: Stackdriver Trace, Stackdriver Profiler, and Stackdriver Debugger.
Trace is our distributed tracing product. What is distributed tracing, you ask? Well, tracing allows you to visualize how a request flows through your environment. In microservices applications or highly distributed environments, understanding context and flow is essential to resolving problems.
How do we use this in real life? For example, let's assume that we receive an alert that shows a jump in latency for our application. Trace gives us the best detailed data to help us troubleshoot this error.
With Stackdriver Trace, you can easily see the top requests, RPC calls, and associated latency. Find an example of the issue you are having with simple search and filter. And see a simple view of the request as it processes through your complex environment. This includes detailed custom information and annotations.
For more detailed information, analysis reports are generated automatically. You can view an existing report or create your own to see how latency has changed over time. You can group these by percentile, and you can also drill down into example traces to find out exactly what happened to cause this issue.
As you can see, Trace guides you from problem to service. Now we will show you how you can get from service to method with Stackdriver Profiler.
Profiler can inspect the CPU and memory performance of all the functions in your code, and it shows you the calling relationships between them. Profiler can visualize your code on a flame graph, which shows calling relationships along the vertical axis and resource consumption on the horizontal axis. You can use a number of different filters, including weight filtering, which only shows data captured during periods of high consumption, and a focus filter, which shows all of the paths in and out of a selected function. If you need to visualize the performance of functions that are called throughout your code base, you can use the focus table, which shows the aggregated cost of all the functions in the graph. Finally, once you've identified the area of code that you're interested in, it's time to inspect the behavior of this code to find the problem.
This is where Debugger comes in. Stackdriver Debugger offers the ability to take log points and snapshots of your running code in production without impact, redeploying, or restarting your services. Traditionally, debugging involves analyzing logs and metrics, taking a guess at the problem, deploying some new code or a debug module, looking at the logs again to confirm, waiting for the issue, analyzing logs again, perhaps taking another crack at it. Stackdriver Debugger allows you to take breakpoints and snapshots in production without system impact, redeploying, or restarting your application. This allows you to tighten your troubleshooting flow significantly, as you're not having to wait for lengthy deployments. In addition to the efficiency gains, many customers report being able to bring debugging further up the troubleshooting stack to operators or SREs, further reducing MTTR and affecting customer impact.
All of these APM tools work with code and apps that are running on any cloud or even on-premise infrastructure. So no matter where you run your application, you now have a consistent, accessible APM toolkit to monitor and manage the performance of your apps.
With Stackdriver Trace, Profiler, and Debugger, APM enables developers and operators to track and resolve issues the way that Google Site Reliability Engineering does. You can start and stop your code without affecting your users, and get insights into how your code is running on production, no matter what cloud you're using.
Whether your application is just getting off the ground, or if it's already live and in production, using APM to monitor and tune its performance can be a game changer. To get started with Stackdriver APM, simply link the appropriate libraries for each tool to your application, and then start gathering telemetry for analysis.
To learn more, visit cloud.google.com/APM.
And thank you very much.
Later on the next live show, it's all about developers. We'll give you a tour of our featured demos in the Dev Zone. But first, more sessions on all 6 live stream channels, so check them out. Stay tuned.
thanks so much for coming here this afternoon. My name is Andrew Moore. I'm the head of Google Cloud AI. I've spent my career in artificial intelligence, jumping between academia and industry. This particular Next is so exciting for me because it's all about how artificial intelligence has become a real and significant part of the world's economy. And I'm imagining the students I was teaching 20 years ago about the futuristic promise of AI. And although we have a heck of a lot further to go, much of it is now actually here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rajan Sheth, and I lead the product team for Cloud AI. I've been at Google 15 years and in enterprise the whole time because my passion is turning interesting technology like this into products that can help all of you, customers, developers, partners, do really great things. And I think AI is probably the most interesting technology I've seen because it can really empower people to really transform.
So in 2019, I think you're seeing this in this particular meeting. We are taking the business of AI very seriously. The fact is that where many of us were excited about producing tools which had the prospect of helping transform industries, we're now most interested in the science of how enterprises adopt AI effectively, without too many false starts, safely, reliably, and of course, in an ethical and sensible way that respects the kind of cultures that we're unleashing AI into.
And as Andrew often says, we like to work backwards in that we need to start with your problems. What are the real business problems that are out there, and then figure out how we can work together to solve them, and that's what we're oriented towards doing.
So we're co-hosting this session. We are both AI nerds who've actually had pretty different career paths getting here, but that's why it's so exciting and such an honor for us to be involved in this great responsibility of making sure that Google does the right thing in terms of AI. So this is what we and Google Cloud are now dedicated to.
And so in today's session, what we're really going to focus on is stories from customers. And so you're going to hear from a variety of interesting customers and stories from different customers about how they're using AI to be able to solve some of their problems. And really kind of focusing on how this is there today and what you can really do today.
Our first guest demonstrates that AI customers don't just need powerful algorithms. And that's certainly been a huge learning, I think, of many people in our industry, that it's about how you can scale these things so that it goes from a fun Jupyter notebook into a real-world deployment. So please welcome Alex Owens, VP and Global Head of People Data Centers, AI, and Data Governance at Unilever. All right, so welcome. It's great to have you here. Firstly, before we jump into the details, tell us about your career trajectory and what's brought you into the world of AI.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I've worked in data and analytics most of my career. Prior to Unilever, I worked in banking. Don't shoot me. I worked in media as well, so I worked under Rupert Murdoch's youngest son, James, using data and analytics to power B-Sky-B, which is, yeah, yes. You'll probably be familiar with that. And then before that, I worked in the BBC. So yeah.
The British Broadcasting Corporation.
The British Broadcasting Corporation.
Right, very good.
Yeah. And I guess, you know, now at Unilever, I mean, for many people, I don't know if people know Unilever well, but I can imagine some of you probably do. You know, we're the second biggest advertiser in the world. We spend $8 billion a year advertising, and Google is a very strategic partner of ours. We have 200 markets, 500 brands, and actually the biggest opportunity is in the fact that 2.5 billion people use our products every day. And so there's a massive opportunity there to collect data from the consumers on the consumption of the products. Yeah.
That's great. I find that it's really exciting to have that data, but then
you get completely crushed by the volumes of it unless you've got a strategy for managing it.
Yeah.
So part of your job title is people data centers. That is a weird but cool term. Tell me more about it.
Well, I think we joke at Unilever as well, and the fact that I guess the only constant is change. I think that's my job title today. God knows what it will be tomorrow when I get home. Who knows? But I mean, let me give you a little bit more background, so at least it brings to context, I guess, how we use Google Cloud APIs. But we have a very grand ambition of 1 billion one-to-one relationships through meaningful and relevant dialogue. And so what do we mean by that? Using data and technology to speak to our consumers one-to-one. My job has been primarily on people data centers, which is effectively 3 pillars. So all of the social and business analytics that we do on a global basis. So we have access to 30 or 40 different data points, whether that be social data, search data, ratings and reviews data, or business data. My team on a global basis will mine that data to drive insight. The second element of the people data center is what we call our consumer engagement centers, or in other words, call centers. Yeah. So loving the conversation this morning around the contact center API. And we get maybe 15 million calls. Considering how many people use our products, it's not that many, but it's a massive insight source and a vast amount of data. And the third element is what we call internally PRM, or people relationship marketing, which is effectively CRM. So I'm accountable for deploying the capability across the business, but also driving CRM across our business using Adobe Marketing Cloud, actually, in this case.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, operating at that scale must be so much fun. So, given the complexity, I assume that this is part of the reason why you're going beyond regular information technology into artificial intelligence.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, we have, one, I always joke when you speak to people about AI, it's probably an overused term and a misunderstood term. And for me, I think AI is an umbrella term, I suppose, and the way that we look at it is through the various strands of AI. The biggest thing that we've used in Google from an API perspective, and we're using many others, which I'll come on to explain in a second, but it's the Vision API. Yeah, so the Vision API gives us the ability to decode a lot of the imageries that we see, whether it be on Instagram or whether it be on any image-heavy social platform. But that's primarily for an insight purpose. So how can we understand more about the way in which our consumers are speaking about us through imageries on the social platforms? But more importantly and more recently, we've actually been using the Google Vision API on our data-driven marketing. So how can we understand how our campaigns are performing real time, so we can optimize the content to meet the audience and effectively change the creative when creatives aren't themselves working too well.
Very good. So I'm going to throw you a curveball here.
Yeah.
I'm proud of Vision API, but there must be something you really wish we'd already done. Is there something that we could be doing better there?
I mean, to be honest, the Vision API for us has been outstanding. I really do think it's been outstanding. When we played around a lot with image recognition capability in the past, yes, it's water. Is that a fish? I'm not quite sure if it's a fish type stuff. But nowadays, I think the Vision API is outstanding. I mean, we do use others, so we use your Visual API, which is your moving imagery one, which I think is probably not quite there as good yet as the Vision API.
Yeah, give us another week.
But give you another week, yeah, exactly. Is there something that you guys haven't done? It's a good question, but I think, we have been really impressed by the Vision API, and I think not just its ability to decode and the inventory that sits behind it, but actually the speed at which you can get the information back and process the data to be able to optimize a campaign real time.
Very good. Well, I'm glad to hear that positive feedback. If it's positive feedback, I'm going to tell you that this was really my project. If it had been the other way, it would have been Rajan's project.
Well, people don't know me well, but I can tell you I'm not a fan of praise. I absolutely hate praise, so if I just praised you there, it's a good thing.
Very good. All right. So when it comes to the sort of actual results, do you have metrics showing you whether this sort of use of AI really helps?
Well, let me go back and let me just explain 2 examples when we've used the Vision API. The first is for insight, and the second is for data-driven marketing, before I come on to the results. So the first one is we use, as I said, Vision API to decode all of the imagery. We've invented our own tool internally called Pixel, which is basically powered by Google Vision API. We've done a recent piece in India for a very famous tea brand of ours. You might not know Lipton, I suppose. We make Ben & Jerry's, Dove, Lipton, you name it. You eat it, you put it in your skin, and you clean your house with most of the stuff that we have. But that really helped us, I guess, take what we did to another level. Because using the Vision API, we managed to not only understand how people were consuming tea, but more importantly, we could then look at stuff in terms of facial recognition. We could play around with situational type analysis as well, so where were people consuming tea? And ultimately, it gave us insights that we had never, ever got before. Yeah, because most of the insights were coming from text in the past, but the way in which people consume our products, most of which is in situations that you wouldn't necessarily have seen otherwise. And actually, it just won the best paper at the MRSI in India. Wow. Because it was, because of the insights that it generated and the ability of us then now driving a campaign, which is a very different campaign that we would have run for tea in years gone by. The second one on data-driven marketing, and it's a very proud one again. I think we won an Effie on this and partnering again with Google on it. So in effect, we set up a command center. It was for Lifebuoy. Lifebuoy is basically a hand sanitizer. It's a hand washing cream. It's one of our oldest brands, probably I think about 80 to 100 years old. And it was in North Africa and Middle East, and it was during Ramadan. So we set up a command center. We had Google analysts coming in. We used Google Analytics both in terms of the search capability as well to understand how people were interacting, but more importantly, by the Vision API, it allowed us to adapt the content real time and change the content real time because of the ability to process the information, see what content was working with which audience, and ultimately then adapt that content to reflect more the needs of the consumer across, I think this was across about 7 or 8 markets.
Fantastic.
The results for that were phenomenal. I mean, they really were phenomenal. We grew our market share over the Ramadan period with Lifebuoy of 4%, which pretty phenomenal. Yeah. I hadn't seen results like that at all, and that was purely because we were speaking to our consumers in the right way, through the right channels, with the right content.
Very interesting. Congratulations. So, what's next? I assume you're not done with deployment of AI.
No. I mean, we use it, as I said, extensively across the organization, and I guess my team is at the heart of the digital transformation, whether that be our end-to-end supply chain, whether it be in the way that we can innovate much faster into market, or whether it be through our data-driven marketing. So the next stage is we're partnering heavily with you guys again on using the Visual API, so the moving imagery one to do stuff like YouTube. Again, for an insight perspective, but also for a campaign perspective as well. Contact Center API is something that we're playing around with. We've got a couple of pilots in flight at the moment. I haven't quite seen the fruits of its labor yet, but I'm sure if it's like the Vision API, it will be doing overall pretty well. And NLP, we use NLP heavily within everything that we do, especially as you're starting to summarize a lot of the data that we get from our social platforms.
Very good. So the next thing in all of this is the importance of how we do this responsibly. And I'm very aware how much of a brand killer it can be if someone does something irresponsible. How do you guys handle this?
No, it's very good. It's a very good question. I mean, ultimately, everything that we do has to retain our consumers' trust. We are a consumer goods giant. Our consumers are at the heart of our business, and many businesses say consumers are at the heart of their business, but it's true for us. If it wasn't for our consumers, we wouldn't have a business. Unilever cares passionately about its values. We are a very values-driven organization. Sustainability is at our core, whether that be environmental or societal. And therefore, everything that we do, we have the consumer in our mind. There are certain things we set up internally. I just realized, actually, I'm wearing pink socks today as well. For those that saw the note before.
Oh, nice.
For inclusiveness. I didn't realize, it was just by chance. Anyway, but we have an AI ethics committee, and we work very closely with our partners, such as yourself and Facebook, to make sure that whatever we do with the data is done so in the right way. And the AI ethics committee is actually chaired by our general counsel, our CFO, our Chief Data Officer, and Chief Digital Officers. So it goes all the way to the top. Yeah, we are generally a bottom-up organization, not a top-down organization, but for things like this, you need to have sponsorship at senior levels.
Yes.
Similarly, we have deployed what we call Unilever Cloud, which is basically Adobe Marketing Cloud, in 24 markets over the last year. That is using both the digital data you'll collect through your DMP, as well as all the PII information that we'd collect through subscriptions or competitions or sampling. But every single market that we go live in, we make sure that they are GDPR compliant. Now, GDPR is the regulation that's in Europe, and that is it's a very tight regulation. But if I had to go to Thailand, for example, Thailand, you could do what you like with any data. I could buy a dodgy list of a man in the street, and I could use that list. But ultimately, any market that goes live has to be GDPR compliant because, one, it holds our reputation. But secondly, it ensures that we future-proof the business as well.
Excellent. I'm really glad you take this approach. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to Rajan to discuss one of our next use cases. Everyone, thank you so much. Please thank Alex for joining us here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next story we're going to talk about is Fox Sports in Australia. And I thought it was a very interesting story. How many of you here are cricket fans by any chance? A good amount in the crowd. I'm a newbie to cricket, but my entire family is cricket fans, so I've been learning very rapidly on this. But what's interesting is that Fox Sports in Australia is using AutoML tables, which is a new product that we introduced today to change the way that cricket is watched. And AutoML tables is essentially a way that we can take the power of AutoML, which is essentially automatically generating machine learning models for a given data set and deploying it for you. But we can apply that to structured tabular data. And a lot of the problems that many of our customers face are tabular data problems. And in their case, with Fox Sports, they had a specific thing that they wanted to do. So in their case, cricket has been a staple of broadcasting in Australia for 60 years. And it's traditionally been available for free, but now it's not. Now it's something that is a paid broadcast. And so the expectations of Fox Sports for cricket were really, really high. And so their challenge was, how do you then acquire new subscribers? Because in order for them to actually watch these games, you have to actually acquire these subscribers. How do you reduce the cost per acquisition by 40%? And then how do you actually get a share of the live cricket audience with this? And so they needed to figure out how to do this, and they used machine learning and artificial intelligence to be able to do this. And so the vision behind this was that they were trying to figure out, what if you could actually anticipate the most exciting moments of the game? Cricket is a long game, some cases lasting multiple days long. And so how can you actually anticipate that something interesting is about to happen and alert users that something interesting is about to happen? And so what they did is they used our technologies to build what they call Monty, which is essentially a model to try to predict this, try to predict that there are interesting things happening in the game. And so what they put into it was the bold ball-by-ball data from these cricket matches, and they were then using our technologies to then make predictions based on that data. So in particular, what they were outputting was the chance of a wicket falling. And they, for example, this is just an example where they would be able to say that with X amount of probability, a wicket is going to fall in the next 5 minutes, for example. And so something like that can then attract people to come and watch the game, because then they know something exciting is about to happen. And so once they did this, they then integrated that into their marketing campaigns. So they would integrate it into everything from literally billboard ads all the way through to the Fox Sports app, through to things like Google Home and social media, to get this wicket warning out to viewers. And they would then be able to be drawn back into this. And it was shockingly accurate in terms of the actual accuracy of this, such that in most cases, something actually exciting really did happen after this. And this was a tweet about the results. And so, of course, the term of game changer has become a bit of a cliche, but it actually really does apply here for real. And so this became a fundamental part of their broadcast and a fundamental way that they started to connect with viewers. So this may seem like kind of a trivial example, but it had real major business impact for them. It increased their viewer engagement by 140%. It increased their subscriber to dollar spend by 150%. And it increased their brand recall by 2x. And so this kind of thing can be another way to use AI to be able to draw people in and start to actually build up your brand and get a real result out of it. So tabular data is not something that seems like the most interesting area, but it is actually one of the most interesting areas. What we're finding is that with many of our customers, probably more than half of the machine learning problems that they have are tabular data problems. And AutoML tables is a great way to solve this, because essentially what we can now do is generate an accurate model on top of this tabular data and make it such that you can have outcomes like this for things like marketing, but all the way through many, many other kind of structured data problems. So I'll turn it back over to Andrew to introduce our next customer.
Very good. Thank you, Rajan. And that's a really interesting story. I grew up with a father who was obsessed by cricket, and I could have really used this so that I could just jump in when it actually gets interesting. No slight intended to the cricket fans out there. All right, so we've had a really nice discussion about marketing and retail, and another nice discussion about media and entertainment. Another really important area, which of course drives the world's economy, is finance. And so applying artificial intelligence in finance is important. There's all kinds of good it can do. It really underlines the need for things beyond predictive accuracy, and especially that includes transparency. We cannot allow black boxes to be running the world of finance for us. So our next speaker or interviewee has very significant experience with this as part of the BlackRock organization. So I'm very pleased to welcome up to the stage Stefano Pascali. Stefano, thank you. So fill us in on BlackRock and the kinds of problems that you're facing.
Okay. BlackRock as an asset manager has a mandate to manage investment and trading security in the market to satisfy our clients' need to invest their money for the future of wealth. In my specific case, and there are many teams in BlackRock that apply AI machine learning. My specific day job is try to build a model to forecast different type of liquidity to support trader and portfolio manager to manage better the portfolio from the liquidity risk management perspective.
Very good. So how is Cloud AI actually helping you in this?
My objective is not AI. I use often the word machine learning. My objective is to build a good model. Now, liquidity, by nature of the problem, is a problem that is very difficult to solve. Sparse data or data that are available are very noisy. And there is high dimensionality. So all these type of problems that machine learning can help a lot. So we enter in this adventure almost immediately. 10 years ago, when I started this job about research liquidity, I immediately started to look into random forest, decision tree, network network, clearly just for fun, because 10 years ago, network network clearly wasn't an optimal solution. So now we are able to, we personally use with my team the cloud for the research and proof of concept. And we are able to do a lot of tests and a lot of development in our research, leveraging the cloud and using machine learning / AI only when it's necessary.
Yep.
So I'm not ashamed to tell that I rolled out in production with my team last quarter to a model based on random forest and another model based on 2-variable linear regression, because it was doing the job. So it's not about going to machine learning for the sake of machine learning.
Yes. I totally approve of that approach, by the way, and it's a common misconception that you need massively complex models all the time. Very frequently, it's actually the responsible thing to do to try to minimize the number of parameters to explain something. And I can see how in your industry that's particularly important. So yeah, 2 parameters instead of 2 million, I would wear that as a badge of honor.
If it does the job, yes.
Yes. So there is this really important thing, though. It is not like we're trying to predict flaws in manufacture of sunglasses or something. There are real people and lives and societal issues going on here. So how do you account for this in the design of your AI systems?
BlackRock has a big company centralized initiative about AI to try exactly to build this practice of AI in the company. My specific case in building models is very simple. I'm seeking for performance. Everybody wants to claim that I have a model performing out of sample very well. And without giving away, because we are dealing with the fiduciary role of our clients, we are dealing with people money, so I cannot ask the trader to believe my model based on black boxes. So we always trying to find the right equilibrium between overshooting, so sometimes the regression can do the job, so it's cool, exciting, but it's not really necessary. And when you can push in the machine learning world, try to account that you cannot, for a moment, push too far deep into the research because of interpretability. Yes. So you are able, must be able, maybe in other sector, but in financial world particularly, you need to be able to explain and attribute the outcome of your model to the input features.
Very good. And this is, for me, such a important and typical lesson that no 2 data scientists actually get to follow the same recipe. Pretty much in every industry, in every use case, there's some different combination of constraints you're under. And in this case, you've really had to experiment with these extra constraints that you cannot have unjustified complexity in the models. Do you think there are things that those of us who are supplying the AI industry should be doing better to help create a more finance-friendly form of AI?
Yes, Rajan knows my paranoia, interpretability.
Yeah.
When I was speaking in another Google event in London, when we leaving the stage, Rajan showed to me some research that we guys were doing about adaptability.
Yes.
I really lock him in the room and try to understand more because it's really our priority. So it's definitely our priority, and to the point that when I was mentioned before that we roll out a model based on random forest, we have in the cloud a parallel implementation with our network. As expected, the performance is higher, but we need to build an interpretability framework around this in order to roll out this model. Is an example that I do all the time. One of these models is supposed to forecast T+1 tradable volume for a bond. I go to the trader and they say, there is a big drop in tradable volume for tomorrow, so tomorrow maybe it's going to be problematic to trade this bond. Assuming that I'm right, the next question the trader is going to ask me is, say, why your model is forecasting a much lower number? And honestly, I cannot say to him, I have a beautiful deep learning model, I backtest the model. No, I need to say to him, because of all these features, they jump, they move, and so the forecast is changed. This is a big thing for us.
Very good. And it is something where we in Google have been really pushing hard on making sure that we're ready to help answer those why types of questions. Is it something which we should always do? So do you see a day when we just don't use really sophisticated models because we have to keep them all interpretable?
No, first of all, we count a lot on people like you solving the problem. And second of all, I was receiving in one conference a question how much I would give away interpretability to seek performance. And my rule of thumb is if the output the model produce is directly used for business decision, I will give away 0% of interpretability. So whatever it takes, going back to a random forest or going back to a regressive model. If these are features that are input of the final output, maybe you can give up a little bit interpretability. For example, if you build a beautiful NLP model to generate a sentiment index about liquidity, and this is one feature in your model, then maybe it's becoming less important for you to be able to attribute the sentiment to the input article. That is impossible and doesn't really make sense. Yes. So depends the layer in the process of producing the output, where is the model where we can give up interpretability a little bit.
Yes, I very much agree with that answer, and I've usually see big machine learning deployments. You have models feeding into other models. Sometimes you want to be able to isolate one of them and understand what it's doing, but sometimes one of the outputs doesn't need to be explained because we are doing that work later on down the line. Very good. So, what do you see as next in finance using artificial intelligence?
In my specific case, try to improve the quality of our modeling, leveraging this technology. So for me, AI machine learning is a tool to achieve better performance, accounting for what we just said, the interpretability component. I personally see, I'm a strong believer, even it's not my team, we have the machine learning expertise. We are not, at least I'm not an NLP guy. We have people in BlackRock working on NLP. I personally believe that NLP can contain a big source of valuable features to plug into the model. So when I see somebody building a powerful NLP model to extract sentiment from textual news, I think this one will be a big step forward in the quality of our model.
I very much agree. So natural language processing, any free text you've got in your systems, it's important to do several different things. Extract the entities being referenced. If the text is a sentence, find the relationship being described, what we call a triple in a knowledge graph. And then sentiment is another really big one. So very much this is another aspect or example of a staged multiple layer machine learning and deployment where you're going to use more natural language processing to get you signals to help you make better decisions.
Exactly.
Very good. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed talking to you. I could talk to you for a lot longer. I think we're all very thrilled that important companies like BlackRock are really being careful about transparency in their AI work. Thank you.
And tomorrow I will show actually some of this example in a breakout session where we can see where we're able to push the model or we're obliged to wait a little bit because of interpretability.
All right, that's great. We'll look forward to that tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. So the next case study I want to talk through is from Walt Disney Company. And it's one of these things where in this case, Walt Disney Company, in many cases, is an e-commerce company or a retail company. And what they're trying to figure out is how can they actually get to know their users and have a more personalized experience for their users. Today, earlier in the morning, you saw that we released what we call Recommendations AI. And what we're doing here is we're taking a lot of the best of our knowledge of personalization and bringing this into a product that can deliver product recommendations at scale. And Disney has been one of our first customers with this. And they're using it for a variety of things on their Shop Disney site. So they're using this for things like placement on a product detail page so that you can find things that are more like this. They have an existing system in place, and they're using 1 year of anonymized data to be able to figure out this recommendation. And their belief is that if they can have better recommendations, they'll have happier users, and it'll increase their revenue. And so what they've tried was a test with us, kind of an A/B test with their existing system versus our system. And this is literally what they saw, which was really fascinating. So you can see here, and it's a little bit small, but what the customer was trying to order here was an Eeyore sleep mask. And I can guarantee you that if you're getting an Eeyore sleep mask, you're probably not looking for the Darth Vader mask as well. However, the results on the right was the test group B with our system, and you can see the kinds of things that this came up, which are much, much more logical. If you're getting the Eeyore sleep mask, you probably want other things with Eeyore or other things from Winnie the Pooh that might be there. And so we're doing this based on not things just related to the current product, but a holistic view of the customer from Disney's data to be able to produce these results. And the results are much better for the end user. And so what they saw in production was that this increased the average order value. It increased the number of units per transaction, and then also increased the revenue overall. They've been running this now in production for all of Shop Disney since July of 2018. They were one of the first customers that we worked with. And then more recently, they've brought this together into the frequently brought together section. And then they're now starting to do that since November of last year. And so they're able to see some very tangible results that hit clear ROI for them. So the last one that we want to talk about is Hulu. And we talked a bit about this on stage at the keynote this morning. But we want to dive into this use case in a lot of detail and talk about how Hulu has been using contact center AI to be able to help customer service. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Matt Kravitz, the Director of Service Applications and Viewer Experience from Hulu.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. And so can you tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us a little bit about Hulu?
Sure. First question is, why did we put the guy with the New Jersey accent after Stefano? He's got a great accent, so everybody's in for a treat with me. So I'm Matt Kravitz, and I'm the Director of Service Applications for Hulu. And I'm responsible for innovation specifically in the service experience. So first, I'm really, really excited to be here. There was something that was announced this morning, the partnership with Five9 and with Salesforce, and it has really an opportunity to affect many of our businesses. So I'm super, super excited. So hopefully you guys know Hulu, because many of you in the room, you really are the target demographic. But for those that don't, we have 25 million active subscribers. We're a 10-year-old business. And in our 10th year, we experienced 48% year-over-year growth.
Wow.
So the good news is a lot of growth. The downside is that it could really put a lot of complexity and risk in terms of what it impacts in terms of the customer experience. Are you prepared for that sort of scale? So it has some interesting challenges in terms of trying to maintain customer satisfaction, or CSAT, within the call center and transactional experiences. So, why am I excited about AI? I think it's really reached somewhat of an inflection point. And I think this is a very, very recent occurrence where the technology has become simplified enough and accessible enough that you don't have to be super technical as an organization and do a lot of hiring in terms of trying to get sort of a lift of capabilities.
Right.
So, because of that maturity, and that sort of point, it really allows us to spend a lot more time worrying about the customer experience and a lot less time worrying about models and algorithms and things that really aren't as impactful in terms of our investments.
That makes sense. And so how are you using the technology to enhance the customer experience?
Okay. So at Hulu, we've decided to really focus on partnering. There's other areas of the business that really are, historically sort of a build business, especially when it comes to our core competence, which is media and streaming and searching algorithms. But as you're starting to get further from the core competence and in the service environment, we're partnering. So we have 3 partners that we're plugging into in our ecosystem. The first is Salesforce. We really use them end to end. Our help site is Salesforce, our communities, our omni-channel deployment. So we offer a couple different ways to contact us through chat or telephony. And we started our AI journey recently with chatbots. The second partner is Five9, who's a cloud-based telephony company. It really has allowed us to scale up very quickly. And it also plugs in very, very well into Salesforce in terms of the omni-channel telephony capability.
Right.
And now we're partnering with Google. And we're really exposing Google to the next generation of complex use cases. And what's really so amazing for us is that we've built out this ecosystem. And as each of these partners are sort of evolving their respective roadmaps, it's very easy for us to plug this in. So something like a Dialogflow, it's just really almost even plug and play for us. So it's a really good partner ecosystem that we built.
That's great. It feels like kind of one adds on top of each other.
Yeah.
And makes each one better. And so, can you talk a little bit about your business challenges and what are some of the challenges that you're facing?
Right, so we alluded to that in the beginning, which is that 48% number and what that growth really does to contact volume. So you just can't depend on hiring more and more people. It's just not scalable. So we're becoming increasingly dependent upon technology and innovation, right? There's a couple KPIs that I think could sort of measure how you're making progress. Two very simple ones would be average handle time,
right.
AHT, and measuring that and how technology can play against the AHT. And there's a couple good examples of how we're addressing that. And the other is positive deflection, right? So it's not deflection, it's positive, which is sort of helping people resolve issues. So the question is, if you're reducing AHT and you're trying to increase positive deflection, how do you do that without sort of negatively impacting Net Promoter Score and CSAT as well? So you sort of have to balance both these things, and that's an interesting business challenge.
No, definitely. That's really tricky in trying to figure out how to balance that without one affecting the other. Yeah. And so can you share anything really interesting with the audience and something cool that you think would interest the audience?
Yes, so Hulu is a media company. So we have now an animated short that we partnered with Salesforce and Google, and it's this amazing new movie.
Of course.
So we're going to share it with you guys, and that probably can explain it better than words could do.
Wonderful. We'd love to see that.
Google Cloud and Salesforce are partnering to deliver AI-powered customer service experiences so that every company can transform their customers' experience. Let's show you Hulu's vision for scaling engaging experiences for their more than 25 million subscribers through the eyes of Lauren, a Hulu viewer. Hulu makes it easy for their viewers to get help anytime, anywhere. Instead of customers having to navigate a lengthy phone tree, a Hulu bot powered by Google Cloud's virtual agent technology can immediately engage viewers in a human-like conversational experience, help resolve issues 24/7, and seamlessly hand off the call to a human agent at the right time.
Hi, Lauren. Thanks for calling Hulu. How can I help you today?
Hi, I would like to update my plan to watch the NBA basketball games.
Sure thing. Looks like you've been watching on a Chromecast Ultra. Is this the device you'd be watching the game on?
Yep.
Perfect. I'd recommend our Hulu Plus Live TV plan. If you'd like, I can transfer you to one of our viewer experience advocates to get that set up.
That would be great. Thanks.
Hey Lauren, thanks for calling Hulu.
The human agent now has everything they need in the Salesforce Service Cloud console, including the full call transcript to expedite case resolution. Google's Agent Assist technology automatically presents machine learning-driven recommendations, making it easy for agents to know what viewers need and get answers fast.
It looks like you'd like to add the Hulu Plus Live TV plan to watch the basketball games. I'd be happy to help you out there.
That would be great.
Perfect. I'll update your plan to add live TV.
As the call progresses, Agent Assist continues to surface new recommendations based on the context of the conversation.
Did you know that you could also watch Hulu Live TV on additional devices such as tablets? Would you like me to help you set that up?
Sure, I'd like that.
Great. I'll send over an article that will walk you through the steps for future devices as well.
AI-powered recommendations and offers are provided in real time, allowing agents to add value to every conversation and keep viewers engaged and happy.
What else have you been watching recently besides basketball?
My husband and I have been wanting to binge watch Game of Thrones so we can get ready for the final season.
Awesome. Did you know that if you add HBO through your Hulu plan, you can watch directly in the Hulu app? If you'd like, I can add HBO to your plan as well.
Yes, let's do it.
Agents are guided step by step through any business process. No memorization of what to do next required. The combined power of Google Cloud AI and Salesforce Einstein also makes call wrap-up easy with pre-populated case details, improving data quality and saving agents time as they move on to helping the next viewer. With Google Cloud and Salesforce, Hulu can now integrate AI into every service interaction and reimagine the viewer experience.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Great.
Very cool.
This looks great on my IMD profile. Really, really very exciting. Yeah.
That's great. But it's really interesting, very, very cool stuff. It really shows the example of how this can be so useful.
There's a lot here. There's
yeah.
two of my favorites I'd love to share.
Yeah.
So one is really good acronym to remember is RTSA, Real-Time Speech Analytics. So I think this is the game changer, or one of the game changers. So what's amazing to see during that video is what was happening in the center of the screen, how as you're having a conversation with our viewer, you're literally, it's almost like a closed caption. There's an immediate transcription of the voice. That technology itself isn't really the game changer. But what happens is, as that is being able to be transcribed into text, it unlocks a few interesting capabilities. So one interesting capability is in the traditional call center environment, is when a case loads, you're looking at a knowledge article or a next best action. And it's sort of a singular concept in terms of how the conversation starts. But it's amazing to watch that during that video that it's able to update itself and throughout the conversation to give really dynamic recommendations.
That's great.
So that RTSA really enables that technology. So it's a very exciting conversation capability. The other thing that it really could unlock is imagine during a call what you could do around A/B testing. So through upsells or retention offers. Again, instead of having a static list, having the system understand the intent of that conversation. In that case, Game of Thrones is an intent, and offering HBO as a next best action, that package is just, it really unlocks some pretty cool capabilities. And with AI, we can really do this across all of our calls, not just a subset of the calls, and you're really going to get optimal recommendations through that. In terms of the business outcome of that, and I know that's really sort of the focus, is you're really getting at least 30 seconds in terms of the search cost for the knowledge articles.
Wow.
And for the next best action. In our business, seconds count.
Yeah.
Getting our viewers back to watching television faster is really our goal. So saving 20, 30 seconds, it's really a very nice lift. So that's going to impact that average handle time.
That's great, and that's great for the customers and for you.
Yep, everybody wins.
That's great. And so, what about other use cases? What's the second use case?
The second one is my favorite, and it's my favorite, and it's really, I think, sort of a universal call center pain point, which is the least fun thing about working in a call center is attribution or after call work. It sort of reminds me, filling out an expense report, and you have all those drop downs, like is it an airfare or is it a meal? It's just painful, and half the time you just really don't pick the right value, because why am I spending all this time and energy picking the right value?
Right.
Call centers sort of feel the same way, call center agents. So very often you'll see a lot of others, or alphabetically you'll get something at the top because it's the easiest to select. So looking back at that video, that screen that popped up on the upper right-hand side in terms of what's sort of the case outcome and the attribution around it, it's a game changer for two ways. Number one, again, we're going to get 20 seconds back per call. So we have the 30 seconds from the last use case. We're going to get 20 seconds through the auto attribution. But the other thing is it actually gives us good data and insights. So being able to partner with somebody like Google, who's going to be able to parse that information, determine the intent, give all that information back into the service console for the agent to say yes and do that final approval, it's really going to give us some great insights.
That's really great.
So Dialogflow is really going to be very valuable for enabling that technology. I think that's a pretty universal use case.
That's great. Well, a last thought on this is around the ethics of AI. And what can you tell us about your thoughts on that?
Sure. So we thought of two examples, low-hanging fruit in terms of what we're going to do with saving time. So 50 seconds. The question is, what do you do with those 50 seconds? I think the easy answer is just to say it's ROI, and that's what's going to fund your project. There's also a very interesting potential counterpoint to that, which is maybe there's something more humane to do at that time. Maybe you split the time with the agent, meaning let's give 25 seconds over to ROI and back to the business. Maybe give 25 seconds back to the agent. Right? Just give them a second to breathe, or to stand up, or to just improve sort of the quality of their work experience. So it's a very interesting conversation, and I think I'm pretty fortunate to be in a situation to even be in the midst of that internal debate. But I think the ethics of what AI is going to bring is a really great topic. So
that's great. That's a great way to think about it. Well, this is a really interesting new approach. We really appreciate you sharing this with us.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, I really enjoyed this, and you'll notice how talking about Google artificial intelligence, the best way is to talk about the stories of what's actually happening in enterprises, because that's where we are these days. The key things that we're seeing in common is we're boosting viewer engagement, we're scaling customer service, we're making decisions more quickly and more transparently, and we're making things globalized, but we're still retaining that personalization touch.
I think most importantly, this is within your reach. This isn't something that's in the future. It's there that's there right now. And it's for everyone, for things like being more efficient, for things like unlocking the value of your data and reaching your customers in a better way. So definitely there are many, many sessions that are going to go into a lot more depth here at Next. And then if you want to find more, go to cloud.google.com/AI. And we'd love to be working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Next Live Show. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stephanie Wong.
And I'm Reto Meyer. Stephanie and I have had a blast here at Next 19 so far, and it's been great sharing the experience with you. If you missed anything across the last 2 days, head to g.co/nextonair and watch all the content we're live streaming across the 6 channels: Build, Run, Analyze and Learn, Secure, Collaborate, and the Next Live Show.
The developer keynote is just around the corner, so to warm up for the event, we've asked our colleagues Marissa Root and Dave Stankey to take us on a grand tour of the Developer Zone. Check this out.
Hi there.
Hey.
I'm Marissa.
And I'm Dave.
And we work on the Google Developer Relations team. We're here at the DevZone, which is the ecosystem for developers here at Google Cloud Next.
Right now at DevZone Theater, we're hosting a panel discussion with the authors of Go. This is an interactive session where people can learn about the language and find out what's coming next.
Come with us as we explore the rest of the DevZone. Let's go.
Say banana. Excellent. Perfect. We got one.
How's it look?
I think it's looking pretty good, actually.
Cool. I'm getting my snaps on here at the Network Journey experiment, where we're showcasing the speed and breadth of Google's worldwide network. What's going on here, Carrie?
Well, exactly. So we're demonstrating here how Google's investment in infrastructure allows our customers to move their data around the world without having to access the public internet. It's fast and it's secure.
And what does taking selfies have to do with it?
Taking selfies. So just like when you travel and you get stamps in your passport, we're actually taking the data that makes up your picture, and as it passes through these different regions in these data centers, we stamp it with that location. So when it comes back around to the destination where we took these pictures, then we have actual proof that your data moved through all these data centers.
That's really cool. Has my picture made it around the world yet?
Let's see. Indeed it has.
All right, looking good.
None the worse for wear.
Thanks.
Hey Fran, how's it going?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Thanks so much for talking with me today. Could you share a little bit what you and your team are up to here in the DevZone?
So I'm from the Developer Relations Ecosystem team, and we are informing people here about the different community programs that we have in the area of cloud.
Awesome. So what type of programs do you have that people can take advantage of?
So we basically have 3 programs. Those are the Google Developer Experts, the Ambassador in a specific area of technology. We have the Google Developer Groups. Those are local meetups that you can go to all over the globe. And we also have the Women Tech Makers. That's a program that increases diversity.
So specifically, there are programs that people can take advantage of in different communities all over the globe.
Yes, you can basically, everywhere you can go to Meetup, you can meet Google Developer Experts and talk to them about your area of interest.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It's 3:14 here in the Dev Zone, and that means it's pie time. We're celebrating because a fellow Googler of mine, Emma Hiraka Iwao, recently broke the Guinness World Record for number of digits of pi calculated using cloud computing for the first time to compute 31.4 trillion digits of pi. That's a lot of pi. I'm gonna get my celebration on. That's mathalicious.
Hi there, I'm here with Paris at one of the community corners. Hey Paris, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you, Maris?
I'm good. What do you do here?
I am a Google Cloud open source strategist. I work on upstream Kubernetes. I'm a co-chair of the special interest group for contributor experience.
And what makes Kubernetes unique, you think?
The community, definitely. I think we have one of the largest contributing communities. And I think it's important to get customers to participate in that, and that's why I'm here today.
Awesome. And what have you been doing while you've been here at the Dev Zone?
Oh, playing arcade games. Like, it's been wonderful. Like, watching awesome speakers and meeting awesome contributors. It's been great to have all of this in one spot.
We showed you just a few of the cool interactive experiences here at Google Cloud Next. But you don't have to be here in person to check this out. You can visit all of these experiences and more at g.co/showcase.
In addition, we're right in front of Hands-On Labs. You don't need to be here to do that. You can do it right now with Quick Labs. Get certified, learn all about Google products, and get started today.
And be sure to subscribe to the Google Cloud Platform YouTube channel.
Thank you so much for joining us here at the Dev Zone. We really appreciate it. Have a great day.
See ya.
Thanks for the tour, Marissa and Dave. It's cool to see a space dedicated to developers.
And joining us now are developer advocates Rachel Tapman and Sarah Robinson to set the stage for what's in store during the developer keynote. Welcome. Rachel, please kick us off by describing Kaggle.
Sure. Kaggle is the home of data science. So you might know us for our supervised machine learning competitions. And we still do that, but right now we have a lot more on the site. So we've got public data sets that anyone can use. If you want to analyze your own data, you can upload it privately and, not share it out. And we also have a hosted Jupyter development environment. So that includes GPU acceleration offered at no charge, and we just upgraded from K80s to P100s. So if you're looking for a little bit of like zhuzh in your algorithm run speed, it can be a nice little added bonus.
Great, and how are data scientists and analysts utilizing Kaggle to support their machine learning projects?
Yeah, a lot of different ways. So the thing I think that's probably most unique about Kaggle is we have a really big community, about 2.7 million registered users, and we have a super active forum. So it can be really hard to find information about your specific questions, especially in machine learning and AI, and things are moving so quickly. So having a community that you can go to and ask questions and learn together is a really fantastic resource.
And Sarah, have you used Kaggle in your work and seen its benefits in the ML community?
Yes, I use Kaggle almost every day. I'm always looking for interesting data sets for machine learning demos, and Kaggle is my go-to for that. You can find almost any type of data set you're looking for, images, text, structured data on Kaggle. So it's been a great tool for me.
That's fantastic. And what ML AI launches are you most excited about? And tell me a little bit about why.
There's some AutoML launches that I'm super excited about, really making it easy for anyone to use machine learning without having to have machine learning expertise. So the first I'll talk about is AutoML tables, which makes it really easy to build custom machine learning models on structured data. So think about anything you might be able to put in a spreadsheet, categorical data, numerical data, building models on that. With AutoML tables, that's really easy. Upload your data to the UI, press a train button, and your model's ready to go. Another AutoML launch I'm super excited about is AutoML Vision object detection. So AutoML Vision can already do classification, but now what you'll be able to do is identify regions in your image where a certain label exists. So it will return bounding boxes. So I'm super excited about those AutoML launches.
Very cool. And we're about to see a showcase highlighting our work with the NCAA using BigQuery ML. What can you tell us about BigQuery ML specifically?
BQML lets folks that have structured data stored in BigQuery. BigQuery is our cloud data analytics warehouse. So it lets you create machine learning models on that data stored in BigQuery just with a single SQL query. So you don't have to move your data out of BigQuery to use it. It's super simple to use. So you just write a query, your model's trained, and then you can write another query to generate a prediction. I actually gave a session on BQML earlier today with one of our customers, AAA, that's using BQML to predict call volumes across their call centers.
Great. And Rachel, have you also heard about BQML in the launch too?
Yeah, definitely. And I checked out the NCAA showcase. One thing that I found really exciting was student developers were working on developing new features for analyzing basketball games. So one of them was clutchness, like how many points you're going to score in the last 5 minutes. And I thought that was super interesting because on Kaggle we've hosted NCAA competitions where you predict the winning team. And I think it was a couple years ago, one of the very high placers had just used linear regression, which is available in a BigQuery ML, let me say all the words correctly, and also these custom features that they developed. So I'm seeing some interesting synergy there.
This is a perfect time to check in with our colleague Joanna Smith, who earlier had a chance to stop by our NCAA showcase demo.
I'm here in the Industry Solutions neighborhood of our expo floor looking at this great energy. All these people are really excited, and I'm standing with Alok, who's going to show us the NCAA demo. You want to take it away?
Yeah. So this is our second year at Google Cloud being the official cloud provider of the NCAA. Our theme is Know What Your Data Knows. So we've been working with the actual NCAA data, basketball data, to make a lot of insights and predictions. So let's look at one. We just had a national title game, Virginia and Texas Tech, and what we're looking at here is the number of possessions each team will have in regulation. So we predicted that the number will be 63 or fewer, and it was 59 in regulation, so it was right.
Not bad.
But we've done a bunch more. So one of the other things we did was we looked at a Data Studio dashboard. So Data Studio, another tool made by Google, allows you to visualize your data.
Yeah.
We had developed a bunch of different metrics for all these teams in NCAA. You can see them on the bottom here: score control, clutchness, discipline, etc. But we wanted to surface that data in a way that people could use, filter, and sort. So this has all the 353 teams, but if we just want to look at the champion, we can go here and select champion only.
Should have been tagged.
And boom, Virginia, and now we can see where they rank in all the different categories.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
Is that a good score for clutchness?
Yeah, so the ranks are right there, so you can tell it's 7th out of 353 teams.
Not bad.
That's pretty good. They're 3rd in score control. They're a deserving champion.
So you said this is Data Studio, which we know is for visualization, which is really cool. But you mentioned other cloud tools. I think BigQuery played a big part in this. Can you show me how that works?
Yeah. So the first thing we have to do is make a pipeline to ingest the data. So this is a small screen here, but I'll show you. This is on our Google Cloud blog. We describe the entire pipeline of how we built this data. And you can see there's a bunch of stuff, and then we get to BigQuery right in the middle. And I'm a data scientist. I want stuff in BigQuery because then I can go and do all my stuff, right? So BigQuery, let's do it. And then what we do from there is we take the data, we do a lot of manipulations, and to build that metric like score control, we have to write a bunch of code.
All right, so we got the cloud blog, and then you also posted on Medium, right?
Yeah.
Some more fun insights?
Yeah, so on Medium what we did was we wanted to talk more in depth about how we built this metric. So one, we wanted to describe in detail for the technical people, but also talk about the basketball context. So you have this thing, how the final score can lie, score control, right? And in here we go through a couple example games where teams control the score differently. But then, again, we get back to BigQuery.
I love it.
So here is a long query, and again, it looks fairly complicated, and it kind of is, but it actually is, when you think about how you go about doing this calculation, BigQuery makes it pretty easy with these aggregation functions, and it runs really fast.
And it may be long, but it's easy to read.
And it runs really fast, gets us our results for all thousands of games in a matter of seconds. And then we can move forward and do other stuff.
I love scale power. Now, you had one more thing in this blog, right? At the bottom, I thought I was playing with your, what was it, an interactive scatter plot?
So if we keep going here, eventually we get to a point where we see this scatter plot, which plots all 353 teams in their school colors and shows their difference between the score control and a different metric.
I like it. So if anyone wants to kind of find it at home, they can search NCAA on our cloud blog, or they can look, we're cross-linked. This is the cloud publication.
Yeah, g.co/March Madness.
Oh, nice.
I know it's a little bit past March, but the tournament is still fresh in our minds, so it should be fun to look at.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me.
Wow, amazing showcase. How is BigQuery ML changing the game for machine learning for developers and practitioners?
Yeah, good question. Two things that come to mind for me. First of all, being able to work in SQL. So something we found in our Kaggle Machine Learning Developer Survey is that SQL is actually the third most commonly used language for machine learning. So, and also people who are outside of the machine learning AI space who are just coming into it, many of them are already familiar with SQL, so being able to use tools that you already know how to use is a really big time saver. And also you don't have to download data locally. So if you've got sensitive data that you can't store locally, or it's just like really big and you can't store it on disk, being able to do your regression in BigQuery instead of having to like download everything, your Python code, and then upload everything once you've changed your model can be a big time saver.
And to add to that, I think BQML is a great entry point for machine learning. So you don't have to worry about any sort of feature engineering. So if you have categorical data, for example, if you're building a model yourself, you would have to one-hot encode that into arrays. BQML can recognize that it's a categorical column and transform your data for you.
That's excellent. Democratization of data has been a big theme at Google. We really believe that if you want innovation, you have to democratize access to data. Can you talk a little about how BigQuery ML and AutoML are having an impact towards us being able to achieve that goal?
Yeah, definitely. So both BQML and AutoML make it easy for anyone, regardless of your machine learning expertise, to build your own custom machine learning models. So you don't need a lot of machine learning expertise to get started. You just upload your data, choose the type of model you want, and both BQML and AutoML will handle the rest.
And AutoML specifically, you don't need as much labeled data as well. So I know the natural language API, the natural language AutoML that just launched, you only need 100 label examples per category for each label in your categorical learning example, which is very little data, especially when you're looking at like BERT or ELMA or these really, really enormous GPT-2 enormous language models. So being able to get started with relatively little data, smaller time investment, smaller money investment for labeling is a really big movement towards democratization.
Great. And Sarah, you'll actually be talking about the path from Cloud AutoML to custom model in your breakout session. Can you give us a preview of the key factors when moving from AutoML into custom ML models?
Yeah, definitely. So the goal of our breakout session tomorrow, I'm going to be speaking with Yufeng, is to teach people that may not have built their own custom model before how to get started. Because at least for me, the process of starting to learn how to build a custom model was really intimidating. There's lots of resources out there. It's hard to know where to get started. So we're going to break it down, talk about feature transformations, feature engineering that you need to do to go from AutoML to custom model, and walk through some code, and there'll also be a couple live demos.
Now, Rachel, you'll also be leading a session tomorrow using Google's data and AI technologies with Kaggle. What sort of things will you cover, and what part of it are you most excited about?
Cool. So we are going to give people a little tour of Kaggle because a lot of things have changed recently. And then we're also going to talk about several integrations that we've made recently. And honestly, the one that I'm most excited about is the ability to take a Kaggle dataset and launch it as a Sheets instance, a Google Sheets instance with a single click of a button. And one place where I think this could actually be extremely useful for people is for project management. So you're writing a kernel in a notebook and you're generating, let's say, your hyperparameter search space, you save that as a data set, you launch it as a sheet, and then you can assign action items, link to other kernels, use chats, use color coding, which you wouldn't want to do in a CSV, but can be really super useful for project management. So I'm very excited about that integration.
Very cool.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Rachel and Sarah.
Thanks for having us.
We'd love to hear from you watching online, so send us your questions and comments with the hashtag GoogleNext19.
That's a wrap for today. Be sure to join us tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time for our final day at Google Cloud Next 19. The day will start with morning sessions, then Stephanie and I will chat with Adam Seligman, Vice President of Developer Relations.
Be sure to check out all the live stream content from the last 2 days, all on demand at g.co/nextonair. The keynote is about to start. Let's head over there now.
I was thinking that knowing how stuff works seems like a really smart thing, so that's what I want to do.
I'd like to think of myself as like an expert problem solver.
I was really into building Legos with my brother as a kid, so I knew from a young age that I really enjoyed building, creating.
One of the things I always liked was solving problems and riddles.
というふうには思ったんですけど、IT 化するにはやはりそのベンダーさんとかに開発でお金をかけて。
Find a problem you want to solve, and just go solve it. And I think that's the heart of development.
What I really do love is seeing people on the airplane or on the subway who are having a great time with puzzles, and they're able to do that with the work that my team and I have been doing every day.
But you can create something today that can be used by someone tomorrow, and that's super exciting.
So Google Cloud really enables us to work focused on what we really love to do, which is create these amazing products.
Being able to leverage the Google Cloud SDKs makes everything much easier.
I wish I was like a bamboo tree. You can take a part of it without the roots, adapt into new environment, call it home, and grow again. Being a bamboo is the actual answer to become a very successful programmer.
I can't wait for all the new problems that we don't know about yet that we're going to solve.
Please welcome the Vice President of Developer Relations for Google Cloud, Adam Seligman.
Wow. Wow. Thanks, everyone, and welcome to the next developer keynote. Oh, what a great crowd. Thank you. Thank you for making it to San Francisco this week. Who's new? Is this your first Next? Yeah, welcome. What'd you think? Pretty good? Yeah. Thanks for being part of the family. 35,000 of you. It's been a great year since we were last together at Next, and I'm really happy to see all the amazing momentum with our partners and our customers and all of you. You know, we wanted to make this keynote for all of you, the developers, the operators, the analysts, the data scientists. Like, this is for you. Who here makes apps? Raise your hand. You make apps? Yeah? How about mobile apps? Mobile apps? A lot of hands. How about who's on pager duty right now? Found out I was earlier today. Who works with data scientists and analysts? Yeah, right on. Okay, good news. You are all in the right place, and there is incredible, incredible demand for all of your skills. And in fact, there was recently a job survey with Indeed.com, and Google Cloud was the fastest growing technology with demand up over 66% from last year. So we've been out in the community learning with you. The community's been running cloud study jams, been to one of those? We've done more than, pretty cool, more than 900 of these community-run learning events just this year, so far this year, and more than 22,000 of you have gotten involved, and you're learning from your peers, which I think is really wonderful. Now, some of you are nearly certified. Do we have some certified people in the house with the blue jackets? All right, good job, good job. Actually, you're gonna have great jobs. You're gonna have awesome jobs. So, okay, this keynote today is all about that feeling you get when you make something new. Kind of that magic you saw in the opening video. And really, no matter what title you have, if you get your hands on the keyboard and you make things, and you do the building and the testing and the monitoring and the operating, this keynote is for you, and you've come to the right place. So, there's so much going on right now, if you think about it. Serverless, functions, service mesh, containers, AI APIs, AutoML, hybrid cloud. It's kind of a lot of noise, right? What's the core behind all that? Well, it's about enabling you, the developers, to be the real stars, getting all of you back to the heart of development and operations, coding apps and automating infrastructure. As a developer, you're being flooded with messages, and you probably feel like there's always a new buzzword to chase, right? So what we wanted to do today is cut through all of that noise, because in the end, it's really simple. It's about helping you get great work done, but have a great time doing it. So we call that getting to the fun part. So with that, let's get started with one of our awesome developer advocates, Mandy Waite. Come on out and walk us through it. Mandy?
Hey.
Hi, Mandy.
Adam. How you doing?
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me.
So you're a developer and an operations background, and you spend lots of time inside and outside of Google talking to developers. What do developers want?
Well, that's a really good question. We think it's fairly simple, at least from my point of view. It's that sense of excitement that everyone feels when they build and run their first program. That's the feeling that we want every day. The feeling of learning something new, trying something new, and then building something new. And it's not just that. We want our work to matter, to make a difference to our team, or our company, or maybe even the world. But stuff gets in the way, and we end up spending a whole bunch of our time on things that not only don't really matter to the business, they're also kind of boring. So whether you call it microservices, DevOps, managed databases, serverless, or CI/CD, what these things all have in common is they let us, as developers, get to the fun part. To have less sword fighting and more creating, less hassle and more reward, to get to the fun part.
So you're saying when I get my code done, checked in, I have a really long build process, and I'm waiting for the compiler. That's not the
fun part, no.
How about I need my app to scale and not fall over, so I got to configure sharding the database?
That's not the fun part.
OK, I got a big Java app, and I have to get the VM size right, so I don't pay too much, but it doesn't break.
Not the fun part.
OK, I got one. How about you have to rewrite the entire app because management said move to a different cloud?
That's definitely not the fun part.
Well, Mandy, what's the fun part?
I'm so glad you asked. Let me bring on my team, my demo team, and we'll show everyone.
All right.
Thank you. So you know what's the most fun? It's working together as a team to build amazing apps. So let's do that together. At Google, we're developers too. And we want to make it as easy as possible for you to stay in the fun zone of coding apps by automating away all of the boring parts. This way, we can all spend our time on innovation. So today, we're going to show you how Google Cloud Platform helps you get to the fun. We'll show you how to make deploying apps to virtual machines in the cloud easy. We'll use brand new Google products to make Kubernetes simpler. And we'll show you how you can use serverless to go faster. Some apps have more traditional needs, while others benefit from modern technologies such as Kubernetes and serverless. So we'll work through each of these in our demos. All right, so let's stop talking and have some fun building an application. Nick is one of our developers, and he's been leading our cloud migration efforts. Hey, Nick, what are you working on?
Hey, Mandy. My team and I have been building an implementation of Conway's Game of Life. And we built it in a few different pieces. We have a web tier front end. That's what you access from your laptop or your mobile phone. We have a back end that runs on Google Compute Engine. That's the part I've been working on. I wrote it in Go. That's my favorite language. We have an API layer that runs in Kubernetes. And finally, we have a few other pieces that use some of the new serverless technologies, like Cloud Run.
OK, so can you tell us a little bit more about how the app is built, tested, and deployed?
Oh, yeah. So my team have been using Jenkins for years. We just stuck with what we knew. We carried on using the same tools.
OK, all right. So basically, you're using Jenkins. You've got Google Compute Engine. That sounds complicated, configuration, authentication, all of that. How do you make that work?
Well, actually, we use the Ansible plugin for Jenkins. That's got great support for GCP, takes care of all the authentication for us. And it actually even restarts the service at the end when we've deployed our new binary.
OK, so why don't you show us it?
Yeah, I will show you right now.
OK, cool.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speed up the processing on the back end to take advantage of all that extra CPU and memory we get on Compute Engine. So this right here is the main loop of our program. I'm going to change that to 5 times the speed. Let's go big right here. I'm going to commit that change, and I'm going to push it up to GitHub. That's where we store our code. And then I am going to kick off a build in Jenkins. So that takes about 25 seconds. It's going to copy down the source code from GitHub. It's going to build our Go binary, copy it across the compute engine, and then restart our service.
OK, so I seem to remember this is the workflow that we used to use when the app was running in a data center, using Jenkins and such like. So just the Ansible plugin is the only thing that's different?
Yeah, it's almost exactly the same. And I even use IntelliJ. It's the same front-end IDE that I used to use.
OK,
really
that's brilliant. OK. And you program in Go, is that correct?
Yeah, I actually love Go. I find multi-threading so much easier than Python, and it has great support for a lot of new cloud technologies, too.
Well, that's great. OK, well, it looks like it's finished.
Yeah, I think our build is finished, and if you look up there, it's even faster.
OK, so that is much, much faster than it was before. So that's pretty cool. So Nick was able to migrate an existing application to Google Compute Engine just by adding the Ansible plugin to Jenkins. Now, that took care of all of the boring config and makes our deployments more reliable and secure. So thanks, Nick. So moving to the cloud not only allows you to perform the kind of app migrations that Nick has just shown us, but you can also take advantage of many other new technologies, including Kubernetes. In fact, customers using Kubernetes tell us that they're able to go faster, going from code to production in under 10 minutes. It's not unusual to see 30 to 50 deployments a day. So Kubernetes helps manage and scale your microservice-based apps, but it's not always easy. There's a fair amount of complexity that can get in the way of just coding. So that's why we're really excited today to be announcing Cloud Code, an IDE add-on that makes it easy to rapidly build, debug, and deploy Kubernetes apps directly from your IDE, giving you the local development experience you're used to. So hey, Priya, you've been working on our Kubernetes front end. And can you show us what you're building and give us some insight into the tools that you're using to do the build?
For sure, Mandy. So I've been working on adding a new share button to our Game of Life game. Now that Nick has made the game so much faster, I think it'd be really cool if people playing the game had a way to share it with their friends. So I've been working on our API layer, which lives in Kubernetes. And as a team, we actually decided to host the game in Kubernetes because we wanted it to scale really easily as more and more people started to play. And luckily, Kubernetes does all of that hard work for us. So I actually got started developing this feature completely locally with tools like Minikube. I just started writing some code in my IDE, and I was able to get the feature up and running without even needing a network connection, which was really nice for me. So I'm at the point now where I feel like the feature looks pretty good, and I want to deploy it to our staging environment before I deploy to production. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that right now. So if I remove these comments, that'll add my new share button. And then I can deploy with Cloud Code.
OK, so wait, you just edit in your IDE, and then build, debug, and run on Google Kubernetes Engine? So Cloud Code deploy, is that all you have to do?
That's all I had to do. All I had to do was hit the Cloud Code deploy button, and then Cloud Code took over the rest of the deployment for me. If you take a look at the logs, you can see that Cloud Code rebuilt my images, pushed them to my registry, and then redeployed my application for me. It's really nice because it takes care of all of this hard work for me, and I can just keep on writing code or do something else while it does all of the hard work. So it looks like the application has deployed successfully. So if we take a look at our staging environment, we can see the new share button. And if I just click on that.
All right.
Yeah. It looks pretty good, and I think it's ready for production.
That's perfect. Did you see that? So our team has been working on Cloud Code for a long time. And we're thrilled to say that it's available this week, today, maybe this week. Most of you have heard about it today already. So there'll be a deep dive on Cloud Code in the DevOps Spotlight tomorrow and several breakout sessions. So big round for Cloud Code. So thank you. So come along to that tomorrow, the DevOps Spotlight. Priya, what more can you show us?
So now that we've deployed the new button to staging, I think it looks pretty good, and I want to deploy to production as well. And luckily, deploying to production is just as easy. All I have to do is commit these changes to GitHub, and as soon as they're merged into master, Cloud Build will pick up my new feature and then deploy it to our production cluster. And we should be able to see the feature in production in just a couple minutes.
OK, so just one thing before you do that. Now that you've created the share button, when we're in production, we're expecting users to share the app with their friends. So how are we going to handle the potential increase in traffic that might come about if the application goes viral?
That's a really good point. So we actually have a dashboard that tracks our GKE cluster. And looking at CPU usage in the cluster right now, it looks pretty good, but you're right. A lot more people might start playing the game. Hopefully they do once we have our share button. So just to be safe, I'm going to increase the number of pods in our cluster from 1 to 10, just so that it can handle any increased traffic. And luckily, this is a really simple change in my deployment YAML. I just have to up the number of replicas from 1 to 10. And it looks like I've made a bit of a mistake, but it looks like Cloud Code also does YAML validation, which is really nice. So I guess I was expecting an integer. Let me fix that. And at this point, all I have to do is push these changes to GitHub. And like I mentioned earlier, Cloud Build will pick up our new feature and deploy it to production. And we should have our share button in just a minute or two.
OK, so with a single commit, Priya was able to scale the deployed app to handle the increased load. So Priya, now that we're in production, how do we tie our front-end and back-end components of the app together? We need to make sure that the app is healthy and working as intended, right?
Yeah, so you may have noticed that I was tracking our GKE cluster in Stackdriver earlier. So our entire team actually monitors all the different pieces of our application with Stackdriver. And it's really nice because Stackdriver integrates really well with all the different GCP services we use. So you can see there's a dashboard tracking our GC EVM, which Nick was just working on. And I was looking at the dashboard for our GKE cluster. It was actually really easy for our team to set this up. I think Dan made the whole thing in like 10 or 15 minutes.
OK, so Stackdriver gives us a single pane of glass for observing and monitoring multiple metrics from the same or from different apps and services. And here we're seeing metrics from both Nick and Priya's parts of the app combined into a single dashboard. Nick and Priya are not just monitoring the app on their own. They're monitoring the app, the entire app, as a team. They want to understand what's happening within the app and how the users of the app are responding to our changes together. And this is all completely automated. It's very, very easy to create the dashboard together as a team. So thank you, Priya. That was awesome.
For sure.
So we've seen how we migrate an existing back-end service to the cloud. We then built a brand new scalable front end with Kubernetes and Cloud Code. I wonder now how we might extend this application with some bots or third-party integrations.
Hey, Mandy. Let me show you a Slack bot we've been working on to interact with the game board, built with Google Cloud Run.
Hey, it's Dan. Dan is he's the guy who looks after our production services, and he also does all of our Slack integrations as well. So what are you working on, Dan?
Hey, Mandy. So I'm actually right in the middle now of adding a new feature to this chatbot. Let me get this merged and deployed, and then I'll explain how it all works. So like Priya before, I'll just save this and commit this and push it up to GitHub, and Cloud Build will automatically deploy it. Normally, I would have done a code review with someone on the team for this, but there are a few thousand people watching today, so I'll skip that step. So the app I built here is a way to interact with the game board inside of Slack. We use Slack to communicate on our team, and I wanted to add some administrative and fun features with the chatbot. So I can do some things here like clearing the game board, as well as randomizing it to get some state back on it to start out with. The feature that I just added is a way to create some special shapes that the users of the app don't have access to. So I can create one of these here with this command. So I can pick a couple shapes from the menu here. I'm going to create a line. I'll enter some coordinates. What's your favorite color today, Mandy?
What do you think, Devrel? Red?
Awesome. And we can see this appear on the board. So I carry a pager for my day job, and I use Google Cloud Run to deploy this application, because the last thing I want to have to worry about for a fun app like this is having to configure monitoring, scaling, YAML, and deployments. So Cloud Run is designed to run containers in a fully managed environment, which let me use the language and tooling I was familiar with to get started. Or in this case, one I just decided to try out for fun, Node.js. It provides a fully serverless experience, abstracting away configuration, monitoring, scaling, and deployments.
All right.
Yeah, so Cloud Run lets me focus on just the code. And best of all, it's designed to work seamlessly with Cloud Build. All I had to do here was submit my code to GitHub, and Cloud Build automatically packaged up my application and gets it deployed and running in Cloud Run.
All right. OK, so that's fantastic. Dan just added a completely new feature to our production app, very simply and very quickly. So well done. Let's hear it for Dan, everyone. OK, so to summarize, Nick has walked us through deploying a back-end component of our application to a virtual machine running on Google Compute Engine, using IntelliJ with Jenkins and an Ansible plugin. Priya then showed us how Cloud Code helps her build, test, and deploy a Kubernetes component of our application, including a full local development workflow. Priya then pushed the changes to production using Cloud Build. And we were also able to monitor and observe all of the app components in Stackdriver. Dan was then able to add a nifty new feature to the app using Cloud Run, which allows developers to run any stateless containers in a serverless environment. To learn more about all of this, please join us at the DevOps Spotlight tomorrow morning. Also, check out our DevOps booths in the showcase, and please, please download Cloud Code today. So let's have one more round of applause for Nick, Priya, and Dan, our demo team. Great job, team. All right. It's not all great, though. All this development stuff has been great, but this is software. You know, things sometimes fall apart. Maybe we completely underestimated the amount of traffic that the share button would generate for our app. So we need to plan for that as well, and we do that as a team. So to talk about sustainable DevOps practices, I want to bring out Aja Hammerly.
Thanks, Mandy. I was having a great time playing the game backstage, Go Red Team. But I used to be a tester in my previous life, and it's kind of built into my DNA to break stuff. After all, nothing goes as smoothly as this demo has actually gone in production. Like, it just doesn't happen. So let's bring out the Wheel of Misfortune. Today, our incident-causing wheel says that the demo team on stage is going to have to deal with some kind of network error. So my friends backstage, the Gremlins, are going to cause some sort of network error, and we'll see what happens.
I'm getting a bad feeling about this part.
I would be too. So the Wheel of Misfortune is actually an educational tool used internally at Google. And it's basically D&D or LARPing for developers and operators. Tools like this are part of our culture because we know that incidents happen. Every application has bugs or configuration issues that you don't find until after you've deployed to production. And annoyingly, some of those bugs don't seem to show up until it's late at night and it's your turn to carry the pager, which leads to crazy stories that we tell each other when we get together at events like this. Like the time before Google that I was restarting services in a parking lot of a burger joint because that's where I was when the pager went off. Incidents happen. They happen to everyone. And sometimes they even happen to our dev team on stage. Is that the pager I hear?
I think so. It sounds like the Wheel of Misfortune took down the app. I'll do some debugging and get back on it.
You get at that, and I'll be here rooting for you. So whether you're a small startup or a big company, you have incidents. Even if you are absolutely stellar at your production practices, some stuff is just beyond your control. Dependencies and operating systems occasionally have critical security updates. And even when you test your code thoroughly, complex systems, by definition, have complex integration. And sometimes you don't find those integration issues until the code is live. Incidents are going to happen whatever we do. And if we don't want to have very many incidents, the only thing that I know to do is to just not ever deploy anything. And that that is boring. It leads to very, very boring applications. So if incidents are inevitable, what can we do to make weathering them, if not fun, at least less stressful, maybe? And the only answers I know to that are good tooling, solid practices, and an absolutely great team. By good tooling, I mean having ways to be quickly notified about incidents, and one place where you track and coordinate all the folks involved in an incident response. Significant incidents can involve multiple teams, from your operators and developers trying to figure out, is it a configuration issue, is it a code issue, to your support and PR teams trying to help your customers deal with it and letting them know about any workarounds you might have. And keeping track of all aspects of a response like this in one place saves time, because you're not playing some crazy game of telephone having to repeat current status to 9 people in a row. That leaves you with much more time to address the incident and the issue at hand. But incident management and tracking is only one part of tooling. To address issues quickly, most teams also have things like crash reporting, service monitoring, aggregated logging, performance profiling, and each of you probably has even more tools than that to deal with stuff like this. And of course, if you're using Stackdriver, you also have things like live production debugging, which after several years at Google still feels like it's slightly magic to me. Speaking of debugging, how's it going over there, Dan?
Well, it looks like the Wheel of Misfortune was right, and the little gremlins backstage broke our network connection to Redis. I'm going to do a failover to another instance.
I'm glad that we had backups. So I'll give you a few more minutes to get things sorted out. Earlier, I mentioned that solid practices are important too. When I say solid practices, I'm talking about DevOps best practices like the lessons in the SRE books. That is, things like setting an SLO to help you understand the customer impact of an event and having runbooks and procedures for when the pager goes off. And practicing your response on a regular basis. A lot of folks I know, they set up their backups or their disaster recovery, but they never practice actually going through the procedures and restoring from a backup. And as the common saying goes, if you haven't recently restored from your backups, you don't actually have backups. At Google, in addition to things like the Wheel of Misfortune, we have DIRT. DIRT stands for Disaster Recovery Testing. And what that means is that on a regular basis, a large section of the company, or multiple sections sometimes, practice dealing with different scenarios. And they're trying to find the places that we're not as resilient as we want to be, and we practice handling scenarios that thankfully don't happen very often, like potentially a zombie apocalypse, or happen ever, also potentially a zombie apocalypse. For me, though, the biggest secret to making production incidents less unfun is having a good team. You need a team that works together well. A team that practices blameless postmortems and assumes that everyone is doing the best they can with the information they have available. A team that knows that when things go poorly, it means that your tooling, your procedures, or your documentation need updating, not that one person messed up. You need a team with a variety of backgrounds and skills. The applications we work on have lots and lots of moving parts, lots and lots of different kinds of storage or programming languages, and if you have a team that knows all of those things, you'll find the issues faster. But most of all, you need a team that believes we shouldn't have the same issue twice, because having the same issue twice is boring, and boring is not fun. So I'm going to tell you all a secret. Despite the fact that we think about incidents as unfun, for me at least, they're actually a weird kind of fun. I remember the first time that I wrote an incident report years and years and years ago, and in that moment, I felt like I was finally a real engineer. There's a very distinct kind of satisfaction that comes from detecting an issue in production, debugging it, rolling out a fix, and then verifying it. After all, when you fix an issue, you are helping your customers and you're helping your team. You're making people have a better day. And this contradictory fun, but also unfun nature of incidents is why when we get together, big piles of tech folks, we talk about that one day when everything went wrong at my startup, or that one day that someone at the data center hit the big red button and everything went, ooh. We know that these issues aren't supposed to be fun. We know that there aren't supposed to be any heroes. But these things are interesting. And part of the reason they're interesting is that they happen to all of us. Everyone can empathize with stuff going wrong. And since everyone can empathize, we can all learn from each other. I've learned a lot by reading incident reports from other companies. And everything I've learned from the Google SREs has changed how I think about operations. And if this whole section sounds deeply unfun to you, that's fine too. We all get to have things we like. And there are lots of folks who just want to get on with making technology do cool stuff. And that's the best part of using the cloud. You can choose which parts are fun with you. And if you're not into infrastructure, you can leave infrastructure and maintenance to other people. After all, we're all here and we're all in tech because we find using technology to do cool stuff fun. So let's see if our development team is having any fun with the Wheel of Misfortune. Were you able to deal with this issue with some of the best practices we just talked about?
I think we need a new rule. If you haven't failed over to your backup Redis live on stage, you haven't failed over. The app should be back up. Thanks.
Congrats. Very well done. So next, Adam's going to come out and teach us about a bunch more cool stuff.
That was so awesome. Oh, awesome. That is great. So in the other keynotes, all of you heard from customers like Scotiabank and Colgate and how they're all using Google Cloud. But there's one thing I know, and that I know about developers, is that you like to hear from other developers and not just the executives. Hear their experiences. So we wanted to introduce you to some real developers, and we're lucky to have the amazing Lauren Buckman that's going to introduce us. Come on out, Lauren.
Thanks, Adam. Let's get right into it. Please join me in welcoming our first customer to the stage. We've got Yoav and Liron from Wix. Hey there, welcome.
Hi, Lauren. Happy to be here.
So for those of you in the audience who are not as familiar with Wix, they provide tools and services to build websites. Wix has more than 150 million users, and they serve 2 billion API requests a day. So can you tell me about what you're working on now?
Wix started off by letting anyone build a professional websites really efficiently. Now, we are working on a new product by Wix called Corvid. And Corvid lets developers build web applications in a much more efficient way.
So why the move to web applications?
Just grab him too. We're expanding into web applications because consumer expectations of websites are changing. Things like dynamic content, services, integrations, real-time communications. So the line between a web app and a website is blurring. With Wix, you can set up your website using the Visual Builder. Now, with Corvid, we let developers take advantage of the same Visual Builder, adding coding capabilities, giving them the most productive way to build web applications.
So how can Corvid empower Google Cloud developers?
So GCP can empower the users of Corvid in different ways. You can use in your Corvid application any of Google Cloud databases, Spanner, Cloud SQL, Firestore. You can monitor your application with Stackdriver. You can use any of Google APIs like PubSub or any of the machine learning APIs. Almost all of your favorite Google Cloud products can be used from a Corvid application. So with that, you take all of the power of Google Cloud, and we let it surface into web applications using Corvid, letting it be much more effective and much more productive.
Sounds great, but maybe we could stop talking about it and see what you're going to do. I hear you're going to build a chatbot on stage for us.
Sure. So as you know, building a chatbot takes days, if not weeks. Today, Liran and I are going to show you how to build a chatbot application in just 60 seconds using Corvid and Dialogflow. One of our early adopters of Corvid is a company called Ilengo. And they are connecting boat owners with people who want to rent a boat for vacation. We're going to use their application as the example.
Sounds pretty cool. Can we switch over to the demo now?
Sure. So what you're seeing now is the boat search page. Liran, let's connect Wix Chat with Dialogflow. So in order to do that, Liran is switching to an IDE and is creating a new file, an events.js file, in the COVID project backend, which runs on Node.js. In the file, he's adding an event for the chat on message that is triggered anytime there is a new message in the chat.
So you're adding the integration into Dialogflow now?
Yeah, sure. So now, with the rest of the code here, we integrate into Dialogflow. So now, anytime someone writes anything in the chat, we get the message, send it to Dialogflow, we get back the response, and write it back into the chat. Next, we train Dialogflow to detect the best deal and filter intents, and we want to create a user experience. Liran is switching to another file, the search page code, and is adding another on-message event. This one runs in the client on the browser, letting us update the filters of the page or open a lightbox for best deal. The only thing left for us to do is to deploy the application. We call it publish. And so let's switch back to the Visual Builder. And just before we publish the application, this is the Visual Builder that makes COVID so much more powerful, giving you all of the visual elements you need to build a modern web application. And you can actually see your code here as well.
So can I use any IDE with this?
You can use any IDE. You can actually write code here as well. And by clicking on the Publish button, you get your application available to everyone globally, cross-cloud, cross-region. And let's go and try it out.
Yeah.
So imagine you have a customer who wants to go and find a boat trip to the Bahamas. So we write that into the chat, and the message is sent to Dialogflow. Dialogflow detects what is there, and it's going to ask us for more information. When do we want to go for vacation? So let's try this summer. Again, it is sent to Dialogflow. It will detect the filter intent, and we'll get back the result. We're updating the filter on the page, the location and the dates. We're updating the search. So the whole page is being updated, and we got a result, although it looks a little bit pricey. So let's try and search for the best deal. So writing, let's try the best deal, or what can you offer me? It is sent to Dialogflow. It detects the best deal intent. We get back the result. We have an algorithm to figure out what is the best deal, and we show that in a lightbox. And that looks way more reasonable. That easy.
Huh. So, yeah. So this is so cool. What we just saw is so much better than the typical chat window. I mean, it's usually separate from like the actual web app, but this actually brought up dynamic content within the app itself. How else can developers use Corvid?
So developers can use Corvid to build any kind of data or logic-rich web applications. Corvid technical preview is available today, and the full version will be rolled out later this summer. Go and check it out, wix.com/Corvid. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Yoav and Liran. Next, I'd like to welcome on stage Kyle and Shay, co-founders of Arctic. Thanks for joining us. So I hear you've been up to some really interesting stuff over the last couple of days regarding the new release of Anthos. You guys are a premier Google Services partner, and you've been a design partner with us on GKE on-prem and the recently released Anthos. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've been talking about, the projects you've been working on?
Yeah, thanks for having us, first of all. It's excited to be here. Our main focus is working with customers to embrace automation, microservices, and all things Kubernetes. Along the way, trying to make everyone's job a little bit more fun.
And I hear you have a demo of an Anthos use case for us. Can you set that up?
Yeah, we do. I'll tee it up for you. So let's face it, we're all developers in the room, and developers want to write code, release at a high velocity. Operations and security, though, want stability, and they want to reduce change. These goals are sometimes at odds, but can be solved with policy-driven automation, leveraging GCP services, including config management. So let's kick it over to Shay and show off some of the cool things he's been working on. Over to you, Shay.
Well, maybe we should really start with what my challenge is most of the time as a developer. My automated builds are just too slow. And really, the issue with that is that I don't have enough scalable infrastructure on my on-prem site. So what I really want is cloud. However, my platform and ops teams, they just have too many rules, and I can't really fit into them. So really, as a developer, I don't want to know about Kubernetes. I don't want to know how to configure it, and I don't want to deal with on-prem infrastructure. So really, what we've done is we built this environment to show how Anthos config management can ease the pain. In this environment, I get my own ephemeral Kubernetes clusters. We've already cut over to the demo, which is apparently where we are. And inside of each one of those clusters, we're pulling from a base config, which is my single source of truth. And that's controlled by my operations team and my security team, so I don't have to know anything about that. So really, what I want to do is I just want to commit my code and then see it come up on the other side. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a minor modification to our application here. Super simple. I'm going to change my background.
You don't usually use the editor online, right?
I do not. No, this is all web browser based. We're going to commit our change. Now, what that's going to do for me is that's going to kick off an automated pipeline that's going to go through Jenkins. I can't show it to you right now because, frankly, the password was not saved in the demo, and it showed up there. And so I'm kind of logged out, and I don't have it. But that's OK, because what I can do, this happens in live demos, guys, let's be honest. What I can do, if you haven't seen Jenkins before, nice. If you haven't seen Jenkins before, I mean, this is just the window here, but that's fine. It's going to build us a pipeline that's actually going to build a new set of GKE infrastructure for us. It's going to go ahead and test that infrastructure for us and then wait to deploy into my on-premise environment. But the core here is that I don't want to know much about the Kubernetes side here. So in here, I've got my nice little app. We're going to take a look at Toronto. It's nice and cold in Toronto. You see the nice cold background. And what should happen when we finish this off, or if I was able to execute my pipeline, it would change to a very nice different background. But what I want to show you, and what's most important, is that inside of the Kubernetes console, I've got a series of ephemeral clusters. So these clusters, they're going to go away when I'm done. I don't need to know anything about them. I haven't had to configure them. They were just given to me by my ops team through my pipeline. But if I jump a little bit deeper, I can go ahead and take a look at my actual apps or my workloads. I did not configure any namespace. I haven't configured any services or anything else. I just configured my Docker file, and that was it, and modified my code. What you can see here is a separation between my prod namespace, which is in my core on-prem, and my test namespace, which gets applied to every ephemeral cluster that I build. This is the core piece that's really important for me. Now, for those of you who know what this looks like in the Kubernetes world, we have a series of YAML files that I would typically have to build. I didn't have to build this. This is coming from a single repository, single source of truth. It gets deployed in every cluster that comes up. For me, all I really cared about was actually my kubectl command. I just do one patch. I just patch and deploy the update, but this is in a pipeline given to me by ops. Again, all I did was actually change the background of my application. And had I been able to log into Jenkins, I would have actually shown you the actual background as well, but I can't, so I'm going to kick it back over to you, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. So they talked a little bit about DR earlier. We also planned for the worst. So Shay posted a blog up on our site. It's up there now. So if you do want to dive in a little bit deeper, you can certainly do that. So go check it out. Good job, Shay.
Thanks. So it's one thing to have a use case demo, but can you talk a little bit about the value customers are getting from all of this?
Sure. Well, I think everybody knows in here, it's no secret that private cloud never really delivered to development teams as far as automation capabilities and what they really needed. The developers we work with, they're looking for a common experience across GCP and the private cloud. And what they've been experiencing today is a different experience than what they get in GCP than in their on-prem environments. Not to mention operating a custom Kubernetes environment at scale has its fair share of challenges. So Anthos is here to address that, starting with GKE on-prem and config management, and we've been excited to be working on it.
This is a great description of what this does for the organization, but for the individual developers in the audience here, what should they care about most?
Similar to what I said before, extending GKE into your data center delivers the value of cloud, provides flexibility and choice for deployment. It's just another deployment target, just another region. And extending a common toolkit across both lets us move faster with more reliability and security.
It's almost like a white flag for DevOps.
I think so. And the best part about it all, no Kubernetes experience acquired.
No Kubernetes. All right. Thank you so much for joining us and for all of your help as a design partner.
Thanks.
All right.
Great to be here.
Joining us next on stage is Twinkle Desai, VP of Technology for Kohl's. Come on out, Twinkle. So Kohl's is a retail giant with thousands of stores, hundreds of thousands of associates, millions of online customers, and billions in sales. Hey, Twinkle.
Thank you for having me, Lauren.
So you started out, you are a VP of technology today, but you started off as a developer. I hear you used to be a Unix sysadmin?
That's right, Lauren. I started as a system administrator, but before we go there, I would like to take this opportunity to give a shout out to my women in technology. As you can see, I'm going to be a mother of two, and I still continue my passion in corporate world, which is highly demanding and have high pressure. I still continue to enjoy being on my production calls. So if I can do it, you all can too.
I never thought I'd get to say this at an enterprise tech conference, but yes, queen. OK, so tell us about how you moved into your leadership role.
During my days as a system administrator, I spent a lot of time gathering requirements, procuring environment, propagating code, and my least favorite part was the ticketing process. It slowed down the entire delivery pipeline. So I came up with a thought process of automating the entire pipeline with a click of a button, which would reduce the overhead of operations and speed up the delivery process. My manager loved it, and that was my first gig as a leader. Today at Kohl's, we have 200+ developers and SREs working together on store and digital strategy to give the seamless customer experience, which is our goal. We are running hundreds of microservices and thousands of containers on Google GKE, and we have delivered 2 successful holidays.
So is there anyone here in the audience who's an SRE or manages SRE? Can you raise your hands? OK, so do you have any tips on how to make those teams happy?
It's a very high-pressure environment. So as a manager, it is very important to know that we support our team and give them what they need to deliver. We need to make sure they are engaged and they're supported. At Kohl's, we have a lot of hackathon schedules, and I have personally worked with my leadership team to invest in training and tech conferences.
So what did you learn from your team about what they needed to be more effective at work?
The hackathon was a lot of fun. We learned what developers needed: innovation, freedom, no ops. We knew we had to build a developer experience.
So you come up with this happy developer checklist, and then you set out to implement it across your org. Can you talk a little bit more about some of those specific fixes?
Sure. So we got this checklist. The first thing we did was to break a monolithic code into microservices, because that gave freedom to the developers to choose the framework and the language they would desire to code. Today, we are using AngularJS, Node.js, and Java Spring Boot. Also, as a developer, I don't want to worry about operations. So my team came up with a solution where we can deploy the environment, propagate the code, and do the integration testing. We use language like Python and Golang to build this solution. Also, we integrated some of the great GKE features like Istio, fault injection, and circuit breaker. It's all one click, it's self-serve, and fully automated.
It's great that you've been focused on helping your developers stay productive and happy. But for the managers of dev teams in the audience, do you have any final tips for them and their teams?
Throughout my journey, I learned a lot. I had great leaders and team to support me along the way. As a manager, it is very important to know your team. So my mantra for a happy team would be simple solution for complex problems, complement technology with innovators, and find the right balance between work and fun.
I think we can learn a lot about finding balance from you. Thank you so much for joining us today. This was great.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we've been hearing from customers. You ready for some Googlers? We've got a demo derby for you coming up. Greg, come on out and get us started.
Thanks, Lauren. So I have to tell you all, Next is my absolute favorite time of the year. In fact, I'm such a nerd about it, you probably can tell I'm actually wearing some custom Google-themed Next sneakers at the moment. I know, right? But if Next is my favorite time of year, this next block of the keynote is my favorite part of Next. And it's because we're going to spend some quality time with some Google engineers, and we're going to walk you through some live demos and technical drill downs on some of our favorite parts of Google Cloud. But you didn't come here to sit to hear me talk, you came to see the demos. So let's get started, and please welcome up my demo all-star team, Emma, Eric, Felipe, and Starin. Come on up, folks. Hard to upstage a man in a cape. Let's get started. You know, it's not often that I get an opportunity to be on stage with someone who broke a world record. But you heard... But as you heard yesterday from Sundar, back on March 14th, we announced that Emma had done just that. She'd set the world record for the most precise calculation of pi ever. And there's a lot we can learn about that, about building infrastructure and applications. So please welcome Emma up, and we're going to walk through exactly how she did it. Emma, come on up. So, I mean, a world record holder, that's pretty cool. Can you tell me exactly how many digits you calculated?
Sure. It's 31,415,926,535,897 digits.
So that probably looks a little familiar to some of you, right, that number?
It's sure. It's 10 pi trillion digits.
I know, very googly, right? So maybe can we run that calculation now on the stage?
Yeah, I'd love to, but the entire calculation would take 4 months, which I believe a bit too long for a live demo.
So I know you like demos, but I think 4 months is probably pushing it a bit between you and Gwen Stefani. So how about maybe a smaller number?
Sure. How about 5 billion digits?
5 billion is the small version that you're going to do right now in the demo. All right, go for it.
Sure. So here's the machine we are going to use for the demo. It uses the latest Intel Cascade Lake architecture, which is available at Alpha. It has 60 vCPUs that can run at 3.8 gigahertz, and it has 240 gigabytes of memory. Now, I'm going to run a program called YCruncher. That's the same program we use for the world record. Now, I'm going to do everything in memory. Here are the list of digits we can calculate in memory, and I'm going to choose 5 billion. Now it started.
So while that starts, backstage, Emma, you had told me that before you did this, it was generally thought to be impossible to use cloud to break a world record. Can you sort of explain why that was?
Sure, because we needed a lot of storage and a very high network throughput. YCruncher is one of the most efficient publicly available software to calculate pi, and it is designed for one large computer with a lot of storage. And we needed 170 terabytes.
170 terabytes of storage. That's a fair bit of storage. And I think you have a picture, right, of what one of the previous systems looked like?
Yep. So here are the pictures of computer they used for the record in 2013.
And you can see from the picture, folks, this is exactly what we were describing. It's basically a great big computer connected to a shed load of disks. But GCP has sort of two unique advantages in terms of cloud. One is you can attach very large disks per VM, 64 terabytes per VM, so that helps. And the other is we have a lot of fault tolerance and resilience built into the disk system and the network, right?
Yep, but even then, everyone I talked to said I'd be blocked on network throughput. So I ran some experiments. I estimated the amount of data we read and write, did the math to figure out how much bandwidth we needed, and it seemed possible to finish it in 4 to 5 months.
So 4 to 5 months, we've gotten it down to at least it seems feasible. So I think you have the architecture, right?
Yep. So to optimize this disk throughput, I use this architecture here. There's one node running the program with 96 vCPUs and 1.4 terabytes of memory. And there are 24 additional nodes hosting the storage and providing bandwidth. With this configuration, I saw 20 gigabits per second throughput for reads and 16 gigabits per second for writes. If you're interested in learning more about the technical details, I gave a talk at this Next with Alexander E., the developer of YCruncher, and the video will be available on YouTube.
Now there's something interesting about this architecture I want you to notice. Usually we think of scale up or scale out as being two different approaches, but Emma's actually doing both. The core machine is scale up. It's a very large VM with a lot of vCPUs and a lot of RAM. But the storage is a classic scale out, using many nodes and the network to basically get incredibly high throughput.
Yep, so the scale is one challenge, and the other challenge was reliability.
I can imagine, because remember that architecture, there's one node that's actually doing all the math. If something goes wrong there, you're really in trouble, right?
Yep, the limiting factor on scaling Pi calculation is the reliability of the components, such as disks and memory. And every part in this architecture is a single point of failure. Even a single bit failure anywhere during the calculation would invalidate the entire computation.
And so how long was the actual calculation period?
We ran the program for 111.8 days, or if we count all the 25 machines, it's 7.6 machine years.
7.6 machine years. I don't know how you do the math. That's a lot of uptime.
Yep. And because computer engine supports live migrations, we were able to confidently run these machines for 4 months without any unexpected shutdowns or reboots.
And doing this in the cloud also had a personal benefit, right?
Yep. For me, it was great that I could move from Tokyo to Seattle while the calculation was running. And I didn't have to move the physical machines from Japan to the US.
Yeah, try to get that through TSA. So I want to ask our rest of our demo panel here, what do we think being able to run a VM for 111 days without a reboot? Fun part or not fun part? What's the review? Fun part.
Oh, and let me show you another fun thing. So I'm an engineer, which means I don't trust anything. No matter how reliable a system is, I always want backups, right? So here's the actual disk we use for the calculation. And I wrote a simple script with a gcloud command to take snapshots of these persistent disks. I'm going to run this script right now. And with this one gcloud command, it's working in the background, I was able to take snapshots and backups of 240 terabytes of disks in less than 15 minutes. And it happened without any visible performance impact.
So again, think about that. 240 terabytes of backups in 15 minutes with no impact in performance. So when we started, yeah, absolutely. When we started, you kicked off a calculation of pi. Are we still calculating pi?
Yep, actually, we just finished. It took 97 seconds to calculate 5 billion digits. And this is actually 4.7 gigabytes of text file. Let's take a look inside. I'm going to cat the file. Yep. So here are the results. This is pi.
Thanks very much, Emma.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to go on a limb here and guess that most of you don't have a critical business need to calculate 30 trillion digits of pi. But I'll bet some of you do have workloads where somebody has said, we can't do that in cloud. We need too many big VMs. We need too much uptime. I've got old software that can only scale up. And I have yet to meet a developer who says they like their machines to go down. So that's a quick example of Google infrastructure being able to power not just an interesting calculation, but really something breaking the world record. So let's move up the stack. We did infrastructure. Let's move up the stack to data. Let's face it, we're all digital pack rats. I don't know when the last time is I deleted a photo or an email. I just assume I can store it forever. And you know what? Our companies are exactly the same. So now the problem is, how do I actually make any sense out of all that data? How do I find meaning in all that noise? And typically, that's where the pain comes in. If there's one thing I know, it's that managing, sharding, scaling, and patching large-scale databases is definitely not the fun part. But luckily, we've got this almost magical tool called BigQuery. So, to talk about BigQuery and have some fun with it, let me bring up our own Captain BigQuery, Felipe Hoffa.
Hola, mundo. Hello, hello. Hi, Greg. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Felipe. So, Felipe, we're used to seeing and reading about big data is really targeting some of the big questions that we face as a species. Is there life on other planets? What's the nature of the human genome? Do developers want tabs or spaces? Why don't you just pick one of those at random and solve for us?
Hey, hello, everyone. How you doing? Let's have some fun with data, Greg. Let's analyze data, and let's answer some questions that are important for developers. So how about tabs versus spaces?
I think you picked a good one.
Well, can I get applauses for tabs?
Team tabs?
Spaces? I think we have the answer.
I'm hoping you do something a little more scientific than just a clap contest.
OK, let's use data.
OK.
So we have this public datasets program that has a lot of datasets ready for you to be queried. We have hundreds of these datasets here ready for you. You can see the whole catalog in the console. And today, to answer this question, I'm going to use the copy of GitHub that we have. We have files that we took out of GitHub, all of the open source files, and we have them inside BigQuery, so we can run queries over them. If you have never used BigQuery, it also has a web UI, so anyone can just jump right now right into the web UI and start running queries. And in this case, I have this table that has 2 terabytes of source code and more than 250 million files. And I'm going to extract from it all of the files I'm interested in. Like, I'm going to look at this question language by language. And once I have extracted all of these files, I can write a query like this. Let me start running it right now.
OK, so while this query runs, I want to pause for a second and point out a couple things. First of all, BigQuery is already incredibly easy to use. You just write queries. But in this case, he didn't even have to upload the data, because the public dataset program made it available. The second thing I want to think about is, I want to go to the team here and ask, what do we think? Having to set up a whole bunch of indexes just to get good query performance. Fun part or not fun part? Not fun. The last thing I want to point out is, think about what Felipe's doing. He's writing a SQL query that analyzes source code. Most of us think of SQL for structured data, financial records, business transactions. I've seen a lot of developer source code in my life, and a lot of it is not exactly what I'd call structured. And so, but he's using SQL to actually analyze that.
Exactly. Like, we don't need indexes here. We just can start writing SQL queries. And in this case, I have a SQL query that is going file by file. It's splitting these files in lines. It's looking at the first character. Is it a space or a tab? And then we're tallying up our numbers.
And what are
These
our
are
results?
our numbers. Let me visualize it. I have it here.
So it turns out that generally people like spaces. You Java folks, you're a little unsure. And man, I don't want to put a space in one of your Gopher files. Like, you are really team tabs.
Yes.
That was analyzing a bit about source code. What else can you learn about developers by using BigQuery?
Sure. So is tabs versus spaces the most important question for developers?
Probably not.
Can we somehow measure what's the most important question? Where do you all go when you're lost?
Where do you look for info?
When you need help.
Stack Overflow, I heard it
yes.
here.
And we have a copy of Stack Overflow inside BigQuery too. So now we can analyze it. And we can look for the top questions just by the number of views. Okay. Or we can do something a little more special, and we can look at the top questions right now. Like in this case, I have a snapshot of 17 million questions. And I'm going to compare this snapshot with the previous snapshot to know what were the top questions only during this quarter. Let me run the query.
So while it runs, any guesses on what's the most commonly asked question? I heard how to exit Vim down here somewhere. What is the top question, Felipe?
OK, I got my results here, and with more than 400,000 views this last quarter is how do I undo the most recent commits in Get? Yes, that's regret, and we've all felt it.
We've all had regret, yeah. So far, we figured out that most people like spaces, except gophers, who are delightfully different, and that everybody has a moment of regret of having to back out of a code change. But BigQuery is a product for developers, so can you get more specific and find out about BigQuery developers?
Let's go deeper. Let's use BigQuery to query Stack Overflow to see what people are asking about BigQuery.
That's an inception moment, but I'm going to trust you.
It's basically the same query that I just had, but now I'm filtering here for only questions tagged with BigQuery. And I have my answers here. And you can see that the top question for BigQuery this last quarter was Google BigQuery delete rows.
And can it?
BigQuery can now delete rows. Yes.
Now it can.
Yes. We use data to listen to you. Yes.
So what you saw was BigQuery engineers using BigQuery to improve BigQuery. Now, of course, Stack Overflow isn't just about asking questions. It's about answering questions. What can you tell us about that?
Yes. So let's see the answers part. Who is answering the BigQuery questions? So now I can look at the answers. I will run a join. It's a little longer query to join it to see questions tagged with BigQuery, find who answered them, and then find who got the most upvotes this quarter. And the results, let me analyze all of these questions, run this large join. I'm there.
Well, I hope you're there.
Yes. But what's really, really interesting for me, and I love this, is everyone here in Bold, they are not Googlers. They are just experts that love the community. They love sharing what they know. They love answering questions. And they are my real heroes. Thank you, Michael, Gordon, Graham, William, Pentium 10, and Bobby Lang.
Thanks, Felipe. Felipe may wear the cape, but you all who answer the questions are the real heroes. So we've seen how BigQuery is kind of the ultimate serverless data analytics platform. But there's another kind of serverless, isn't there? Serverless compute. And here at Next, we've announced Cloud Run, bringing serverless to containers. And again, we thought, let's do a deep demo and actually show you Cloud Run in action. So to do that, please welcome Starin up and Ryan. Starin and Ryan, come on up.
Hi. We, as developers, we love serverless. We love that we can focus on our code, deploy, and let the platform take care of the rest. But developers keep asking us, can we run more things serverless? What about going beyond simple functions? Introducing Cloud Run. Cloud Run is a brand new product that allows you to run any stateless HTTP container on serverless. And it's available today. You know what? Let's see how easy it is to run a container on Cloud Run. So from the Cloud Console, Ryan simply navigates to Cloud Run, opens the deployment page, pastes the URL of a container image, and clicks Create. That's it. That's
Sometimes
all
clicking
we
the
needed.
mouse is the hardest part of a demo, folks, just so you know.
That's all we needed to deploy a container to Cloud Run. No infrastructure to provision in advance, no YAML file, and no servers. So Cloud Run has imported our image, made sure that it started, and gave us a stable and secured HTTPS endpoint. So what we just deployed, pretty cool. Thank you. So what we just deployed is a scalable microservice that transforms Microsoft Word documents into PDFs. Let's see it in action. Let's give it a doc to convert, upload, converting, and we get a PDF back. So what is very interesting here is that we are only paying for when we use it. That means that when our microservice is not processing any document, well, we just don't pay anything.
So that's really cool, but I think it would be interesting for people to see how you actually implemented the service. So how did you actually do the doc to PDF?
Easy. We looked around and decided to add OpenOffice to our container image.
Now wait a second. OpenOffice is not exactly a modern piece of software. It's about a 15-year-old binary. It's about 200 megs. And you're saying you just took that binary and deployed it into a serverless workload with Cloud Run?
Yep. Cloud Run supports Docker containers. That means you can run any programming language you want or any software in a serverless way.
Well, let's look at the code then.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the code. So here, what we have is a small bit of Python code that listens for incoming HTTP requests and then calls OpenOffice to convert our container, or PDF, or document. We also have a very small file named Dockerfile. And don't be scared. If you're not familiar with this, it's very simple. It starts by defining our base image. In our case, it's the official Python base image. Later, we install OpenOffice, and we specify our start command. Then we package all of this into a container image using Cloud Build and deployed it to Cloud Run. On Cloud Run, our microservice can automatically be scaled to thousands of container instances in just a few seconds, if needed. And as I said, we only pay for the exact resources that we use.
I'm going to go to the judges one more time on this. So, taking a legacy app, being able to bring it into a microservices environment and deploy it with no code change in a serverless, is that fun or not fun? Fun.
But wait, we are not done yet. Developers love serverless, but sometimes you might want to have a little bit more control. For example, you want bigger CPU sizes, you want access to GPUs, you want more memory, or maybe just your corporate IT wants you to run in a Kubernetes Engine cluster. That's why we are also introducing Cloud Run on GKE. Let's take a look. Using the exact same user interface, Ryan is going to deploy the exact same container image, this time in our Kubernetes Engine cluster. And instead of a fully managed region, Ryan is now picking our GKE cluster. We get the same Cloud Run developer experience. Let's deploy. And our microservice is creating. As before, we get a stable and secured endpoint that automatically scales our microservice.
That's cool, Stair. You done yet?
Nope. There is more.
All right, keep going.
So behind the scenes, Cloud Run and Cloud Run on GKE are powered by Knative, an open source project to run serverless workloads that we launched last year. This means we can actually deploy the exact same microservice to any Kubernetes cluster running Knative. Let's take a look. To do this, Ryan exports our microservice into a file. Then, using the kubectl command, he's going to deploy it to manage Knative on IBM Cloud. And like before, this is creating the exact same microservice, auto-scaled, and giving us an endpoint to invoke it. We have it on IBM Cloud. This portability is enabled by Knative.
That's awesome. Thanks, Darren. Thanks, Ryan. So Cloud Run gives you everything you love about serverless. There's no servers to manage. As a developer, you get to stay in the code, which is kind of where you want to be. Fast scale up. Even more importantly, scale down to 0. You literally pay nothing when there's no cycles being run. And it lets you do that using any binary or language because it's built on the flexibility of containers. You get a consistent experience wherever you want it, and that can be on a fully managed environment or on GKE. This is in beta today. You can all go and try it now. So please, I encourage you to do that. So let's come back to that theme of data, but let's shift the focus just a little bit. Some of you heard yesterday the work that we did with student developers in the NCAA around March Madness analysis. But in case you didn't, we have a quick little series of video snippets that we put together around the program. So let's go ahead and run those.
Google Cloud and the NCAA have teamed up to find new ways to measure college basketball. This March Madness, see how Google Cloud student developers are using data to analyze games all tournament long. When student developer Izana isn't mixing data science with college basketball, he's mixing something like this. See how Google Cloud is being used to analyze March Madness. Student developer Belicia enjoys executing complex SQL, deploying logistic regression models, and knitting.
It's true.
See how Google Cloud is being used to analyze March Madness.
You know, it was a real pleasure to work with that next generation of software developers, and we're really excited that they've been here at Next with us. So please give us one more round of applause for these student developers who've done such amazing work. So let's take the idea of sports and data and let's turn it up to 11. And to do that, let me bring up Eric Schmidt, one of our developer advocates, and a pretty special customer, Pavel Sidhu, the Director of Analytics and Basketball Innovation for the Golden State Warriors. Come on up, Eric and Pavel.
What's up, man? How you doing? Good, man. How are you?
Wow. Pavel, thanks for being here today, and congratulations on making the playoffs. You are in contention for your 3rd consecutive World Championship.
Thanks, Eric. I'm a huge fan of all things Google, so thanks for having me.
You bet, and I'm a huge fan of the Warriors. Now, getting to the playoffs isn't easy. Winning championships isn't easy. And I know data science is a really, really big part of the equation for the success of the Warriors. Can you talk a little bit about how much data you have to manage, and also share some light on how much data is generated in an NBA game? I'm sure most of the folks in the audience maybe doesn't have an understanding of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we know on the court we have 2 teams, 5 players each, 2 baskets, and 1 ball. What you probably didn't know is that we have tracking cameras in place that are capturing player and ball movement. We're looking at every single dribble, every single pass, every single catch and shoot, every single dive to the basket. And by the time the game is over, we've collected over 1 million events for the game. Now, if you do the math on that, that's 82 regular season games, 30 NBA teams. So we're looking at big data. And it's my job to take this raw data and make it actionable so I can provide key insights to our coaches, players, front office, and ownership group.
Now, you and I have been working on your migration to the cloud over the past couple weeks, and one of the things I found interesting is that since the NBA provides the same data to all the teams, how do you end up competing?
That's a good question. We realized our biggest advantage would be creative analysis and unique insights, crafted around our philosophies. But in order to do so, we needed all of our data in our own cloud environment.
Great. So let's talk data. Now, inside of the Cloud Show over here, I've pulled up some of our sample raw data in our cloud storage data lake. And what do we see here on the screen?
Yeah. This is a raw event file showing what happened in the court and the players involved. It's super powerful information. We're talking tens and thousands of files across 7 different schemas.
And how much data are we talking in aggregate?
Raw, close to a terabyte.
Wow, so how did you manage all of this data? Like, we're going to get to analysis here in a minute, but before you get to analysis, you have to solve the management problem.
Yeah, well, it was really hard. We used lots of manual scripts and only pulled the data that we thought we needed. You know what? We never really had the full picture.
Got it. So I've been keeping score here a little bit, no pun intended. You've talked about siloed data. You've talked about high fidelity data. You've talked about time series data at high volume. It's all very powerful if you can get your hands on it. I hate to break it to you, and don't take this personally, but you look and sound like a classic enterprise.
You know, in many ways, we are like any other enterprise, except we just get bigger trophies. But you know what? We deal with the classic 80-20 problem, where we spend 80% of our time wrangling the data, which only allows us 20% of the time to analyze the data.
All right, so you and I, we've been working on your migration to the Google Cloud. So let's take a look at your new serverless data analytics environment. We're going to do a little bit of analysis to attack some problems in the playoffs, and we'll try to flip this 80-20 problem around. Now, I'm going to pull up the Cloud Data Flow console. Now, before we could get to Cloud Data Flow, we had to do a couple of things. One, we had to work on data movement. So for that, we use the Cloud Storage Transfer Service, which provides an automated way to migrate all of the data in S3, where it's sitting raw, over to cloud storage. So we've solved that problem. Then we use Cloud Composer to automate all of our ETL processes inside of Dataflow. Now, for my fellow data engineers out there, your ETL processes probably look at things like orders and line items and genomes and clickstream data. For the Warriors,
we're looking at events.
Right, it's all about the event data. So in Dataflow, as you can see here, we express a series of transformations. So the first one is I go ahead and read. I'll go ahead and read not one file, but hundreds of thousands of files from GCS, and then apply additional transforms to parse and then load that JSON, in this case, to over 35 different schemas. So the beauty here is that there's no more manual scripts involved, right? So we're going to spend less time on management and more time on analysis. Yeah. So with our data warehouse in place, which is the output of these final transforms, we're going to jump over to BigQuery and start looking at some data. So Pavel, what do we see here?
Love this part, right? What we have here is we have distinct tables looking for each logical event type in a game. We're looking at passes, we're looking at picks, we're looking at dribbles. We have 4.62 gigs of dribbles. That's a lot of dribbles.
Yeah, in fact, we actually now have 4.63 because whenever we just updated the database this morning from games last night, so it's a lot of dribbles. Yeah. Now, the fun part is once we have all of our data actionable, we can start writing some queries. So I've written a quick query to analyze how many times Steph Curry has dribbled the ball this season. Hey, Felipe, by the way, dribbles versus passes is the tabs versus spaces of basketball, buddy. So here you go. All right, so let's go ahead and run this query. Scan, scan, scan. And there you go. We just scanned 608 megs of data in 0.8 seconds. Pavel, Steph Curry has dribbled the ball 18,710 times. That's pretty awesome.
That's cute, Eric. It's something you can share with your friends at Google.
Okay.
But it's not going to help you win any championships.
Why not? What do you need, man?
I need some more meaningful analysis. And also need the ability to look it up without using SQL queries.
You mean every Warrior isn't writing SQL?
Not that I know of, but I wouldn't put it past Steph.
You're talking about Steph Curry?
Yeah.
That guy can shoot the ball, shoot the three, can write SQL, and I'm pretty sure by now he probably has Anthos running on his mobile phone or something like that. So All right. So I'll be the first to admit that, yeah, BigQuery can be kind of a lonely place, for data. You're just basically querying, you're looking at information. We need to bring this data to life. And BigQuery has amazing integration with different visualization tools like Looker, Tableau. In this case, we're going to go ahead and use Data Studio. So if I click on this button, I can jump over into a visualization. Now, for the sake of the demo, we fast forward a little bit. It took us about 6-7 minutes to put this visualization together, and I have access to all of that data inside of BigQuery. Another thing to point out is that for the sake of competitiveness, to help protect competitiveness as we get into the playoffs, all this data is real, except we've masked out a couple of the teams that we think you're going to play. So congratulations. You're going to play what I believe to be one of the greatest NBA teams of all time. May they rest in peace. The Seattle Supersonics.
Yeah, it's my hometown team. It's always exciting to go back home. But this right here, what we're looking at is a team profile page for the Seattle Supersonics. What immediately stands out is how efficient they are in offense, ranked 6th overall. But the two things that really pop out to me is, one, they're #1 in the NBA in transition offense. And also, they're bottom of the league in half-court offense, 30th.
Dead last.
Dead last, that's...
Yeah. So you just looked at this report, you start ripping off a bunch of information. This is what you do every day. Like, you can glean insights like this once data comes live, and then you end up having to collaborate and share this with your teammates and coaches. How have you typically shared this information in the past?
Well, we share lots of screenshots and one-off documents. Death by PDFs.
That death by PDF may be the worst thing I've heard all day. So, all right, so let's go ahead and solve that problem. Inside of Data Studio, it's really, really easy to share information. So I'm going to go in and say, share this report, and we'll type in Coach Steve, and we'll paste in a message, and need to look into transition offense. Pretty cool. I'm going to go ahead and send. This is going to end up in his inbox. Our ETL processes are running. BigQuery is up to date. Boom, he comes in. He can see exactly what's going on. Problem solved.
Eric, that's not cool.
What? Why?
You set him a problem, but no solution.
This is true.
It's OK, though.
OK.
So what we know with the Sonics is that they have the #1 transition offense. That's good to know. But what I'm interested in seeing is which players, specifically, which trio of players make up their biggest strengths.
Got it. So we're going to start kind of drilling into this problem from a data science perspective. Here we had some high-level descriptive information, kind of looking at the what. Yes, we kind of see where you're going to have potentially some challenges with the Sonics. So to dive into our data science environment, we're going to get out of visualizations, and we're going to get into an IPython environment. And to do that, we will use AI Platform Notebooks, which provides a managed environment for Jupyter. So once I go ahead and deploy one of these Jupyter labs, I no longer have to do any installation locally. I'm done. So I have this fully managed running in the cloud. If I say click and open in Jupyter Lab, here's the notebook that you and I and some of the folks on my team have been working on for the past couple of days. Now, at the top, we'll go ahead and layer in a couple of the traditional libraries that we feel good about, things like Pandas and NumPy and Matplot. We also add a reference to BigQuery. So inside of this notebook, we have access to all of the queries and views that we previously built. So in this case, we put a query together to identify which 3-man combo is the most dangerous on the Sonics. Let's go ahead and run that. It's going to go out. It's a big query. And there's the answer to the question. Shawn Kemp, Gary Payton, and Detlef Schrempf. Problem solved.
We're getting there, but not quite. That's a great trio right there, very efficient. Okay. But what I'm interested to see now is that what makes them so efficient?
Got it. So we want to get deeper into the kind of how. And for that, we need to do deeper analysis. In this case, I took the output from the previous cell, and we've done a couple of things. One, we're layering in some additional SQL. Felipe, I hope you like this. This query is 508 lines long. It does multiple joins. It uses most of the analytical functions, et cetera. We also have some Python code that we'll go ahead and fuse together to do a little bit more of statistical analysis. Let's run this and see if we can answer the question. What makes these guys so threatening? So the output of that is 2 rows. So I'm looking at the trio, 38 different metrics, compared to the team and all of their average metrics. Now, this data is a little intractable, right? This is not going to help us out.
The visuals.
Next thing we're going to do is pipe this data frame through a little bit more pandas code and build a visual. See what this looks like. All right, Pavel, what do we see here about the Sonics?
Okay, now this is fun. I like this. What we have here is the difference between the trio and the team average across a bunch of stats. Let's take a look at the red bar on the right in transition. So we know the Sonics have the #1 transition offense. And this trio is right around the average, slightly better. So I need to make sure that I emphasize to our coaching staff that our transition defense needs to be on point throughout the whole game.
So this is kind of interesting. Like, this was the problem we were trying to solve. We kept looking at transition, and it turns out that this trio is really no better than the rest of the team.
Yes, but you know what stands out? To me is on the left, half-court offense. Now, if you recall from the team profile page, they were ranked 30th in the league. This trio is significantly better. This is great information, because now I'm starting to see more of a complete picture.
Got it.
But I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Can we take a look at their kind of their efficiency? What makes them so good?
Sure. So the beauty of the results from that last cell is that we can then dive into additional information. So in this case, we're going to start looking at their tendencies. So what do you see here?
So now I'm starting to see a much more clear picture. This team is pretty unselfish when it comes to comparing them to the rest of the team. They do an excellent job with ball movement, and they utilize the off-ball screen at a high rate. And they don't dribble the ball much. Very efficient style of basketball.
Yeah. I love this type of data analysis. We started with one problem, attempting to solve it. Then we found another one, which ended up leading to real actionable insight. And the fun part is we are able to flip this 80-20 challenge around, providing you more time for insight discovery.
Yeah.
And I got one question for you.
Sure.
How are you going to address this threat in the playoffs?
Well, I know what I'm doing.
Okay, can you share?
I can't tell you guys. I can't. I've shared enough today. I have a playoff series I'm trying to win.
All right, man. Pavel, thanks for being here today and partnering with us on your smart analytics journey. Good luck against the Supersonics, and if you need any help writing queries, give me a call.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So before you go, Pavel, we've been talking a lot and asking people about the fun part and the not fun part. So when you think about the whole journey in data scientists, for you, what's the real fun part?
You know what? It probably would be, that's a good question.
Might it be this?
That's what it is.
Please thank everybody. Thank Pavel, thank Eric, thank Felipe, Starin, and Emma. I can't top the trophy, so we're just going to wrap the demo derby and bring Adam back up. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, fantastic. All right, thanks to Greg and everyone on the Demo Derby team. Over the course of the afternoon, I hope a couple of big ideas came across. Number one, we love developers. Whether you're building an app, running an ops team, migrating a database, or figuring out how to win championships, the people that put their hands on the keyboards, you're the MVPs in any company. The second is we want to help you get to the fun part of your job. That part when you were excited back when you first started being a developer. And then maybe the last thing, we want to help you, everything you see here, we want to help you spend less time on the everyday hassles to get in the way of your just being creative, solving problems, learning new stuff, and growing your career. So we've actually got hundreds and even thousands of engineers that work at Google on our products and in DevRel, and they're eager to talk to you and hear about your challenges and your opportunities and help you with all this technology. Okay, let's not let the fun stop here. Tonight is the party. Gwen Stefani and Mark Ronson. It's going to be awesome. We'll see you at Lot A over by the ballpark. Thanks, everybody.